9. Prisoners. For 2 years after her husband's death, the Baroness did not disturb the laboratory where he'd spent so much of his time. She did not move the bookcase he had drawn over the little door. She associated that room with the collapse of her husband's fortune, her son's sickness, and the bad luck that seemed to follow her. But in time, as her social schedule was gradually curtailed, then she had the leisure to wonder about the hidden room. She opened it up, lit the lanterns. She pored over her husband's books and notes. Little by little, knowledge seduced her. As she grew more skilled, she took greater risks. She had acquired Marcassif in this way. She had spent the summer at Cluj in her country cottage, now sold. Late at night, she had been reading about imaginary travel in her husband's books. Past midnight, she'd been seated on the leather divan, and when she heard the boy scratching at her kitchen window, she had let him in. She had nothing to fear. He was wet, bedraggled, and she gave him some warm milk like a kitten. He was wet from the night rain, dressed in a few rags. She could not even tell whether he was Romanian, because he would not talk. This was the detail that touched her heart, because it had reminded her of her own son. Now, as the Baroness went downstairs to show the policeman out, she imagined him lying in the half-light of the kerosene lamp, his long fingers holding the string of the distant bell. She stood in the vestibule while Jean-Baptiste fetched Lucatz's coat, wondering now for the first time why he had kept his hat with him in the house. Something to occupy his hands, she thought, watching him wrap himself in his heavy woolen cloak, all the time finding a way to hold his hat under his arm, even in his teeth, anything to avoid putting it on in her presence. It was not until she stood outside with him in the cold, bright day that he placed it on his head. He was muttering various things, but now she was convinced he couldn't harm her. She wasn't listening. She watched to see he wasn't looking for the non-existent bell pull on the outside door, the source, she had told him, of the ringing inside the house. He walked down the steps into the street, then turned and squinted briefly up the narrow facade to the windows on the 4th floor. She wasn't worried. She stood watching her breath and letting her mind move ahead to what she'd say to Mademoiselle Corelli, now waiting for her in the front sitting room. She had seen her peeking out as she came down the stairs, but had ignored her. She had not wanted to introduce her to Lucatz. The Baroness came inside again and stood for a moment in the small square vestibule at the bottom of the stairs, behind the double doors that led into the street. She could feel her heart beating with nervousness and fright. What was she to say to this woman? Without a doubt, she was connected to the mystery. She stood on the threshold of the sitting room. Mademoiselle Corelli had her back to her and was huddled over the porcelain stove. "How cold it is," she said. "Why do you keep it so cold?" It was not because the Baroness didn't feel the chill. She imagined she was more susceptible than most. It was true. She kept the house very cold, and Jean-Baptiste often complained. Fuel was expensive in these times. This room, like all the rooms on the lower floors, was small, high-ceilinged, square. Like all of them, it was rarely used. The blue wallpaper had roses on it, and the curtains were made of blue velvet. There was some horsehair furniture. The stove was scarcely warm. "I'll ring for Jean-Baptiste," she said. "Please don't. I don't want him to see me. Oh, Nicolas, what are we doing? What have we done?" This was a question the Baroness couldn't answer. She hoped if she said nothing, then Mademoiselle Corelli would answer it herself. The young woman stood, rubbing her arms. Her hair was tied up on top of her head, and she wore a high-necked woolen dress. "Let me offer you a shawl," murmured the Baroness. She stripped one from the back of the settee, a piece of embroidered Chinese silk. But instead of holding it out, she wrapped it instead around her own shoulders. As was her habit, she found herself infected with sympathetic feelings. The way out of it, as always, was through anger. How could this tiresome, plain young woman have involved her in this nonsense, whatever it was? How dare she address her by her given name? "My dear," she said, and put her arms around Mademoiselle Corelli's shoulders. It was a small, superficial gesture, so she was surprised how the girl clung to her. Mademoiselle Corelli was solid and strong, qualities that went with her big-featured face, and the Baroness found it difficult to pull away. More than ever, she was aware of the stone in her trousers pocket.
Jean-Baptiste will bring us coffee. No, I don't want to see him. Please, I want you to tell me what to do.
What do you mean?
I can't cash the check now, can I? My God, today I thought I would be far away.
The Baroness said nothing.
He gave me the check and told me I could cash it in the morning,
said Mademoiselle Corelli.
Nicolas, you said I could trust him. Then in the morning I was packing my clothes. I was ready to come here, or else go out to Monsieur Spitz's hotel. To tell the truth, I hadn't slept all night. I changed my mind. I couldn't do this. I must have had too much to drink. How could I steal from my father and hurt my family in this way? I wanted to find Monsieur Spitz and return the money when I saw the newspaper.
The Baroness was relieved. The mystery was not hard to understand. Hadn't the girl confided to the simulacrum that she felt stifled in her father's house? Hadn't she said she wanted to go live in Paris among artists? Maybe the simulacrum had convinced her to sell Kepler's eye to Monsieur Spitz.
What am I going to say to my papa? The stone is gone. The check is worthless now.
Maybe not.
How can you say that? If I take it to the bank, that would involve me in what came afterwards.
Not at all. The jewel was not found last night.
How do you know?
That was the police inspector who just left. He said Monsieur Spitz was robbed. You have the check, that's all. Believe me, you've done nothing wrong.
The girl began to cry.
I'm so ashamed,
she said, and the tears ran down her long nose. The Baroness imagined taking out the tourmaline right then, wrapped as it was in her handkerchief, pressing it into the girl's hands. The stone could not easily have been sold even before Spitz's death. It was useless to her. But what story could she give? Instead, she led the girl to the settee and pushed her onto it. She rang the bell. When Jean-Baptiste put his head in the door, she asked him for coffee and to build up the fire. Sobbing now, the girl didn't see him. After a few moments, he came in with a brass pannier full of charcoal and birchwood chunks. He looked more frail, more gaunt, more emaciated than usual, and the Baroness noticed he hadn't shaved. Hair bristled on his long chin, his long neck. She watched his Adam's apple knot and relax, knot and relax. Some anxiety was making him swallow over and over again. Later, he put coffee and chocolate toast on the small table.
What did happen? The girl asked. He was going to take you home in his cabriolet. You should have come with me.
Sitting beside her, the Baroness stared at the back of Jean-Baptiste's old-fashioned light blue coat. She stared at the threadbare space between his shoulder blades and imagined he was listening. So she spoke evenly and calmly.
That was all. I don't know. I got out at the corner of Elysian Fields. He continued to his hotel. When I saw the story this morning, I was as terrified as you.
Mademoiselle Corelli shivered.
You should have come with me in my carriage. Why did you go off with that man?
My dear, it was out of your way.
She herself was curious why her own carriage hadn't come. It was supposed to wait in the Piazza with the others. Maybe the driver had stayed away in protest because she hadn't paid her livery account in 6 months. The simulacrum had accepted a ride in Monsieur Spitz's cabriolet. You couldn't have expected it to be discreet. She felt no responsibility for its actions. But Monsieur Spitz was cruelly murdered, after all. She waited until Jean-Baptiste had left the room before she turned back to the girl.
Here's what you must do. I know a jeweler in the Strada Stavropolios. I myself have had to sell my jewels one by one, and he has made me copies. I have seen in his windows duplicates he has made of famous stones. In any case, I believe tourmalines are not the most expensive. Let us hope your father does not examine it too closely. As for the check, sign it over to me. I will give it to my accountant, and he will make inquiries. Maybe it can be turned into money for some percentage of its written value. That's all we can hope for. Do you have it with you?
The Baroness imagined that she understood Mademoiselle Corelli's frustration because she also had money she was afraid to use. The bag of currency she had taken from Egypta's Shank's armoire. She had not even counted it. Maybe it was enough to save her, pay her most pressing debts. But if the princess's money was marked or accounted for in some way, that would be the end. No, she wasn't responsible for what the simulacrum had done. Claude Spitz was nothing to her. But at moments all morning she had been revisited by the sight of the princess's protruding eyes and tongue, the spirit bird fluttering on her lips. She would feel a sudden flash of heat within her body, which was the sign of her regret. There was no time to linger on those thoughts and feelings, with complications and difficulties piling upon her. The past was nothing, and she would find a way to conquer this. Even so, she could not but remember the series of bad decisions that had brought her to this crisis. Caught between two murders, and to protect herself against suspicion of one was to invite unanswerable questions about the other. It was her fault. It was all her fault. In the first place, she had gone to visit the princess before she even had her hands on Miranda Popescu. Why? Was it to gloat? To prove that she also was a powerful woman who could influence the fate of nations? And then the second time, was it to punish her? Ask for her forgiveness, her help? Not to kill her, but that's what she'd done. And at the same time she had let her simulacrum loose in the Empress's palace. Did she think it wouldn't be affected by her own moods, her own violence? This was the way she always did things, she reflected later after Mademoiselle Corelli had gone away. She lay back on the horsehair settee, the folded check in her hands. She was an artist, that was it. An artist, not a criminal, and if she found herself involved now in murder and robbery, she had been driven to it, she was sure, by desperation and the cruelty of others. Once, when she was 16 years old, an Italian critic had called her one of the great artists of her generation. And the way to art was not to think too clearly, not to plan things out, but to follow where your heart and emotions led. Well, they had led her into a cesspool now, and it was time for thinking to take over. The check was signed and countersigned. She unfolded it now and spread it out on the small table. It was for 500,000 francs, which was not as much as she had hoped. Hadn't she heard Spitz say he would pay 2 million? Domino Lucatz was a fool, and she had led him by the nose. She couldn't be sure all the others were as foolish. Mademoiselle Corelli had used the word cabriolet to describe Spitz's carriage, meaning, she supposed, a hired cab. If so, was there a driver? Or had Spitz driven the horse himself? Jean-Baptiste had served Turkish coffee in small red cups. It had gone cold, but the Baroness took a small, sweet sip. She imagined this was the last time she would sit on this sofa, the last time she would sit in this room, because now it was clear to her that she must go. She had the check, the tourmaline, and the princess's money, all of which were tainted and questionable, but they would have to do. She couldn't stay here, that was certain, waiting for the police to search the house. But she would take the train to Budapest, across the border into German-occupied Hungary. She would write Mademoiselle Corelli from there, saying the check had proved worthless after all. If her fears were groundless and no danger followed her, then maybe she'd return. She wondered whether she would take her son. At that moment there was a knock on the door, and Jean-Baptiste came in with the mail. Bills and invitations, invitations and bills, and one small anonymous note reminding her of an appointment at 2 o'clock. What was that? Oh, yes, her simulacrum had promised Herr Gräuben she would meet him at Cathedral Walk. In a way it was a stroke of luck. If she was to cross the border, then she would need a German visa. Jean-Baptiste had not left her. He stood in the middle of the carpet, his hands behind his back. She glanced up at him, aware once again of the tremor in his Adam's apple. What did he know? There had been blood on her clothes, a strange and brilliant jewel. A policeman had come and gone. He must have his suspicions. No, but there was more, obviously. "Ma'am," he said.
Please, ma'am." He was stuttering and afraid, which was unusual. I wanted your permission to take your bed sheets and your clothes from last night. Burn them, ma'am. I wanted to burn them."
She said nothing, only stared at him. His blade-like face, his high, narrow shoulders, which were hunched now, as if he were expecting some blow from behind. His eyes were too close together, so that they looked as if they were set into the sides of his sharp nose.
"I've been with you, ma'am," he stammered. "Last night I saw him push his way in. I would have helped. Don't think I'm judging you for what you did. I dragged him down the steps after you went upstairs. I swear he was still alive. His carriage was at the curb and the box was empty. I drove him to the Targu Bridge and left him."
She stared at him, his high forehead and clipped, receding hair.
"Ma'am, you must know this won't stop here. I cleaned the stairs and the tile floor. I took the candlestick. But with that boy upstairs... Please, ma'am, I know you are in trouble. I know you have no money. And this morning I heard from the butcher as I went to buy your ham. The Baron's pension was revoked. I have to tell you, I have a little saved. I bought the ham myself. I have a house in the mountains that my father left me, and I want you to know that you could always share it. As my
he added after a pause. She stared at him. It took a moment for her to understand.
"As my wife,"
he was attempting to say. She tried to imagine what she must be feeling. Her hands felt hot. Doubtless she had a kind of affection for this loyal man, who would work for her forever without pay. His words were touching, but at the same time she was angry. How dare he? She was the Baroness Ceausescu. He was a servant, an ugly old man, almost as old, almost as ugly as her late husband. The Baroness Ceausescu. But she was also a whore's daughter with no place to go, not a 5-leu penny to her name. No one but a lunatic would take her in. How dare he insult her by reminding her of that? Now, as was her habit, her thoughts resolved themselves into two competing claims. Of all women, she was the cleverest, strongest, best. But at the same time, there was no one in God's universe as pitiful, as evil, as selfish, as contemptible as she.
"As my guest," he finished finally.
He was too much of a coward even to ask her. She looked up at his frightened face. She felt disgusted and polluted now. At the same time, she was convinced that very soon he would reject and spurn her as she deserved. It was true. He was a worthy man, son of a respected schoolteacher in Cluj.
"Thank you, Jean-Baptiste," she said. "Thank you for your wishes, and for what you've done. What time is it?" "Past noon, ma'am. Then I must go. I have an appointment at 2. Put out my coat and some clothes into a bag. Here is the key to my closet. You are right about the boy upstairs. Don't worry, I will close up that room. This afternoon, will you buy me a train ticket to Budapest? I feel—" "With what, ma'am? There is no money in the house." "Then perhaps you can lend me a small sum." He stood for a moment, expressionless. "And the house, ma'am?" "The Baron left it to my son, not to me." For a long time she had been aware of the small bell ringing on the 4th-floor landing. "I will bring some food to the boy. I will tell him to be on his way," she said. He nodded, turned to go. As soon as she caught sight once more of his retreating back, as soon as he opened the door into the front door hall, she closed her eyes. Now suddenly she was overcome with horror. There in the vestibule, where the policeman had been standing, there at the bottom of the stairs, the simulacrum had... What? Murdered a man? Or no, he was still breathing, thank God. How had she done it? Struck him with a candlestick? Had the jeweler tried to touch her?
No, not her, but an unfeeling and murderous automaton. Jean-Baptiste had driven the carriage to the bridge into the gypsy town. Had anyone seen him? One thing was for certain, it was all her fault. One thing was for certain, she could not continue in this way. This morning she would mark a new beginning, leave this place behind. She could do 100 things. She was still beautiful, or at least men still told her so. She was only 34 years old. Across Europe there were dozens of theater managers who would hire her. She would take back her old name. Eyes closed, she listened to the distant ringing of the bell. Kevin Markasev, that was not his real name, had no memories from childhood. But because the mind abhors a vacuum, in his hours of captivity in the Baroness's house, he had invented a story for himself, a family in Odessa and Romania, trips to the Danube Delta with his cousin. These were the stories he had borrowed from the woman with the crystal ball in Bucharest, and told to Miranda Popescu on the hill. In that place he had felt more alive than ever before, and almost by now those stories were his own. Without them, whole years were blank, effaced. But he imagined his family could not forgive a boy who was so sensitive, who was consumed with nightmares and strange dreams. Often in his dreams, a man came to him and told him what to do, a small man with a big head and little red-tinged eyes. He was a gentleman in elegant clothes, with a star around his neck, and Markasev obeyed him as he would have obeyed his own father. Now, as he sat thinking in the Baroness's cage, nothing seemed real, not this life, these dreams, or any part of his past. Yet there was a part of him that coveted normality. Every morning since the night when he had stumbled into the Baroness's house in Cluj, as he woke chained or caged in the half-light or the dark, he had lain still without understanding for a few moments, expecting to find himself safe in the whitewashed bedroom in his mother's house in Odessa, and his mother calling him. When he rang the bell, always he imagined she might come for him, though he could scarcely remember what she looked like. Now the door opened, and in the light from the yellow room he saw the Baroness standing on the threshold. She had a bowl of hot milk and toast. He could smell it. He thought of her as the Lady of Comfort and Tears. He didn't use her name. She had saved his life. Often she appeared to him, as she now did, dressed in soft, simple clothes, bringing food or water or a towel to wipe his face. Her hair, cut short around her face, was a soft color which combined black and brown and red, and when she bent down to wash him, as she often did, he could smell in it or on her skin a small odor of nutmeg or lemon oil, some rich and bitter fragrance. Her eyebrows were thick, and her eyes were very dark, very blue, almost purple in some lights. Her skin was pale without any red in it, but instead a kind of milky blue, the color of milk with the fat skimmed away. Her forehead was wide and smooth. There was no line on it, no wrinkle around her eyes or mouth, because when she was angry, as he'd sometimes seen her, she did not contort her face. And when she cried, as she often did, she did not wail or moan or change her breath. The tears brimmed on her lashes, flowed over her smooth cheeks. Now, as she unlocked the cage and bent down over him, he could smell the butter and black pepper in the bowl she carried. The smell made him weak. She wore a man's white shirt, partly unbuttoned. She put the bowl down on the small table and touched his forehead. Her hand, as always, was very cold, such a comfort on his sweating brow. He was dressed in a coarse woolen shirt such as prisoners wear. He lay on a straw pallet in the middle of his cage. He was not bound. Sometimes when he woke, he would find the chains around his wrists. The lady was afraid of the strength of his spirit animal, she said. A mountain lion from the northern forests, she said. But the chain had enough slack in it to let him reach the bell pull. It might take hours, but she would come to release him, feed him, talk to him. Now she touched his burning forehead, held his hands. "Where did you go?" she asked, and he told her about his journey into the forest, where there was a great cave with a fire burning in its mouth.
"You will not go there again," she said. "I have come to tell you I've petitioned the judge, and he's resolved to let you free, wherever you wish. Only you can't stay here. Whatever you want, I will try to provide it. I know a farmer in a place far from Cluj. Maybe he will take you in to work with the animals."
"Praise God," he said. As she was talking, he imagined the high meadows and the sheep. He imagined himself on the mountain all the summer months.
"Rest now," she said. "Take these pills. I'm going out for the afternoon for a little while. Then we'll take you from this room."
She did not lie. The Baroness knew a family in the Bukowina region, a German farmer in her husband's debt. They were under some version of German law there, and they would not turn the boy over to the Empress's magistrates. Regardless, he would not be able, she thought, to identify her house, nor did he know her name, she hoped. There was still danger, but the boy had suffered enough. She would find him clothes, pack him a suitcase with her own hands. She would give him a gift, something of value from her house, because whatever he had done, he was just a boy, some unknown woman's son. She herself was the mother of a child she rarely saw, and for the sake of that child she would release the boy. If there was a risk to her, she would accept that risk. These were her thoughts as she left the house and turned up the street, which debouched into Elysian fields. This was a quadruple row of linden trees, a public park that was pretty in the spring and summer, with flower beds and shaded benches. On that cold gray winter afternoon there was no color in it, except for the clothes of the people. Consumed by her own imagining, the Baroness Ceausescu didn't notice, as she stalked in her high boots over the cobblestones, that the park was more crowded than usual. But when she came into the open place around Vespasian's fountain, and saw in front of her the blue-tiled dome of the Suleimania synagogue, then she realized she was on the outskirts of a crowd. And with her instinct for social hierarchy, she saw it was an unusual group, made up partly of rich men and women in fur coats, partly of black-robed Christian priests, partly of shopkeepers, partly of the poor, beggars even, dressed in rags on that chilly day. There were soldiers, as there were at every Christian procession. The Baroness watched while the priests unloaded a gilded coffin from the back of the hearse, drawn by 6 black geldings, restive in the cold. The Patriarch, a bearded man in silver robes, blew on his hands. There were many signs of grief among the crowd. Old men blew their noses, wiped their red-rimmed eyes. Old women stood counting their rosaries. The Baroness also felt some emotion, even before she realized she was standing in the middle of the funeral for Princess Egyptus Schenk von Schenk. She wore a gray cap on her head, which she now removed. Beside the synagogue was a small Christian chapel built of dark, unpainted wood. The Baroness could see it through the naked trees, see the people milling around. Here, in the capital city, the Empress had forbidden any public exhibition of the Cross of Christ. There was a small square tower with a weather vane on top. For no reason at all, the Baroness found herself staring up at it, staring up at the huge bird that perched on it, so she was able to see clearly when the bird spread its wings and fell into the air. It flew unsteadily over the crowd, a gypsy eagle with many broken feathers. It looked exhausted, as if it had flown a long way. Now it pulled in its wings and fell onto the hearse, where it perched on the high ridge of carved woodwork behind the cab. Some of the men cried out, stamped their feet, bent down for stones to drive the bird off, until the Patriarch raised his hands. He pointed. There, on the bird's breast, tied to its stringy thigh, was an iron crucifix. Some in the crowd recognized it.
"It is her sister's cross,"
one said. The Baroness also had seen it before, on Princess Clara's neck before she fled to Germany. Then once more in a photograph of Miranda Popescu. Around her, men and women had fallen to their knees. She herself felt suddenly conspicuous. Full of regret, she glared up at the bird's sharp, mindless head. Egyptus Schenk had been well loved. She had not deserved to die at the hands of a whore's daughter, who so often acted without thinking. Blinded by tears, she pushed her way out of the crowd and across the street. She pushed past Domnul Lucat, who raised his hat. What was he doing there? She couldn't think about it. She was too upset. Nor had she regained her composure by the time she had reached Cathedral Walk, a promenade along the riverbank, lined with restaurants and shops. Herr Gräuben was waiting for her under the lamp-post. The Baroness had put on a small disguise. She was dressed in a green jacket, such as a student might wear. A woolen scarf was knotted around her neck, and she wore gold-rimmed spectacles. She had expected that Herr Gräuben would sit with her in a quiet corner of the promenade, looking out over the barges and houseboats. In summer, bourgeois families strolled up and down. The cafes and restaurants put tables on the street. In winter, only the hardy stayed outdoors, and she imagined Herr Gräuben would prefer the privacy. She was surprised, therefore, when he led her across the street to a German restaurant in the center of the block, where the lamps were already lit inside the plate-glass windows.
"Would you like some good German pastry?"
he asked. And she followed him inside, and the first thing that happened was her spectacles fogged up suddenly. The place was oppressively hot. Oppressively loud, also, and full of happy people smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee and schnapps. Herr Gräuben indicated a small circular table against the wall, and she sat down. She stripped off her gloves, wiped her spectacles with her pocket handkerchief, while he raised his hand for service.
"Why are we here?" she asked in French. "It doesn't matter. Talk between friends. There's someone I'd like you to meet."
Then a fat-faced, mustachioed waiter was there, and Herr Gräuben was whispering to him behind his hand. At a neighboring table, an old woman cut into a small meat pie. The Baroness felt light-headed, hungry, faint. The waiter smoothed the palms of his hands down the front of his white apron. He looked attentively at the Baroness, who turned away.
"Monsieur,"
he said to her,
"we have a table in the back. We are honored."
Her face felt greasy, hot. She scarcely knew what he was saying.
"Monsieur,"
she thought, confused. But she allowed Gräuben to take her by the elbow. Hadn't he just asked her to sit down? Now he led her to the back of the cafe, down the hall toward the washroom. There was another little room with the walls painted red. No one was in it except for a man reading a newspaper at a small table. He stood up to greet her.
"Madame la Baronne,"
he said, bending down over her naked hand.
"I am very pleased."
She saw the bald patch in the middle of his head, his straight black hair combed back to hide it. When he straightened up, she recognized him, a small man elegantly dressed in black, his face ugly enough to seem deformed. His skin was covered with small lumps and splotches.
"Your Grace,"
she murmured. He was the Elector of Ratisbon.
"I was in town when my secretary informed me. Please, would you care for—"
And then he was fussing around her, drawing her down into a cane-backed chair, talking about nothing while the waiter brought coffee and an assortment of sweet cakes. With a kind of wonder, she studied his disgusting face, not listening until he drew his chair toward hers.
"My secretary informed me there is something you might know concerning Miranda Popescu."
He blinked, opened his eyes, which had been hidden before. To her they seemed enormous, scarcely human, an animal's eyes, a cow's or a horse's. Vulnerable, she thought. She peered into them, timidly at first. Herr Gräuben stood at the door, pretending not to listen. There was nothing to listen to. Ratisbon turned away.
"Please, you must try one of these small torts. They are from Bavaria."
Then he was off again, prattling about this and that, as if he'd known her for years, when she could only remember having met him twice, years before, at official functions in a crowd of people. But she had read in the newspaper that he'd been expected. He was staying at the Athénée Palace Hotel. She wondered why he hadn't been at the Empress's reception.
"Yes, I would have liked to have gone,"
he said, as if he'd read her mind.
"It was part of the reason for my visit, particularly since relations between our countries are so tiresomely low. But then came that news about the shopkeepers in Bukovina. Did you hear? They had a small social club, open to anyone of German ancestry. Just some old men. Did you hear? 2 nights ago it burned. Hungarian immigrants mostly, but local people too. They burned some of the shops. So I thought it would be difficult for me to attend under the circumstances, and besides, I had a migraine. All week I have been meeting with the German Friendship Union. Very boring, I must tell you. And a visit to the palace would have been a welcome respite, especially since I hear I missed the opportunity to see you dance in public. The thought of that alone has made me miserable. I remember I saw you in Berlin at the Federal Opera House before your retirement. It must have been, dear me, more than 15 years ago. I was still a young man.
Throughout this speech, the Baroness had been watching his hands. They were expressive and beautiful, and he used them when he spoke. He made delicate gestures in the air, while at the same time his face remained quiet and dispassionate. It was as if he didn't want to bring attention to himself even by smiling. In the Romanian press there was some speculation about what was wrong with him. Leprosy was one suggestion. Smallpox seemed more likely. He paused, picked up his knife and fork, and admired the way he now consumed a cream-filled eclair, cutting it into tiny pieces that he ate one by one. When he was finished, not a speck of cream or pastry remained on his plate. Even his knife looked clean and polished, while she had, through her nervousness, made a mess of her own torte. It would not do, she thought, to pick it up, so she had reduced it to crumbs under her fork without managing to trap a single bite. Was he a buffoon? She thought. No, he was one of the most powerful men in Germany. His cuffs were white as cream, and his hands tinged with a rosy color. His nails were trimmed and manicured, and he wore no jewelry except for a gold signet ring incised with a small pattern of interlocking circles. It was a pattern she remembered from her husband's notes in his laboratory, part of a page in his handwriting in a code she had never been able to decipher. And then that symbol of 7 interlocking rings. "You think I'm a buffoon?" he asked. She could have sworn he spoke, and that only his tone was different now, serious and grave. But she realized she was looking at his mouth as he devoured the last of his cream eclair. The ring was on his right hand, which was holding his fork. Now she heard his other voice start to prattle on again about this and that, while the question remained. Unnerved, she glanced up at his eyes again. They were huge and brown and vulnerable. He was a conjurer. That much was clear. But why did he bother with this double way of talking, this empty chatter? Surely it wasn't for Herr Gräuben's benefit. And the waiter had already left the room. No, it was a demonstration of seriousness, of power. His eyes looked as big as caves. For a moment, stupidly, she imagined herself wandering across the ruined landscape of his cheeks, coming to his eye and then peering inside. "I know Miranda Popescu is alive," he said, while with his other voice he started to chatter and complain about the bitter weather that was colder than he'd expected. "I have known it all these years. Her mother is my guest, but the daughter escaped. For years Egypta Schenk von Schenk kept me out of this place, but now she's dead. She is dead, and Gräuben tells me that you know about the girl. Is it a coincidence?" The Baroness mashed her torte under her fork. Then she threw it down and took a sip of coffee. What did he mean about Egypta Schenk keeping him away? He had been to Bucharest many times on the night train. But perhaps only the prattling man had come, and the conjurer inside of him had stayed away. "I was curious to see you," said the Elector of Ratisbon. "Not because of your idiotic performances. I take no interest in the fine arts," he said, even though the prattling man at the same moment was describing with many subtle gestures of his hands a concert he'd attended the week before. "Your husband's corner was empty for a long time. Now you have occupied it. And if you are fumbling and clumsy at first, it's natural, because you are a woman. Tell me, where is Miranda Popescu?" he said, while at the same time the prattling man was asking her another question, which she supposed could be answered with the same answer.
Tell me, I had heard that Franjo Bosits was working on another symphony. Is that possible?" he asked, referring to a Serbian composer who'd abandoned his career years before, the result of a mental break. "I don't know. I had heard rumors." Uncertain, she let her voice trail away. "You must not tell me you don't know. I have searched for years. Make no mistake, Romania will yield whether I have that girl in my hands or not. The important thing is to avoid bloodshed. Egyptus Schenk von Schenk is dead, and this morning I woke up with a picture in my looking-glass. A little Romanian cottage in the snow. Diamond-paned windows, a stream and a wooden bridge without a railing. A small lake and a crack in the ice. The pine trees are all broken, and the door stands open. Is that where she has hidden all these years?" "No. Yesterday Groypen tells me you know where the girl is. This morning Princess Schenk von Schenk is dead. Is that why you were making such a spectacle of yourself last night? So that no one would suspect you were not there at all?"
At the same time, the prattling man had asked her a question at least partly in a foreign language, Russian perhaps. It was as if he were anticipating in advance her stammering excuses.
I don't know what you mean," she said.
She pretended to take a sip of coffee, although her demi-tasse was already empty.
"Please, how rude of me," said the prattling man. "The Baroness's cup is empty. Groypen, please signal the waiter."
And he went on and on about this and that until the waiter had come and gone, and the Elector of Ratisbon spoke again. His enormous liquid eyes seemed full of tears.
"Let me tell you, this is not a game we are playing. This is no place for a stupid woman, playing with forces she doesn't understand. I've had enough of ignorant women. Let me tell you, I'm prepared to be generous. I will grant you a safe conduct to Vienna and an annuity of 750,000 francs.
The Baroness stared at the hands of the prattling man. He also was offering terms, suggesting that for a large sum she could be coaxed out of retirement for a series of performances abroad.
"Why would I accept?" she found herself murmuring. "Everything I have is here."
Now for a moment she was horrified, because she had been tricked into suggesting that at least she did know something. No, not horrified. She looked down at her own hands, motionless in her lap. They were not trembling. She was not afraid. For a moment she tried to imagine what she was feeling. After all, she had come here willing to beg for a safe conduct, willing to leave Bucharest that day with nothing but a stolen jewel, a check from a murdered man, and a bag of stolen currency that she had not even counted. But perhaps she felt this secret she'd discovered. The fate of Miranda Popescu was the only thing that still belonged to her, and without it she had nothing. And yet if she had managed to capture the girl, would she not have gladly sold her to this man? Why was she so stubborn? Why did she feel now she would rather die than give him anything?
"I will send my people throughout Europe looking for that little cottage," said the Elector. "I will find it. Only you will make the job easier, which is why I will pay you. If not—"
He shrugged. At the same time the prattling man had coughed into his napkin and murmured something inaudible.
"What?"
The Elector's tears seemed to tremble on his eyelids, but they never fell.
"Groypen tells me you've been useful to us. But you must understand you have been useful to yourself, because a war is coming. So you and all those who have something to offer me, you must remember what is best for you. I would prefer not to mention what I know. Let me just say this. Since Groypen spoke to me, I've had you watched. And since Egyptus Schenk has died, I know what you are. I know what you've been playing at."
The Baroness stared at him, stared into his liquid eyes. Now she was listening to the prattling man.
"If I had known what I was missing, I would never have stayed away from the reception. The chance to see you dancing with that charming jeweler, Monsieur Spitz. You spoke to that charming young lady whose family stole one of my country's greatest treasures. You shared Spitz's carriage, did you not? Who later turned up dead of a gunshot wound. You saw the paper. You are not a woman who goes unnoticed. And that dress, my dear." The Baroness tried to understand what she was feeling. Anger, certainly. Yet there was danger here. These German pigs, the prattling man continued. "No, but my migraines. I had to send my secretary for laudanum to the Institute on the Sosiawa Kiselev. That's where your son is staying, is it not?" In that red room she felt a chill. There was no reason to be stubborn, she reflected. The Elector was right. It was important to remember what was in her interest. "New England," she almost said. The words trembled on her lips. But as she looked into his liquid eyes, she realized suddenly she didn't believe him. There was no possibility of trusting him, even in a bargain between murderers. Anyone who so blithely threatened her son, would never waste 750,000 francs a year on her after she gave him what he wanted. Too late. "New England's," the Elector said, and the prattling man paused in mid-sentence to stare at her. "Where? What do you mean?" She would say nothing else. She felt as if the prattling man had reached into her with his silver fork, his elegant hand, and snatched something away. She wouldn't tell him any more, though doubtless it wouldn't take long to find out where the girl was hiding. "You think it will be easy?" she said. "The Austrians gave up without a shot. The Hungarians surrendered in 6 weeks. Now it's our turn. We will fight you," she said, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, because she knew that he knew that she cared nothing for Romania. She would have sold him the White Tiger without compunction if the terms had been right. Nevertheless, the words made her feel better. "You miserable potato eater," she said. "You odious, disgusting man. You must know our men will crush you, as they did at Koposhvar." And then she stopped because the prattling man was laughing at her, and at the door Herr Gräuben was laughing too. "Dear lady," said the prattling man, "dear lady, please, I would love to stay and chat with you, but, alas, I am a busy man. You see, it has given me so much pleasure. Something to tell my friends, I can assure you, that I had coffee with the great Nicola Ceausescu. Now, please, my government would like to offer you some further payments, though the annuity we spoke of is, alas, out of the question. But Gräuben will write you a check. What do you say to 50 francs? Later, after she left the room, as she plunged through the overheated restaurant, she imagined all the conversation had stopped, and all the patrons and the staff were staring at her. Then she plunged into the cold afternoon. She turned away from the riverbank, crossed the esplanade, and found the tangle of old streets that led uphill to the Temple of Jupiter. The streets were frozen mud laid with duckboards. The houses were wooden cottages joined together at the eaves. Ramshackle wooden fences divided the backyards, where there were washrooms and latrines. The Baroness had not been this way in years. She knew the streets. When she was a child, when she had just begun to find work as an artist's model, she had often slept in the porch of the temple looking down over the lights of the Plevne Bridge. Now she climbed uphill. Because of the small streets, the temple wasn't even visible until you stood outside its gates. Nor was it obvious when you came into the peristyle that from the western porch there was a view over this whole section of the city and the towers of the bridge. The lamps were lit in the sanctuary, and through the screen she could see the ancient statue of Jupiter in his chair. She felt no urge to pray. The despair she had felt in the restaurant had gone away, and she was thinking. She walked out onto the porch and sat down on the steps. The streetlights were coming on at the bottom of the hill. She sank her chin into her scarf. Around her there were several other indigents, people who had made the porch their home, and now sat waiting for the temple servants to bring them their evening meal.
The Baroness Ceausescu rubbed her hands together, then took out a cigarette and smoked it. She was wondering why she had seen Domnul Lucaț at the princess's funeral, when he had made his opinion of her so plain. Was he there in some professional capacity, perhaps as a member of the Siguranta? Or was he spying on the Baroness herself? No, these questions were not what she was interested in. Now she remembered what the prattling man had said. "Charming young lady whose family stole one of my country's greatest treasures." The phrase was out of character for him, too harsh, too heartfelt. What interest did the Elector have in Kepler's eye? Old men were sitting near her. She took her handkerchief out of her pocket to wipe her nose. The tourmaline was wrapped in the cloth. Now she slid it into her hand, looked down. Even in the half-darkness it seemed to shine, a source of faint purple light. It was hard for her to imagine now that when she'd first seen it strapped on Mademoiselle Corelli's forehead, she had scarcely noticed it. What was it Monsieur Spitz had said? That it had been dug out of the brain of Johannes Kepler? She had heard that story before, heard it dismissed also as a fantastic lie. But the Elector of Ratisbon had called it one of his country's greatest treasures, and she possessed it. She was not like these beggars here smoking their cigarettes, waiting for their soup. She had heard part of the story. During the previous century, during the 40 years of war, the Romanian army had occupied the city of Prague. They had burned the castle of the Austrian emperor, who had been interested in curiosities and miracles. Kepler's eye had been part of his collection. Mademoiselle Corelli's ancestor had been an officer in the Romanian army. Snow drifted through the marble columns. It had started to snow. The dry flakes landed on the sleeves and shoulders of her jacket, just a few, then more. Now what was she to do? There was no point now in asking for a German visa. Soon the police would come to her house. Too many people knew about Claude Spitz, and it was likely the Elector would find a way to denounce her, if only for the names she had called him. In her pocket she had Kepler's eye and Spitz's check. But she had not brought the princess's money. And what about her son? No, she mustn't run away. She would clear out the laboratory. Explanations would be found. Gypsies had killed Spitz. He was still breathing when he left her house, unless Jean-Baptiste had finished him. As the Baroness Ceausescu went over these considerations in her mind, the Elector of Ratisbon exited the little restaurant on the esplanade. He had stopped for a while inside the door, chatting with the manager and one or two of the patrons. Once outside, he also felt the need for solitude, and so he wrapped his white scarf around his neck, pulled down his silk-brimmed hat, and struck out on foot toward his hotel, the Athénée Palace, on the Piața Enescu. Herr Gräuben followed at a respectful distance. An old woman's death, a girl's reappearance on the stage of the world, surely these things were related. Herr Gräuben had sent a message the night before. He had seen Kepler's eye strapped to the forehead of some Romanian debutante. No, she was the daughter of Professor Corelli, whose house had been invaded unsuccessfully 5 times before. It was unfortunate that laws must be broken. On the other hand, the stone was German property, stolen long ago. A philosophic man, the Elector was nevertheless conscious of a certain frustration, because this time, too, if he had not taken a painkiller and retired early, doubtless he'd already have Johannes Kepler's eye. But by the time he could be roused, the girl had already left the Empress's reception. Not that it mattered. She didn't possess it anymore. Why else would she have gone to purchase an artificial tourmaline in the Strada Stavropolios? Why would she have done that, if not to fool her father? Herr Gräuben had been right to follow the jeweler's cabriolet. It had stopped at the house off Elysian Fields, and Spitz had followed the Baroness inside. An hour later, a servant had bundled him out, had driven the cab himself down to the river. Herr Gräuben found it with the horse cut loose. He'd thought the man was drunk. No, unconscious with his head broken in, and the stone was not there, though the setting was loose among the pillows, a strap of chased silver that Mademoiselle Corelli had worn around her head. The stone had been pried out of its socket. Gräuben had not notified the police, though it was obvious Herr Spitz had been assaulted. How difficult it was for the Elector in this barbaric foreign capital to find himself constrained by diplomatic niceties. In Munich or Berlin, he would have access to the chief of police. That afternoon he had been careful not to mention the stone to Baroness Ceausescu. He had talked about the girl, though the stone had been uppermost in his mind. Now, as he walked across the square under the streetlights toward the massed pile of the hotel, he scanned the sidewalk for a trace of his Romanian agent, or else some employee of the German embassy, but there was no one, and in an instant he was surrounded by a pack of beggars. Derelicts and orphans always waited around the double revolving door under the statue of the goddess Minerva, which was carved in an irritatingly muscular fin de siècle style. The Elector, famed for his generosity, paused under the streetlight to allow the beggars to come close. The children, of course, needed no invitation. Already they surrounded him in a circle and pulled at his sleeves. But it took a while for the older men and women to shuffle out of the ornate doorways and come toward him with bleared, hopeful eyes. Who were they? Military veterans, perhaps. That one had a wooden leg. Unfortunate women, more sinned against than sinning. In Germany there was nothing like this, especially not in such a place. As he searched his pocket for his roll of coins, he looked up at the hotel's over-decorated facade. Above him, in the first-floor ballrooms, a party had spilled out onto the balconies. It was his custom always to carry several rolls of 5-franc pieces. Now he peeled back the paper and brought out the coins. He pressed one into the palm of each child, then reached out to find the hands of the adults, some of whom still hung back. One in particular, an unfortunate drunken woman with no hat or shawl, whose cheeks were dark with broken blood vessels, but whose eyes still glittered with intelligence. He took her cold hands in his, murmuring some encouragement as she flinched away, appalled by his ugliness. All this will change, he thought. Bored now, he pushed through the crowd into the revolving door. Inside the lobby, he stood stripping off his gloves next to the elevator under the crude gold faux Byzantine mosaic of the vault. He looked again for his Romanian agent and saw a man separate himself away from the people at the desk to approach not him but Gräuben, who was close behind. The Elector removed his topcoat and slung it over his arm, then rode up alone in the wheezing cage. Later, in his suite on the 5th floor, listening to the hiss of the steam pipes in the overheated room, the Elector waited for Gräuben's knock. He stood by the French windows, looking out over the lights of the city and the dark expanse of public gardens. When the man entered, he didn't turn around. "Sir, they found nothing," said Hans Gräuben, "though I admit they didn't have a chance to search the entire house. She was still gone when they left, but the servant only went out for an hour. They searched her bedroom and the obvious places." Without turning, the Elector sat down into an armchair, set so that he could continue to look out the window. He stretched his short legs out in front of him. He frowned as he examined his shoes. "Where does she do her work? Her husband's laboratory. Did you find that?" Gräuben shrugged. He stood in the middle of the rose-colored carpet, a young, handsome, worried man, dressed in a black overcoat which he did not take off. "Do you think," said the Elector, "that she had the jewel with her at the restaurant?" "I wasn't aware of its effects." "Were you not? Were you not indeed? Tell me, Hans, is she an attractive woman?" Again Hans Gräuben shrugged. "No more so than yesterday. In any case, those stories are just superstitions." The Elector pressed his palms together in front of his face. In the past, he imagined, the Baroness might have had the capacity to inspire many emotions, lust, envy, admiration perhaps, but loyalty and selfless love were not among them. The jewel had the power to change that, for her and for him also. "A superstition, is it? An old wives' tale. Hans, no doubt you think you're a modern man." "Your Grace, I tell you, the properties of the stone are a matter of scientific fact. Science, you understand. I asked you whether you had found Ceausescu's laboratory.
Yes, it is true. There is a lot of superstition connected with those primitive alchemical experiments, and so it is a good policy to ban them by law. But you mustn't forget, even the great Isaac Newton was an alchemist, and it was to form an alchemical laboratory that he was invited to Berlin after the destruction of the British Islands. You see, even that is an example of what I mean. To the vulgar mind, a moral and spiritual catastrophe, a proud nation destroyed by vengeful gods. As scientific men, we know the cause. An earthquake along the Great Grampian Fault. A natural occurrence, and yet the effect was the same. A tidal surge that destroyed London. Now here we are in a primitive country, and we see women like Egypta Schenk, with her charms and prayers and potions. That is the oldest and least effective way of organizing these phenomena. Then we see Baron Ceausescu and his experiments. More efficient, certainly, because he was a man. So we can place his thinking at an intermediate point, and even admit he might have been capable of great things if he'd had a German education. But you and I, Hans, have the benefit of much research, and if we are able to do more, it is because the scientific foundation has already been laid. The experimental stage, you might say, has already been concluded, leaving us as its beneficiaries, leaving us free to summon its conclusions and refine them into scientific principles, and then manipulate them at a distance, like Plato's philosopher kings. Behind him, the Elector could sense Gräuben's skepticism, hear his disapproving sniff. So perhaps he'd been over-optimistic to include him in a category with himself. Perhaps he was just a servant after all. And perhaps, the Elector reflected, there was no one in such a category, which left him with a lonely duty. "I should like a whiskey soda," he sighed. Confused with melancholy, he sat back, then allowed himself to press his fingers first against his lips, then against the hot, broken surface of his cheeks, ravaged by smallpox when he was just a boy. "These anti-conjuring laws," he went on, "are against superstition only, a way of discouraging false principles, false explanations. You must see the distinction. On one side it is all hocus-pocus and darkness, though admittedly certain tricks have been discovered. No, not discovered, but stumbled on by chance. And they've been passed along in secrecy, not subject to public scrutiny or experimentation, because the thinking behind them is all wrong. That's what the enemy is. And on the other side we have the modern science of conjuring, and there is nothing about science that should be hidden or concealed. When I am in the government, you will see these are the first laws I will repeal, because they have outlived their usefulness." Even as he said this, he felt a twinge of doubt. Darkness and hocus-pocus, but for 20 years Egypta Schenk had managed to confound him. Superstitious nonsense, irrational and female. And yet if she'd not died, doubtless she'd still be thwarting him. "Egypta Schenk kept me from this place," he murmured as he listened to Gräuben at the cabinet, the reassuring clink of the bottles, the rattle of the ice. "Or rather, when I came here I was not myself. Now here I am, and I can't think what to do. Miranda Popescu is in America. Do you think so? Or is that another trick? It occurs to me we have no confirmation of any of this, but just our beautiful friend's word, which is not, I fear, to be trusted." Herr Gräuben stood behind him, holding the glass. "But, Your Grace, yes, this is sad and exhausting work. Clara Brankovenu's daughter. She is just a girl, you understand. Just a girl. And is there no one on God's earth who can protect her from me? No one. No." There was a small table beside the Elector's armchair. Herr Gräuben laid the glass down on it and stepped back. Impassive, the Elector sat with his fingers pressed together
as the ice gradually melted and he fell asleep. His head fell back and his mouth fell open slightly, revealing his small, clean teeth. His eyelids trembled from the movement of his eyes. His hands were clamped together now, folded on his flat belly. From time to time his feet, stretched out on the hassock, twitched and shook. Hans Gräuben stood behind him. Bored, he examined the painted wallpaper beside the door, a motif of Egyptian landscapes, palm trees, crocodiles, and the dome of Khufu's great synagogue. He examined the portrait on the opposite wall, a beautiful woman dressed à la paysanne, as if for a country ball. She wore a peasant's embroidered vest, and her skirt was carefully torn. She had a hungry, wild expression on her face. Hans Gräuben stared at her for many minutes, waiting for instructions. If the Elector had dozed off, what should he say? What should he do? Should he cough discreetly into his hand? Impatient, he approached the side table. The woman in the portrait was called Inès de Rougemont. He learned from a label on the gilded frame. A debutante from the previous generation, dead from a cancer in middle age. He thought he remembered reading her obituary. Now he leafed through the evening papers on the table, looking for news of Claude Spitz's murder. But the stories were painful to read, and so he stood for several more minutes examining the medallion on the carpet. It was intolerable to have to wait like this. And so finally he approached the Elector's chair, intending to wake him and announce he would be going. When he got close, he heard some muttered words, and when he looked down he saw to his horror that the Elector's eyes were open, that his pupils were trembling. The sign of a waking trance, as all the world knew and every child was taught. At that moment it was clear to him that the Elector, despite his money and connections, was a criminal, was at that moment committing a crime, and all his lofty talk of science was a fraud, or self-delusion. And if Gräuben stayed, then he'd be implicated. Is this why he had killed a man, to suck up favor with a conjurer? As he rode down in the elevator cage, he felt claustrophobic and afraid, desperate to be outside in the cold night. And once he reached the square, he couldn't imagine shutting himself up again inside a cab. So he walked home along the Sosyawa Kiselev, past the Institute for Mental Deviation, a large brick mansion set back from the street. He walked a long way to his small apartment in the north part of the city, and even when he reached it, he preferred to sit outside smoking cigarette after cigarette rather than go in. He didn't understand the Elector's preoccupation with Miranda Popescu. Cut off and alone, what did she matter in the clash of nations, the courses of destiny? Just one girl? The entire Brankovinu family was finished, gone, destroyed. The Elector, he thought, was a superstitious man. More than that, a conjurer, a criminal, not to be trusted, and Gräuben, by accepting money, had made himself a criminal's accomplice. There was no chance now that he'd be able to break away. The Elector was too powerful, and he knew about Herr Spitz. Above Hans Gräuben the stars glittered, clearly visible in that area of large lawns and dim or broken streetlights. When he was too cold to sit, he walked stiffly back and forth. When he was too cold to walk, he went inside and lay down sleepless in his overcoat, his heart full of thuggish misgivings and regrets. He was not a murderer, he told himself. He refused to imagine that he was. Herr Spitz would have died anyway from the wound on his head. If he could have brought him back to life again, he would have. It had been merciful to end his suffering. Still, he was afraid that night the Jew would come to him while he was sleeping. At the Institute for Mental Deviation, a lamp burned on the second floor. There, a boy sat in his dormer window, which he had opened through the bars. He was small, fair-haired, the only child of Baron and Baroness Ceausescu. He was named Felix, after the Baron's father. Often in that room he would sit without speaking, almost without moving, for hour after hour, staring at the lantern flame. That night he could scarcely sit still. His hands were stroking the windowsill, scratching at the bars. He understood there was a change in the atmosphere. He didn't know where it had come from, that it had gathered above the towers of the Athénée Palace Hotel and now was spreading over the city. But he thought he could feel in the steel bars of his room the tingle of an electric spark. He could feel a new sharpness to the air, a new thinness to the membranes that keep us from each other and the world, keep this world from the realm of spirits, devils, gods. That night there was no space between the living and the dead. In the wooden church on Elysian Fields, in the small subterranean chapel of St. Simon the Fisherman, 2 men sat waiting. They had broken open the coffin of Egyptus Schenk von Schenk, had taken out the body, wrapped in its shroud, and laid it on the stone table in front of the altar. They had put into her hands the Brankovenu crucifix, made out of the nails of the true cross. They had pulled away a corner of the cloth. One man got up now. Holding up the brass candlestick, the long white candle, he studied for the 19th time the part of her face he could see. The coarse gray hair, the big nose, the sunken eyelid. Was it moving? Was it moving now? He could not but imagine the eye underneath, trembling and motile. Was that a tremor of the cloth over her lips? For the 19th time he took the brass hand mirror and slid it under the shroud, drew it back, examined it. Surely soon there'd be some mist upon it. Or else they would wake up to find the shroud was empty, the body gone. Surely this was all still part of the princess's design, the instructions she had left for him. Nearby, in the house on Saltpeter Street, Kevin Markosseff lay still. Hourly he had expected the Lady of Comfort in tears. Now she had come, and he pretended sleep so as to watch her. She had lit the lamp. She sat in the leather armchair next to a dusty table. Markosseff watched her through the bars of his cage. Nor was it possible to tell by any movement of her shoulders or contortion of her face, any sound or quickness of breath, that she was weeping. Only once she turned toward him, and he could see the tears on her face. That night he, too, was aware of a new beginning. Often at intervals during the past few months, he had felt the presence of the ghost in that house, tasted in his mouth the strange sulphuric taste that ghosts bring with them. But that night, with the skin between the worlds nearly effaced, he was aware first of a snuffling creature. He imagined it nosing in the shadows, the red pig of Cluj. And as if conjured out of the Baroness's tears, there he was now, her attentive husband, brought back out of the land of the dead to comfort her. His eyes closed down to slits. Still Markosseff could see him as he moved around the room. Markosseff could see him before the Baroness felt his presence. A bald man with the greasy skin of the dead. Big, sagging features, little pig's eyes. It was a face Markosseff recognized from dreams. The man was dressed in a military uniform, the star of Roumania around his neck. In his dreams the man had been a devil to him, a cruel father and a master. But now Markosseff could almost imagine he had been redeemed by wretchedness, by his love for the Lady of Comfort in tears. She sat in her armchair biting her fingernails while he moved around the room. He was studying her face, reaching out to her and then pulling back. Only when he came close to her did he seem spectral or ephemeral, when he reached as if to touch her with his knotted long fingers. Then the boy could see his flesh was weaker than her flesh. He reached out as if to touch her hair. She flinched away, brushed her hand against her ear as if a fly had lighted on it. Then she turned, staring at him, though she couldn't see him. "Who's there?" she said, no tears now in her voice. Markosseff could see she had a green stone in her hand. It glittered softly in the light. On one of the side tables stood a Ouija board. The Baroness had laid it out and consulted it many times, though not for several days. Now, by itself, the planchette started to move. It trembled and chattered across the board, but when the Baroness got up to look, it skated rapidly from letter to letter. Markosseff couldn't see, couldn't read, nor did he have to. For at the same time the old Baron opened his leathery mouth, whispering words too softly for his wife to hear. "My love," he said. "Dear one." "Who's there?" cried the Baroness. She could not smell the odors of the red pig of Cluj, thought Markosef. She had no taste of sulphur in her mouth. She couldn't see her husband as he held out his weak arthritic hands. But she was reading the words as he whispered them, and in a moment she relaxed.
"Oh, it's you," she said. "What do you want?" "My dear, I saw you weeping."
There was no trace of tears now on her cheeks. As if impatient with the slow letters, she cut him off.
"Someone in my house. Someone went through my clothes, my boxes. Jean-Baptiste." "It wasn't Jean-Baptiste,"
whispered the old man.
"How do you know? The door was locked. Oh, I have many troubles."
And her eyes brimmed up again. Markosef watched the old man acting out a pantomime of sympathy. He wrung his hands, held them out in supplication, though his wife couldn't see. Finally he spoke. The planchette started to move.
"What's in your hand?" "A jewel I plan to sell. Tonight I must be gone. The police will come." "You will not sell it. It is Kepler's eye."
She was talking and not reading. Now she stopped, looked down at the board, the planchette skittering from letter to letter.
"Those men came for Kepler's eye."
Markosef listened to the old man whispering.
"There is a man in the first circle now. He told me how a man shot him as he lay in his carriage with a broken head. That man was looking for Kepler's eye. You must keep it. Do you know what it is?"
In his cage, Markosef gave up his pretense of being asleep. He raised himself up on his elbow. He rearranged the blanket over his cold feet. But the Baroness was bending over the Ouija board. She had the green stone in her hand. "When Jo Kepler died in Tübingen, he hang in pub market, and all wept. He was thief and murder, and they wept for him, men and women in crowd, fight soldiers because of love."
"What are you telling me?"
"Love in the stone, keep it."
"What do you mean?"
"Love will protect, you see." There was a story that Johannes Kepler had maintained 1,000 lovers, which didn't seem to be what the Baron was talking about now.
"What do you mean?"
Nicola Ceausescu said again. "Keep it, you will see." Then, after a pause, "Love will protect, and stone will bring to greatness. It is chance for you, and not my gift, but chance. So hold it to your skin, and trust, and do not be afraid to leave all this, my love." This wasn't helping. She had come home to find her bedroom broken into, her boxes and drawers rifled. Even the secret compartment under the pipes had been opened, the money spread across the bathroom floor. The thieves hadn't cared about it. She had come home thinking she would empty out her laboratory that night, send Markosef away, but it was too late. Too late, she knew. Do not be afraid to grab the tiger's tail. He was delusional. Death had made him crazy. With her right hand, she batted the planchette across the floor. She had the tourmaline clasped in her other hand. Of the heart's emotions, love was one she understood the least. How could love protect her from the danger she was in? Then there was a knocking at the quilted outside door, and Jean-Baptiste saying,
"Please, they're here."
No reason to ask who. As she hurried through her yellow room, past the clothes strewn across the floor, she looked out through the windows onto the street and saw the black police carriage with 4 horses. Jean-Baptiste was talking.
"Don't be afraid. I spoke to them as they came in."
There was something unusual in his voice, a thrill of nervousness and triumph. When they came to the stairway, he took hold of her elbow. On the way down, he touched her back. He was a spry old man, and she felt a trembling in his fingers.
"Please, Nicola,"
he murmured, the first time he had ever used her given name.
"Don't be afraid,"
he coaxed, placing his hand on her back as they reached the landing.
"You'll see."
In fact, she was allowing him to bring her down the stairs. Her thoughts were dark and sluggish. She had the tourmaline in her left hand. She felt it slide between her fingers when she squeezed it. Surely they would not put her in prison, either for one crime or the other.
"Be quiet when you meet them," murmured the old man. "I've burned your clothes, all trace. I've left you a letter and some money. Please let me tell you, I could not let them search the house."
She turned to face him on the last landing. The light in the vestibule had not been lit, and the whole stairwell was in shadow. Down below stood a policeman by the door onto the street, and light streamed from the blue sitting room. Jean-Baptiste stood close to her. She could smell his breath, a little brandy. In contrast to his threadbare coat, his slovenly, unshaven look of the morning, he now appeared carefully and meticulously groomed, dressed in a dark suit she had not seen before. He seemed agitated, and he licked his lips. His eyes were full of urgent pleading.
"What have you done?"
she whispered. And she reached out with her left hand and almost placed it on the front of his shirt over his breast. Almost she touched his necktie, which was askew. Now she felt some sympathy with his excitement, some sympathy also for him.
"Ma'am, are you there?"
The voice was one she recognized, harsh, fussy, and with a Hungarian accent. It came from the blue sitting room, and now she looked down and saw Domnul Lucaț on the threshold, a black shadow with the light behind him. Animated now, full of anxiety, she came down the remaining steps. Lucaț stood aside, and she crossed into the room, which was quite warm. There was a fire hissing in the stove. On a small side table stood a silver candlestick.
"Ma'am, your servant was telling us how it was," said Domnul Lucaț. "I understand your feelings. I wish you had told me when I was here this morning."
Was it only this morning? She was staring at the candlestick, which Jean-Baptiste must have brought from somewhere. Immediately she felt a kind of separation, as if a part of her had stepped onto a stage.
"He's been with me a long time," she murmured. "Of course. You felt a loyalty, I understand. You understand also. You have a job," she breathed.
Still she hadn't turned to face him, to face Jean-Baptiste.
"We have a job to do," agreed Lucaț. "Let me say at once there are some favorable circumstances. This man was protecting you. We would like you to make a formal statement." "I am exhausted," she said. "I understand. Tomorrow I will bring the notary. I do not wish to inconvenience you or add to your discomfort. Nevertheless, I must assure you there will be a public statement."
She was staring at the candlestick.
"Is your investigation finished?" "By no means." "May I ask who your informant was?" "Ma'am, I'm not able—"
He was quiet when she turned around. He was dressed in a green overcoat, but as before, his hat was in his hands. The light fell on his gray hair, his dyed mustache, and illuminated also the same odd, stricken look that she had noticed for the first time in her bedroom that morning. Like an actress on the stage, she brought her left hand to her forehead in a long, languorous gesture, then let it fall. She looked at the carpet at her feet, then glanced up at the carefully shined shoes of Jean-Baptiste, who stood in profile behind Domnul Lucaț. He wouldn't look at her, but stared instead at the policeman, invisible in the shadow of the hallway. The Baroness watched his Adam's apple knot and subside, knot and subside. And when he turned to face her, she felt tears come. He seemed lost, his eyes bright and roomy, rimmed with pink. A helpless old man.
"I'm asking for a reason, for your informant's name," she told Lucaț. "Monsieur Spitz died of a gunshot wound. Is that not right?" "How do you know that?" Ratisbon had told her. "I am acquainted with Herr Greupen from the German embassy. If that is the source of your information, then you should ask yourself—"
She let her voice trail away. As on a stage, every movement and inflection seemed false to her, though always, then and now, her audience was taken in.
"I understand that you are trying to help us," Lucaț said, "but he is a poor old man. We have no firearms in the house. Lucas held up his hand. All this can be part of your statement. Please remember, it is in your interest to be discreet. Yes, of course, she said, tears in her eyes. And of that other matter in the Mogoshwaya forest, have you heard something about that? Not yet. She swallowed back a sob. Please don't let him suffer for the crimes of others. Herr Greuben, remember, you might find you cannot trust these Germans. You above all should understand that. She couldn't look at Jean-Baptiste. Instead, she spoke to Lucas. Leave me now. Only if you would, please let me keep a policeman outside the door. Tonight I am afraid to be alone. Which was the truth. Already once that evening, Ratisbon had sent his men to find the tourmaline. When he came for her again, she would be gone. Leave now, she said. She held out her left hand and allowed Lucas to kiss it. She felt the tickle of his mustache on the back of her hand, which she kept clamped in a fist around the stone. Later that night, much later, she took it out as she sat at the table in her kitchen. She rubbed it between her fingers, the green eye of Johannes Kepler. She put it carefully beside her plate. She had sat down with a bottle of beer and a ham sandwich, the first time in years she had tasted this substance, which she had asked Jean-Baptiste to buy for her that morning. But since the previous night, when Egyptus Schenk von Schenk had laid out under her nose the slices of meat and bread, she'd thought about it, the smell of the grease, the way the fat and muscle yielded between her teeth. Then she had forced herself to eat because of the part that she was playing, but in the morning she had woken with a hankering, and now she ate sandwich after sandwich until the packages in the zinc icebox were gone. There was a letter in the middle of the enamel tabletop. It was Jean-Baptiste's letter, and as he'd said, there was money in the envelope. She hoped he had not sold his house in the woods. 10. Tara Mortilor. In the German city of Ratisbon, in her third-floor room in the elector's house, a woman sat at her casement looking up at the night sky. She was not aware of the conjuring in Bucharest, 900 kilometers away. She was not aware of the elector in his trance and the wind that rose from it. She had risen from her bed, unable to sleep. There were no bars in her window, but the drop onto the tiles was perilous, impossible. In the town, where would she go? No one knew her name after these years. She had grown old in this upholstered room. In the mornings, the hair in her brush was streaked with gray. Books were brought to her whenever she wished. Sometimes musicians came to play for her. She was allowed ink, brushes, paints, paper, and for 2 decades she had used them with great skill, drawing from memory the faces of the great men and women she had known, painting from memory the landscapes she had seen. Especially she had amused herself with a series of sketches of someone she had never known, but who had grown up from babyhood under her imagination's eye. Her daughter was a woman now. Clara Brankovanu had not seen her since the first day of her life. But, in pencil or pen and ink, she drew her portrait several times a week. Where was her daughter now in the wide world? Inevitably, inaccurately, her drawings could not but suggest a memory of her own face when she was young, or else a memory of her dead husband's well-loved face. That morning she had drawn, in pen and ink under a gray wash, a portrait of a young woman reading a letter. She was beautifully dressed, elegant, graceful, as Clara Brankovanu once had been. The princess was wrong about many things, but she had gotten some things right. The position of the body, the attitude of weariness and lassitude. Across the ocean in her shelter in the hunter's camp, Miranda sat with her back hunched, overcome with exhaustion, but unable to sleep. Andromeda lay on a sleeping bag staring at her with pale eyes. Andromeda lifted her muzzle from her paws. She lay in the shelter one of the hunters had vacated for Miranda, a round canvas tent over a wooden frame. Bearskins covered the floor, which was of frozen dirt. Even so, the shelter was warm inside. There was a small wood stove, vented by a pipe through the roof.
Andromeda thought about the smells from the bearskin. Miranda sat on her cot. She was reading and rereading the letter Splah had given her at last. She held it up next to the candle. "Listen," she said. Her voice was awkward and unsure. Andromeda thought it couldn't be natural for her to read to a dog. "My dear, I find it hard to express myself in this language I speak only badly to someone with no memory of me. Oh, if you only knew how many letters I have torn and thrown away, or kept only for myself. A friend has smuggled this out for me in his violin, and I have sent it to my cousin, my husband's sister, so that she will send it on to you. So tentatif, as the French say. Did you take French in school? Egypta tells me you may never receive this message, but if you are reading it now, you have received it, n'est-ce pas? At least I can pretend. So let me tell you how much I am thinking of you for all this terrible time. Do not think it was my choice to give you up. After your father was killed, I came here to Ratisbon because I was afraid of your father's enemies. A terrible decision. You have heard of the Battle of Kaposhvar? These Germans will not forgive me for what I did for my country. By an accident, I discovered the Elector's plan after he had made of me some kind of prisoner in his house. He allowed only Egypta to visit me because I was with child. You, my darling. 2 harmless women, he supposes. Egypta stole the battle plan from under his nostrils. He was with the army when I was delivered. Egypta gave me something to make you come early, and it was a good idea because the Elector was furious when he came back and you are gone. Do not trust him for any reason. He is a bad man in this terrible world. Egypta crossed the border with his papers in your nappy. Oh, but why am I telling you all this? Only to say I would have given anything to go with you, but could not. Egypta told the nurse I miscarried, so I had to stay there to pretend. Besides, I was a species of prisoner, as I said. My dear, they knew I was ill because I cried day after day. It was the discomfort of losing you. Since then, every day I must weep sometimes when I think of you growing up alone without your mother or your father, among strangers, as Egypta tried to tell me. She says you are safe in some English language country. Please, what country is that? Now I am in my room here in this house, and my only hope is that you grow up strong in freedom. Always remember who you are from the great families of von Schenk and Brankovenu especially. I know you will have the great heart from your father whom they murdered. From me maybe some kind of a style personnel, and the constant nature to wake up every day hoping to see your face as I have seen it in my dreams. What kind of girl are you become? Each day I am asking myself, supposing something different, some new story. But one day you will tell me from your mouth, and I will know for myself, because one day I will embrace you for the second time. Your affectionate mother, Clara Brankovenu. Andromeda had closed her eyes. Wait, there's more, Miranda said. There's another whole letter. My dear niece, here you are among us once more again, which means that a great hazard will begin today, which will lead to our freedom from black tyranny and our deliverance from foreign powers. Do not worry if you do not feel prepared, because no preparation is possible for what you must undertake. If you are alone and without friends, it is because help is hidden and will come from the strange places. This is as it must be when the weak fight against the strong. With God's help we shall prevail. Now I give you the first instruction to seek me out. You must put your trust to my dear Rodica and faithful Splah, and they will lead you. In Albany I have left another letter in the hands of Jan Dreyfus, who will bring you home. Then in Mogoshwaya, we will find our weapons in the land of our ancestors. Do not shirk from this, and do not linger, because we wait in slavery. You are the white tiger that was prophesied. Many will attempt to stop you or prevent you, so have a care. Egyptus Shank. Miranda refolded the first letter, slipped it back into the envelope with its big wax seal. Andromeda could hear her small, escaping breath. You know, just somehow I was expecting something more, especially the second one. She read it again, folded it up. Egyptus Shank? What kind of name is that? Mogoshwaya? Are you kidding me? Shivering, she wrapped a blanket around her shoulders, then turned around to look at the little stove. The dog, by contrast, was overheated. She lay on a bearskin, panting and yawning with her tongue out. There was movement at the entrance to the shelter, which was covered by a blanket. Peter Gross pushed through the hole, then stood up straight. Talking to yourself? Miranda shrugged, turned, smiled. I guess. Peter squatted down. He was dressed in a new woolen jacket. He reached out his left hand toward Andromeda, but stopped when he heard her small, throaty growl. She doesn't like you, Miranda said. She's not going to hide it now. Well, sure. He sat down against a pile of blankets midway between Andromeda and the cot. Bad news? Miranda shook her head. Unbelievable. Then, in a moment, you can read it if you want. He stretched out his left hand for the envelope. You know, he said, before all this I'd never even really heard of Romania, except in that poem my mom taught me. Now I wake up and it's the most important country in the world. Is that what you've done? Woken up? Now he was reading the first letter, but he was talking to her, which made Andromeda think he was saying something he'd rehearsed. I thought this was a dream because I didn't feel anything at first. Now I think it was because I was afraid. My father used to say it's why cowards are so dangerous. When I saw them put you in that boat, that felt really bad. And when I think about my father... He raised his eyes from the letter to look at her. So maybe I've come out of it a little bit. That felt bad for me, too, when I saw you on that sandbar. Her expression when she said this was a little odd, Andromeda thought. But then Miranda smiled. I've been thinking about it, too. I've been thinking about it all day. You know, when I was a kid, I used to love those books where the girl feels she doesn't belong, and she's having some kind of problems, and she wakes up in a different country, just like this. And she fits into that place like a key into a lock, and everything that made no sense now suddenly makes sense. There are the good guys and the bad guys, the wise king and the shining prince. But I get the feeling we won't find any of that here. There's me, Peter said. Andromeda pricked up her ears. Miranda smiled. With her left hand she drew her hair out of her face, perched it behind her ear. She said, This isn't that kind of story because it's not a book. The book was before. And everything is different, but I'm not any different. I'm not smarter or prettier or stronger. I don't feel I've come home. It doesn't all make sense to me. It's just another place, another bunch of adults and their problems. These women, she said, indicating the letters in Peter's hand. My mother and the woman from my dream. I've wanted to meet them my whole life. I've wondered about my mother my whole life. What kind of woman she is, whether I'd ever meet her. And now I have this photograph and this letter, and you know what? She's a stranger. I think you've changed, said Peter, but she interrupted him. In books you always know the rules, or at least that there were rules if you could learn them. That's the difference between stories and real life, I thought. But maybe nothing real ever makes sense, ever feels like home. Understanding it won't help. That's what I mean. She had shrugged the blanket from her shoulders. Now she sat forward on the cot. Maybe she also had rehearsed something to say. When I was tied up in that boat, and I saw you disappear behind those trees, I thought at first I felt so sick because I was afraid. But I've been thinking about it lying here, and it's because of you. We can't risk losing each other. It's because we're the only people who know each other from before. When you say you feel bad about your father, I know what that means. And I know you're the only person here who knows anything about me. This, she said, indicating the letter in his hand, it's just a fantasy. I mean, what am I supposed to do about this? Go live in some palace on some throne? I gather you're supposed to go home and help out. I gather they're in some trouble over there. And what am I supposed to do about it? I don't know, but it sounds as if your aunt has some ideas. She's sort of been leading you step by step. You noticed that? But who is she? I have one memory of her, and then a face in a couple of dreams. It's not like you. It's not like Stanley or Andromeda or you. And it doesn't mean we have to pretend our lives didn't exist. We were starting to be friends before, and maybe that was the way the story was going to end up making sense. Maybe it'll be harder now, but we can try. He didn't say anything, so she went on. So I'm sorry about getting you into this mess. I know it's my fault that you're here. And I wanted to say I'm sorry because of how I treated you after school started and Andromeda came home. I know it sounds stupid, because it seems like a long time ago. Do you forgive me? He shrugged. It was a long time ago. We can't lose each other anymore, she said. Okay. So I have to ask you, are you coming with me? Peter hesitated. As opposed to what? Oh, I don't know. It seems like everything's been pushed back a couple of 100 years. Maybe you could go west with the gold rush, or go to New York City and play the harmonica on the street, or hang around here trying to get home. There's got to be some way of getting home. Peter shook his head. I've always wanted to go to Europe. I was always jealous of kids who got to go. Miranda smiled. So it's a deal? You'll come with me, and then maybe I can do something to help. Whatever else, my aunt has got to have some powers. Magic powers, whatever. It sounds stupid to say, but there's got to be some way to send us home. Peter smiled, showed his crooked teeth. I wasn't about to leave you, he said, and then Miranda put her hand out for him. When he started to reach toward her with his left hand, she said, No, the other one. Which was enough for Andromeda, more than enough. In a moment she had nosed her way out through the slit in the shelter's skin, out past the blanket and into the clear night. The snow was dry under her paws. The camp consisted of 3 round shelters and a central space of trampled snow. Coming south from the Hoosic River, she and Miranda had climbed mostly uphill for almost 7 miles. They had left behind the great woods and the great trees and climbed into an area of birches and aspens and thorn bushes. From time to time, the trees gave out completely. The hunter's camp was in one of these clearings at the bottom of a shallow bowl surrounded by outcroppings of rocks. Above these, on the south side, there were some sheer rock walls and a small stream dribbled under a layer of ice. In the middle of the circle burned a small, smoky bonfire, and the men sat around it on tree stumps and logs, drinking coffee in the dark cold. Splaw was there, and the 3 others whose winter camp this was. Hard, sun-blackened men who looked as if they'd lived outside for years. They were frightened, apprehensive, and Splaw was trying to reassure them. They spoke English, though it wasn't their first language. They wore wool-lined leather coats, leather pants, rubber boots. In those woods, with the help of traps and lines, retrievers and hounds, they hunted beavers, otters, foxes, and larger animals. As the yellow dog made a circle around the fire, another dog rose to growl at her. He was a yellow-eyed, brindled mastiff named Jack.
"Good boy,"
said his master, a thick, squat, bearded man. He caught hold of his collar. The thing that sucked about being a dog, the fly in the ointment, thought Andromeda, was other dogs. Some were dangerous and mean from the beginning. Others, friendly at first, turned nasty when you didn't let them smell your butt. Among the 7 dogs at the camp, Andromeda had imagined first a hierarchy of physical power with Jack at the top, and she thought he might be vicious because he felt threatened. She was a larger dog than all but 2 or 3, but some of the nastiest were among the smallest, and Jack himself seemed to defer to one hound about half his size, so that wasn't it. There was some more complicated arrangement that might involve breed, age, sex, family relationship, and temperament. Whatever it was, it seemed to work pretty well. Harmony pretty much reigned. She herself was the only irritant, though she'd been in several skirmishes and near fights, and though she'd always managed to chase her attackers away, that never seemed to bring the others closer to accepting her. Yet it was clearly possible, even easy, she suspected, for a newcomer to gain acceptance. So that evening, she dug a place in the snow and sat apart outside of the circle of firelight, watching the others. Certainly there was a language of gesture and smell. Certainly also there was another more conventional language, not of barking so much. Once she was sensitive to it, she was able to hear a whole vocabulary of grunts and moans. The dogs spoke to each other in short, terse conversations, rarely more than a few words. How was she to learn? And why did she care? What could these dim-witted brutes offer her? That she wasted time thinking about it. It was more interesting to listen to the hunters talk about the Wendigo, the ghost Miranda saw the night before. It comes to you in the shape of someone you love. Then it leaves you heartbroken in the snow and brings bad luck to everyone around you. Which was such bullshit. She knew what Miranda had seen. Sasha Porchenko had come to her. Most interesting was to leave the firelight altogether. Near 10 o'clock she got up, shook off the melted snow along her underside. That day there had been a wind and the temperature had dropped. Drifts had formed. But now the wind was gone and the stars burned, and though part of her longed for the acceptance of the other dogs, for the contentment of sitting without thinking any thoughts, there was another part that came alive as soon as she had left the circle of firelight. Because of the warm temperatures of the last few days, and then the sudden freeze, there was a layer of crusted snow that allowed her to move quickly. In many places the wind had blown it clean. In the clearings it gleamed like a clean white piece of paper. Away from the firelight, her senses came alive, and her nose was no longer stuffed with the overpowering smells of camp, smoke, charred meat, and the urine of the 7 dogs. As she left the clearing and moved away through the thin woods, she felt she was pushing through a net, each cord of which was the circle of urine marks that each dog had drawn around the fire. Her instinct was to stop often, restrained by the net, but she pushed through. On the far side she filled her lungs with cleaner air, which was nevertheless scented with a myriad small traces of animals and men. They seemed to draw glowing lines in front of her on the snow. There was the trail the men used, trampled with their boots, over the lip of the bowl and downhill toward a small pond. At the top of the rise, she scratched among the exposed rocks and at the roots of some small bushes. Then she ran parallel to the man's trail that seemed to glow beside her in the small trees. From time to time she was interrupted by the holes and scratches that animals had made across the snow, field mice and rabbits, foxes and raccoons. So many, she had never guessed how many, each with its distinctive shade of burning colors, lime green, pink, purple, and amber, which nevertheless started to fade the instant the animal had passed. These visual patterns did not replace her sense of smell. Instead, they were the way her brain made meaning out of what was otherwise a chaos of small odors. Beside the fire, the stew of powerful, familiar scents made it possible to relax, possible to sleep. Out here in the night, her brain was kept alert and agitated, not just by these impressions, but by the other senses that they overlaid. Her eyes were sharper than those of the girl she had been, seeing mixtures of movement that had been unknown to her before. Her ears also could hear new sounds, and since even for Miranda and Peter, every sensation in this world seemed stronger, richer, clearer, then it was no wonder that the dog felt overburdened by delight. She danced down the hill and through the hummocks of the frozen swamp that filled the north end of the beaver pond. She danced onto the ice, blown clean by the wind. She was sliding and jumping there in a little circle when she heard a sound that made her stop. It was at the limit of her hearing, a howl that reached a quick high note and then sank slowly down. Another voice interrupted, then another. Andromeda knew which she was listening to. It was a family of wolves, away into the west, where she now saw the outline of a range of mountains, black against a darker black. At the same time, she was aware of something else, a gleam of red on the west side of the pond. Moving stiffly, hesitantly now, distracted often by the sound of the wolves, she walked over to investigate. Another man had come to the pond in the last few hours, someone who was not one of the hunters, and was not like them either. Some member, she now recognized, of the family of wild men who had attacked Miranda along the river. She saw the red line of the trail through the frozen grass. The color was still hot, but fading now. It was easy enough to follow, and she took off, avoiding, as before, the heavy print of the boots that broke through the crust. Instead, she followed alongside. At first, she had been hindered by the sound of the wolves. Each time she heard it, she had stopped and lowered her muzzle to the snow. The fur had bristled along the ridge of her back, and her ears and tail had sunk down. But after the first few miles, the sound grew more sporadic, and besides, she no longer responded to it in the same way. Instead, she bounded forward, her ears straining to hear, and this was partly because already she was used to the sound, partly also because she had identified only two voices and not an entire pack, and partly because another instinct was leading her now, a sensation of hunger that increased mile after mile. Of all her senses, the dullest by far was her sense of taste. Nothing tasted like anything as soon as it was in her mouth. So it was odd that hunger could possess her in this way and drive her forward. Surely the smartest thing would be to return to camp. Often the hunters would throw her bones. If Miranda was awake, then she would find her something. But Andromeda felt she must go forward, and the sound of the wolves now, when it came, seemed to promise a big supper. After the third mile there was something else, a smell she didn't know. Dirt and meat, blood and hair, and she was aware of it for a long time before she burst out through a ring of broken trees into a wide round clearing where the snow was trampled flat. In the middle was the source of the smell, a circle of snowy mounds. The dog stopped at the edge of the wood, one paw held poised above the snow. It was a family of mammoths, a bull and 3 cows in the middle of the field. They were arranged in a circle, their heads facing outward and some little ones between them. They were asleep or resting, their heavy bodies lying in the snow. From time to time, one or another of the adults would raise its head and make a heavy snuffling noise. Now, as the dog watched, the bull raised his head to look at her, and he lifted his curved tusks above the snow. After a few minutes, the dog moved into the woods again. She made a circle through the fringe of the trees, laying her line at intervals as she squatted to piss. So impressed was she by the power of the mammoths that she acted without thinking, without realizing that she was overmarking the line laid by another animal. This one she heard rather than saw, a low growl that made her tremble. Unable to move, she sank down with her ears low, her tail under her. Nor did she object when the wolf came to smell her legs and stomach, before lifting his own leg over a broken tree just inches from her nose. He was a beautiful creature. Nor, after he had smelled her all over, did he continue to notice her. He also was preoccupied with the mammoths, she imagined. He stood in the wreck of fallen trees, his nose held high. Then, without glancing back at her, he retraced his steps. He had been coming along the man trail from the west, and now she followed him, stiffly and shyly at first. But she found herself imitating his fast, straight-legged walk. and she followed him along the man trail, which was gleaming brighter now, and which led along the bottom of a wooded ridge. Mile after mile she could see the light through the trees. The bonfire at the hunters' camp had been little and discreet. Here, it seemed, whole trees had been set alight. She followed the wolf through an open space of saplings and bushes until she had a better view. The fire had melted back the snow in a muddy circle. Wild men and women stood around it, warming not their hands, but their whole bodies, for most of them were naked, or practically so. They had stripped down to their leather underpants, looking ridiculous, Andromeda decided. Once she had gone with her mother to see a production of Stravinsky's Rite of Spring at the New York City Ballet. It had featured a lot of nudity and people with expensive haircuts pretending to be cavemen, accompanied by shrieks and crashes from the orchestra. Andromeda thought there was something self-conscious and unreal about these people, too, though mercifully there was no dancing. There was, however, a lot of body paint. Occasionally people staggered out of the circle away from the fire. They stood in the snow, their bodies steaming in the sudden cold. They had no dogs, and their eyes were so blinded by firelight, Andromeda imagined she could come to the edge of the circle without being seen. Behind her, the wolf had continued on. He had not stopped. Two men stood away from the fire but facing it. They smelled like many kinds of garbage and meat, and they seemed to be talking to each other. Andromeda stepped close and paused behind them, sniffing the air, curious as to what their language might sound like. Ooga booga, she imagined. So she was surprised to hear one talking in an English accent. "It will be snow," he said, shuffling his feet. If dogs could laugh, Andromeda would have laughed. She stood on 3 feet, one foreleg poised above the snow. But the red-bearded man was aware of her. He turned, and she scampered back into the dark. For a few minutes she crouched behind a bush, chewing the ice out of her feet, watching the shadows until she got bored. Then she was aware again of the wolf's trail, gleaming behind her like a ribbon of yellow light. She followed it to a big tree 200 yards or so from the bonfire. It was an oak with heavy branches that grew straight out from the trunk. It was the only big tree in what was almost a meadow of bushes and scrub. And there were other wolves there, circling the trunk or else standing on 2 legs against it, scratching at the bark, peering into the branches. Something was up there. Andromeda saw a rope around the bottom of the trunk and stretched up taut into the darkness to a big, huddled shadow on a low branch. One of the wolves jumped up half-heartedly, then dropped down. They paid no attention to the yellow dog who lay down in the snow at a safe distance, chewing and licking at her paws. When the shadow moved, she looked up. In any case, she had already caught a scent she recognized. It was Captain Raevsky up there. And now he moved, and she saw the glimmer of his eyes as he looked toward the fire. Many smells came off of him, borne to her on the cold, dry air above the marking of the wolves. Dirt and sweat and fear. She saw him stretch his leg out on the branch. In the small reflected firelight, she saw his face, and it was bleached and broken like the moon. In Bucharest it was almost morning. In the Athénée Palace Hotel, the Elector of Ratisbon still sat in his chair. He had not stirred in more than a day. His first conjuring was finished, and he lay back as if asleep, his feet up on the ottoman, his face painted with sweat. He had thought Miranda Popescu would be easy to find, that she would glimmer like a candle in the black wastes of America. But for hours he had let his mind range far and wide and had seen nothing. Had the Baroness lied to him? No, because he could feel something there past Codfish Bay, a presence that was thwarting him, turning away his eyes. It was as if he were peering into a gray fog. When he came to himself, he was angry and frustrated and a little frightened, too. He recognized the power that was keeping him away. But Egypta was dead, he knew. Surely she was dead. If he hadn't known she was dead, he could have sworn. Even so, his conjuring had roiled the air, had brought with it a storm that was taking shape over the North Atlantic. There was no power anywhere that could hinder the sinking pressure, the gathering circle of the winds. But in Bucharest the Elector was resting, drained and tired, and, as often happened when his strength was low, he was pursued by waking nightmares. In his own mind he was a man of destiny, of modern science, born to greatness. Many of his political and social programs, introduced first to his own peasants and factory workers, were now spreading across Germany and across Europe. For years he had wasted the resources of Ratisbon on the delegates of the German Republic. He had spared no effort to ingratiate himself. He had no doubt that when the new elections were held, there would be a high place for him in the new government. Or rather, yes, he did have doubts, and sometimes his doubts threatened to overwhelm him. Because of his compelling ugliness, he told himself, it was impossible to seize and hold the trust and loyalty of other men. For this reason, for years he had attempted to possess Johannes Kepler's tourmaline. Kepler also had been an ugly man. Now he had promised himself that he would find a way to free the German citizens of Roumania, without bloodshed if possible. In this way he hoped to earn the thanks of his grateful nation. Yet he must be careful. Even at the apex of their superstitious decadence, these Romanians had beaten him before. Egyptus Schenk and Clara Brancovenu had betrayed him, and General Antonescu had ambushed him in the woods of Kapușvar. His small force had been destroyed before it reached the frontier. He had been 6 kilometers from the crossing when he was stopped, 6 kilometers from the station where the munitions train was to have met him. On the far side of the border, German partisans had waited, an army of malcontents ready to march on Bucharest with him at their head. But Antonescu had blown the tracks up, and the guns couldn't get through. 6 kilometers, for the love of God! Of those people who had humiliated him, Schenk was dead, Brancovenu was in prison. Antonescu commanded the Romanian armies. Did he understand, when he saw the Elector across the room at some official reception, how terribly and completely he would be crushed when the time came? 20 years was a long time in politics, but even so it was amazing to Ratisbon that he could travel freely in Romania, stay indefinitely at this hotel after what he had done, what he planned to do, because the Empress was so desperate for German money and investment. These were the thoughts that, never far from his conscious mind, the conjurer's trance had rendered into a kind of dreaming code. He found himself back in the woods of Kapușvar, riding in the dark night toward the station and the border crossing. From time to time he would attempt to consult his watch. He was late for the train to Berlin, and was afraid that it would leave without him. As the horse galloped along a dark forest path, he would let go of the reins to search for his watch in the bizarre, pocketless clothes in which he found himself, and which he now recognized to be the Prime Minister's robe of state, a kind of straitjacket of ermine and gold braid. And yes, his worst fears were justified, for as he came out of the woods beside the railroad track, he saw the train coming to meet him, passing him by, leaving him helpless in the dark. And as the train passed, he was able to peer into a luxurious candlelit private car, with horsehair furniture on which reclined the grotesque, gigantic frame of General Antonescu. Near him, Clara Brancovenu and her sister-in-law held up between them a smiling baby, whose diapers were stuffed with documents and money. The train rattled by, and he watched the blue lights of the baggage car until they disappeared. He was left alone, and his horse was gone, also his absurd attire, and he was standing in ordinary gentleman's clothes. Now the train tracks were gone as well, and he found himself in the woods again with the white tiger above him, crouching on the branches, or else stalking him behind the bushes. He started to run, slipping often in his patent leather boots, until his suit was torn and wet with mud. In his armchair in the Athénée Palace Hotel, beneath the portrait of Inès de Rougemont, the Elector of Ratisbon grumbled and cried out. In that comfortable safe room, his thoughts were full of panic and despair. In the North Atlantic, the storm of his anxiety was gathering force, but it had not reached the dark woods of New England. In her shelter in the hunters' camp, Miranda Popescu spoke to Gregor Spla. Past midnight, he had seen her light still burning. He had come in to apologize again, and then to ask permission to go with the hunters in the morning. A family of hairy mammoths had been discovered on the other side of the lake. The great elephants of these woods. One pair of tusks could make you rich. He had Rodica's purse of silver nuggets, but it wasn't a lot. Prices had quadrupled just in the last couple of years. He was having to pour out money just to these hunters so they could stay, especially since Miss Popescu had seen the spirit by the river. So he thought if he could make the kill, then it would be something he could do to help, to redeem himself, and they wouldn't have to beg their way from Bremerhaven to the Romanian frontier. He had always been better with animals than men. Never in his life had he killed a man. That whole time in Rodica's house, with the soldiers camped outside, he had been trembling with fear. And in the morning he was not in his right mind, or else he would not have... He could not have... Rodica had been a mother to him, though she was a gypsy. When he'd entered her tent, Miss Popescu was still reading the letters he had given her. She sat cross-legged on her cot, holding her mother's letter to the candle flame. At the same time she was inspecting the bracelet on her wrist, the tiger bracelet of her mother's family. She turned her wrist back and forth, examining one by one the gold beads. Her leather pack was open on the floor. "Miss, you should not wear that," he said. She looked up, a dark-haired young woman with pale skin and small, slightly protruding ears. His heart went out to her, alone in the wide world. Watching her play with the most precious relic in all Romania, he had spoken without thinking. But now he reminded himself, it was not his place to question her. She put the letter down, slid the beads between her fingers. "I thought it was mine." He bit his lips, which were already chapped and bleeding. "It belongs to the Romanian people." "I thought it belonged to the whatchamacallit, the white tiger."
"So they say."
"No one else has worn it?"
"That's the trouble, miss. Too many have worn it. You are not the first since Miranda Brankovanu. In the bad times..."
"What?" He shrugged.
"People pretend. The white tiger."
"And?" He shrugged again.
"It ends badly."
She was staring up at him. When he had first seen her in the house he'd shared with old Rodica, he had been shocked by how insignificant she looked, how thin and frail, her wrists and shoulders, her long fingers and neck. Now in just 4 days, she seemed stronger and heavier, more womanly as far as he could see under her woolen shirt. And there was something in her face that recalled her father. And perhaps, he thought, the melancholy that now came over him was unconnected to her frailness, no longer so apparent. Perhaps it had a different source, which was in the memory of blind Rodica, who was dead, who had sacrificed herself for this woman, and whose name he'd just touched over in his mind. And he'd been aware of her all along, he supposed, because the girl was wearing some of her clothes, the red woolen shirt he recognized. It was still too big for her. He had been with Rodica when she bought it new, at a trading post on the Hudson River. But after all that and a minute of stupidity, she was dead.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I told your aunt I would protect you, and I did not. I am ashamed."
"Please," he continued, but she interrupted him with a gesture of her hand. "Tell me about the white tiger," she said. She had not taken off the bracelet, which she was fingering one bead at a time. She had not asked him to sit down. He was more comfortable standing, though the roof of the round tent was low.
"Miranda Brankovanu came out of the mountains," said Gregor Spla. "People told stories. First she was alone, and everywhere she went the people... No, there was a king, a Turk named Kara Suleiman, and he sent soldiers. He burned the villages where she'd been hiding, living in caves. She had the strength of the goddess Minerva."
As he was speaking, He could hear the change in his voice, the softness and the sadness enter in as he remembered blind Rodica, who'd believed all this. Even the part about the goddess, though she was a Christian. It didn't matter to her. He found himself staring not at Miranda, but into the candle flame that burned from a small stub of wax on a camp stool next to the cot. Rodica's hairbrush, too. The tent seemed hot inside. He put his hands to his cheeks, touched his beard, which itched. "You don't believe these stories," said Miranda. "No." "What do you believe?" He shrugged. Then, after a pause, "A debt to your family who took me in. Your mother is alive after these years. The Empress is greedy and cruel, and Antonescu is a tyrant, and a war is coming. If the White Tiger can protect us, then that too." But was it possible to think this young woman could change any of that? He'd scarcely heard a shred of news from his own country, just a few rumors in the past 12 years, just a few old copies of the Romanian newspapers, which he'd seen on his infrequent trips to Albany, just a few terse letters from Egypta Schenk, which Rodica had read to him. This was his country now, he thought, where blind Rodica's house had burned. He didn't know anyone in Bucharest. Could anyone blame him if he wanted to arrive there with some money in his pocket? Rodica had talked of wages, but he wondered if Egypta Schenk had any money to pay. She was living by herself in Mogoshwaya. The girl sat cross-legged on her cot, squinting up at him. What did she look like? No one knows. Blind Rodica had a vision. Black hair, she said. Dark eyes. The girl fingered the beads one by one, as if she herself were blind. I could refuse this. But she couldn't, of course, Spla thought. Suddenly he felt close to tears. I must tell you again how much I am ashamed. I didn't pretend I was a soldier. Once Rodica told me I would know what kind of man I was, and if that's true, then I'm ashamed. I could do nothing. You'll see, I will not be that man again. I will bring you to Ion Dreyfus and your Aunt Egypta. I will protect you from those men who would sell you to Ceausescu's widow or the Empress. In Romania you will find friends. All this had burst out of him, and he felt he could go on for a long time in this way. But Miranda Popescu put her hand up, and he paused. How sad she looked. You have other friends to help you, he continued. You don't have to rely on me. These hunters. But she interrupted him. They won't say a word to me. The White Tiger. They saw me screaming in the snow because of a bad dream. Spla said nothing. Then, they don't judge you. You were right to be afraid. They think you saw the Wendigo. He had explained this before. The Wendigo was an evil spirit in these North Woods, a superstition. It brings death, these people say. You see it in the shape you recognize. A person known to you. It was the Wendigo that led you from the river. But if that was so, he thought, would blind Rodica come for him? What would he tell her if he saw her by the water or in the snowy woods? No, Miranda said. Then in a moment she went on. Tell me, who is the Chevalier de Gratz? Who is Sasha Prochenko? This was easier. I never knew them. They were friends of your father's. Peter de Gratz was a great champion. He beat all the Turkish wrestlers at Adrianople during the war. Afterward, the Sultan signed the armistice. And? Why do you ask? When the generals put the Empress on the throne, your father spoke against them. He gave a speech in the old Senate, and they all listened. It was in the newspapers. Your father was a hero in Romania, a hero in the army. So they paid his friend Ceausescu to denounce him. But there were riots in the field of Mars and Brasov and Timișoara, and so they murdered him while he lay in prison. So, a great man and a patriot. This was long ago, 20 years.
Those men were your father's aides de camp. Prochenko was a cavalry officer. Very blonde, I remember. Very popular with ladies. De Gratz was a great champion, as I said.
And
Miss?
was he, I don't know, a nice guy?
He was a famous soldier, decorated in the wars. Your aunt sent them with you to protect you. Don't you remember? What became of them? They lived in Constanta when you were just a child.
In the North Atlantic and over Greenland, a storm was gathering, but it was still far away at dawn. That night Miranda dreamt that she'd awakened to a gray light in her little tent, and when she raised herself onto her elbow, she saw her aunt, Egypta, sitting on the floor, dressed not as Miranda first remembered her, in a fur coat and leather boots at the railway station in Roumania, nor as subsequently she had seen her in her dreams. This time she appeared to be naked under a gray sheet, which she had arranged around her body to conceal everything but her head and hands. The material seemed to glow in a subtle way, the color of gray clouds with the sun behind them. Rather than the light of morning, that was the radiance which had filled the room. She had been sitting with her legs crossed, her back bent, her chin sunk on her breast. But as Miranda came awake, she raised her head, and without any kind of greeting or acknowledgement, she started to speak.
The coins I have given you are for a purpose, and you must bring them when you come to meet me in the land of the dead. I did not think that it would come to this, but now I'm glad I was prepared, for I could do little where I was. Now I have taken a risk, but I have confidence in you. The gold is for the boatmen and the sphinxes. The silver coin is for the king of the dead. Death can be defeated. Take Sasha Prochenko and follow the cave to the end under the yawning wall. Free me, and I will bring you safe at last. Without me, your hope is small.
There was more, but this was the part Miranda remembered when she woke up. She lay on her back and wondered whether it made sense to think of her aunt as a living, breathing person who was living right now in Mogoshwaya or Constanta. What would she say to her when she saw her face to face? Her aunt had given her a few specific directions. Find Jan Dreyfus, give the gold coins to the Sphinx, and some general ones, save Romania from slavery. Between them was a big gray area. What was she supposed to do? Wear a crown and yell at people? It was impossible to visualize, and so to distract herself she thought about Peter when he'd visited her in the tent. All the previous day she had felt awkward about it when she saw him. Boys had always been interested in Andromeda. That summer, when school started, she had come back and told Miranda about meeting some random Italian on a beach. And if they hadn't had intercourse exactly, they had gotten close. Andromeda had given her the blow-by-blow, as she described it. To Miranda, it had seemed like fascinating messages from outer space. She had always been shy about that kind of thing, because of her period. But now she had to wash out her underpants twice a day and walk around with what felt like a roll of toilet paper between her legs. How long was that supposed to last? No wonder she was thinking about sex. With Peter in the tent, there'd been a moment, as Andromeda called them. How she wished Andromeda was there to talk to. It'd just be too weird to talk about it with a dog. Part of her felt, if not happy, at least a little bit excited. Not that there weren't problems, and certainly she didn't know what to do. She knew he was interested. She'd give anything to discuss it with Andromeda. It was so stupid and confusing. Before, and it must have been because she was a shallow person, she just couldn't imagine him touching her with the stump of his arm. Now that problem was taken care of, but not in a way that comforted her. De Gratz's hand was almost worse. Before, Peter had seemed too old. Now he seemed too young, except for moments like that moment on the riverbank, when his roaring mouth had terrified her. Most of the time, of course, he was his sweet old self, and there had been something between them in the tent. So she was all mixed up, needless to say. She lay listening to the sounds of the camp coming to life. At the entrance to the tent, the yellow dog lay curled up asleep. Oh, she would have loved to talk to Andromeda just for 5 minutes. Not to a dog, and not to Sasha Prochenko. It was the name from Miranda's dream. Shivering among her blankets, she remembered the ghost's face, the man sitting on the log smelling of tobacco and cologne. After a cold night, a cold morning, it was hard to get up and stagger out of bed. Splah brought her a pot of steaming water. He had a knife at his belt. "Did you ever meet my aunt?" she asked him as she washed her face. He stood at the entrance to the tent.
"Your mother and father had a house north of Constanta on the sea," he said. "I was just a boy when your aunt came to visit. Once she spoke to me as I was brushing down her horse, a black gelding. She came with some professors and philosophers, a great lady with an estate in Mogoshwaya. Later she lost that."
As usual, it seemed as if Gregor Splah was telling her everything except what she wanted to know. The more of his information she had, the less it helped her. "What was she like?" she asked.
He shook his head. "You'll see. Very kind."
He was peering out the doorway as if anxious to be gone.
"May I come with you?"
"These are dangerous creatures, miss."
"But I'd like to see them."
"Miss, they're as big as houses. Snap a tree like nothing."
"But I'd like to."
It was more than that. She thought she'd experiment with telling people what to do. So far, relying on other people hadn't worked so well. Splah's hair was tied back, his beard was tucked into his shirt. He stood scratching his nose while Miranda washed her face and hands. He went away and came back to report. The hunters would not let her because she'd seen the Wendigo. They were afraid of the bad luck. Miranda persisted, and he went away and came back again. This time he'd been able to effect a compromise. One of the men in the camp was injured. He had hurt his arm, and Splah was to take his place. So the hurt man stayed back with them after Splah and the others had left. A tall man with a name that sounded like Kempf. That was as close as Miranda could make out. He had a big chest and no neck, and wore no coat over his leather shirt. Peter and Miranda ate a breakfast of meat porridge in the empty camp, while Kemp fussed one-handed with his shotgun, a heavy weapon about 5 feet long. His other arm was in a sling. Miranda sat on a crate in a trampled circle of mud and ice. She drank hot coffee, her mittened hands clasped around a tin cup. It was a cold morning, but not bitter, and there was an odd stillness to the air. The clink of the spoon in the iron pot, the occasional snorting of the mules in their pen, made an odd, flat reverberation. The sun was a white disk among the fast white clouds.
"Bad weather coming," Peter said.
"Woolly mammoths. Wait till I tell my dad." Across the fire, he smiled at her. He'd slept well, he'd said. No dreams. He smiled and showed his teeth. His forehead was hidden by his brown curls, pushed down low by a wool cap. He had stripped off his gloves, was holding his palms toward the fire. When he held them side by side, the difference between his hands was especially strange. Now he stretched out his right hand, flexing the hairy fingers. "Look at this." His own tin cup was empty. He picked it up by the rim, and with his forefinger and thumb, he bent it closed until its mouth was a sealed line. Then he reversed it in his hand, and with his finger on one point, his thumb on the other, he bent it back into shape. She looked at the birthmark in the joint of his thumb. "Do you know anything about wrestling?" she asked him. He smiled again, confused, and she was happy to see him smile. Suddenly, she didn't want him to be anything except the boy she first had met, chewing grass, lying above the ice house weir. He seemed happier over the last day, since they had talked, since they had had their moment. His cheeks had some color in them. "Let's go catch a heffalump," he said as she stood up. She slipped her pack over her shoulders. This time in the hunters' camp had been a welcome break. and even if it had been hard to fall asleep at night, she had lain snug in her sleeping bag, the yellow dog, Andromeda, curled on a felt mat. She imagined they were dependent now upon the hunter's schedule, and they'd be staying where they were for a few days. It didn't help to worry about the future. First things first, and the first thing was to get to Albany, which was only about 45 minutes' drive. It didn't help to think about Raevsky and wonder whether she'd poisoned him with the black pills. Whatever she'd done could not be changed. What helped was to sit on a wooden crate, drinking hot coffee from a cup that warmed her mittened hands. What helped was to let herself feel part of this landscape where the tiny snowflakes seemed to glitter as they fell. Later they walked through the woods and past the beaver pond. Andromeda ran on ahead, following the trail of men and dogs. But then Kempf took them away from the trail, around to the left, up through the rocks. They climbed to a bald place above the trees, and they could see the meadow below them, the broken saplings and uprooted bushes. Here they could watch the hunt from a safe distance. Under the lowering clouds they could hear men shouting and dogs barking.
"They want a big one. Ivory," Kempf said. "Not calf or cow. They want to—"
and he made a gesture with his gloved hand. "Separate," Miranda guessed.
"Yes, separate. You see."
He wouldn't look at her as he was talking. When she turned to him, he stared resolutely away. His big bearded face looked doubtful and unsure, but he was interested in the bracelet, and Miranda could see him take some furtive glances when she moved her arm. She and Peter sat listening to the barking and shouting, and, in time, the gunshots. Colder and colder they sat on the rocks. Then suddenly Andromeda was barking too, and they saw an animal in the trees below them, closer than they had expected. Trees swayed and cracked around him as he stepped into the near side of the meadow. And it was true. He was as big as a small house, like an elephant, only much larger, and covered with hair, and without the floppy ears, and with a long, sloped skull that rose almost to a point. He shook his head from side to side, showing his enormous curved tusks, and now suddenly they could hear him bellowing as he raised his trunk. "Why don't they just shoot it?" said Miranda, holding her ears. "It's stupid to torture it."
"Many guns not kill."
Kempf had gotten to his feet, and now they could see the men and dogs coming into the meadow. One shot off his long gun, then stepped back to reload. One was carrying a torch, and Miranda saw it was Gregor Splaw, running in front of the animal as if to force it back into the open, because now it was turning into the trees below them, a stand of young evergreens, and it was smashing the trees down with great sweeps of its trunk and with its body as it turned. They were all on their feet now, and Kempf was leading them behind some rocks where they wouldn't get hit by any stray bullets. It didn't seem likely, and soon they climbed up where they could see better. The dogs were leaping through the trees, jumping and biting at the animal's enormous legs, which were nevertheless hidden in a kind of skirt of hair. Now it was closer, just below them at the bottom of the rise, where it turned to face its enemies. Miranda could smell the smoke. She stopped, but Peter kept going, climbing down a little way below her where she couldn't see. Andromeda stood on the topmost spire of rock, showing no inclination to run down and join the other dogs. After a few short barks, she was quiet now, poised on 3 legs, sniffing the air. Miranda was watching her, but she looked down soon enough to see the cornered beast charge. Bellowing, wagging its head from side to side, it knocked the first man down with its great tusks, then trundled forward and seized the second in its trunk. It lifted him above the trees. He was Gregor Splaw. Again Miranda looked away, up at the dog perched above her. She found herself holding her ears again. Kempf was standing forward with his gun tucked in the sling of his wounded arm, but all the firing had stopped and all the barking, too. The animal had curled its trunk around Splaw's body and was waving him like a flag. Miranda could see the other man scramble back. Then there was someone else, someone who had grabbed Splaw's torch out of the snow. He was holding the torch in his right hand, pushing it between the beast's raised tusks. She could see the great mouth sag open, see the tiny staring eyes, see Splah's body twist as he was shaken back and forth. Every detail, she thought. But for several moments, as she watched the man prodding his torch in the beast's face, watched him force it back against the rocks, she didn't recognize him. She saw the massive brown curls. She saw his lips pulled back. But it wasn't until she glanced around her that she realized who it was. It was Peter, who had climbed down through the rocks. She was too shocked to feel anything at first, or anything but fear. He leapt from the scything tusks and then forward again, forcing the torch against the beast's mouth. Miranda could smell something else now, an odor of singed hair. The animal was turning. It was swatting at Peter with the body of Gregor Splah as it turned below her through the trees. Miranda could see its head come up, its tiny, enraged eyes, but there was nothing in its trunk now. Then it crashed away into some bigger trees, then around the corner of the rise, and it was gone. Then even the noise of it was gone. Two men stood in a space of broken trees. One was Peter, and the other was a hunter with a gun. Miranda came down through the rocks with the yellow dog at her heels. Kemp came with her. Gregor Splah lay twisted on his back. No one had moved him. Peter stood with the extinguished stick in his hand. "You stupid jerk!" Miranda said. "What are you doing?" She knelt over Splah's head, but the yellow dog went up to Peter and licked his hand. He squatted over her, and for several seconds she allowed him to rub the yellow fur where it was thick behind her ears. Now everything was quiet. The other dogs sat with their tongues hanging out, and then the man with the gun called out to them and took off limping in the mammoth's track. When Miranda called out to them, Kemp turned around. His expression was so angry and so fierce it took away her words. He strode off in the direction the animal had come, until he also disappeared among the trees. But they must have been going to get help. Peter squatted in the snow, and Miranda sat down next to the head of Gregor Splah. After a moment, he opened his eyes. He lay on his back, his pelvis twisted. She examined his hooked nose, soft beard, and scabbed lips.
"Let me tell you what you want to know,"
he said. Miranda's throat seized up with tears.
"Can I bring you something?" she said. "Can I bring some water?" "It doesn't hurt," he said, "but I am thirsty."
And he actually smiled. She fumbled at her belt for the water bottle she had brought from camp.
"You see, your aunt would have been better served by a great warrior, not an old cow like Rodica, or a stable boy like me. Please forgive me."
He spoke with a softness and fluidity that was very different from when she'd first seen him in the house by the pond. He must have been frightened then, but not now, maybe. She held the bottle to his lips.
"Thanks for your tears, miss," he said. "And you'll remember us, won't you, old Rodica and me, when you come through Vulcan's gate with the crowd cheering? You'll say a word in the temple for two stupid fools. Listen, it doesn't matter. These are honest men. They'll take you to New York. My bag is in my pocket. Give them a grain of silver every day. Go to the fish market where they salt the sturgeon fish. Look for Jan Dreyfus. He will help you. He's a servant of your aunt's. I hope there'll be money for the steamship. Only take care. Dreyfus will make you documents for the trip through Germany. He'll do the work for free."
Miranda reached out for Splah's hand and took it in her own. It was warm, and the air around them was warm also. Miranda could no longer see her breath, and it had started to snow, just a light, quiet dusting, a scattering of small flakes, and then more. This is how the storm started. The snow sifted through the trees, and they barely noticed. Gregor Splah was talking, and she held his hand. He was telling her the history of Roumania, softly and unhurriedly.
"Miranda Brankovinu fought against the Turks, and her son was Constantine Brankovinu, the Golden King. He was the one who first established all our rights under the common law. He freed the serfs and took away Constanta from the Turks. You understand, this is your family. And his daughter was Queen Sophia.
On, but Miranda wasn't listening. Instead, she squeezed his hand and watched the snow filtering down in larger flakes now. Where were Kemp and the others? Gregor Splah talked. Miranda held his hand, and from time to time she would force herself to concentrate, because he was trying to tell her things that might prove useful or essential. So she would try to listen to his recitation of old names and deeds, until she was distracted again by anxiety. Where were the 3 hunters? Had they stolen Splah's money and abandoned them? It was snowing harder now, and there was a wind. The sky was a white shield. It looked scarcely out of reach above the trees. After 20 minutes, the tracks of their boots were filling up with snow. The hunters had not come back. "Where are they?" Miranda said. Then she understood. It was because of the Wendigo. She had seen the Wendigo, and this accident was the bad luck she had brought. So if no one was going to help her, she had to decide what to do. "We can't keep him here," she said, standing up. The snow was accumulating on Splah's legs. She stooped to brush it away with her bare hands as Peter came to her. Out of the shreds of broken pine trees that surrounded them, he had found several long, pliant boughs. Now he was stripping away the needles and weaving the poles together into a crude litter. It didn't take long. The dog was running up and down the trail to the camp, which was disappearing.
"My father would say we shouldn't move him," said Peter. "Any kind of spinal injury, you risk doing permanent damage." At the same time, he was weaving together his litter of boughs, as if his brain and hands thought different things. "It's probably 3 miles to the camp. We can't expect them yet. It will be too hard to move him just ourselves." He spoke as if it might be possible to get him to a hospital. "This is what we're going to do," Miranda said. "I'm not impressed by this. The longer we wait, the harder it will be. We'll just retrace our steps. They'll find us on the trail if they come back. We can't let him freeze to death." As she bent over Splah's body, she could still hear him murmuring his lists of ministers and kings, although his eyes were closed. She took the bag from his pocket. She fingered for a moment the heavy silver grains, which she could feel through the canvas cloth. Then she put the purse inside her shirt. The wind was cold now, and it blew the snow in their faces. "Help me," Miranda said. And then Peter and she were lifting Splah onto the web of branches. It was easy because he was so stiff. And she was right. He didn't feel anything. The low murmur of his voice went on. He didn't open his eyes. "Does it hurt?" she asked. She took off Rodica's coat so that she could arrange it around Splah's legs. This was getting easier, she decided. And maybe that's what a princess was. Someone who didn't care whether people lived or died. Splah was reaching for her hand, but she didn't give it to him. Instead, she put on her mittens and went to stand at the top of the litter, while Peter stood at the bottom. "This isn't going to work," she said. And it didn't, really. She could tell how flimsy the litter was as soon as she squatted to pick it up. The boughs were woven into a lattice, which slipped and gave way at every step. The wood was springy and sagged down. Her mittens were clumsy. Still, she put her back to Gregor Splah and picked him up and headed up the trail, following the yellow dog. And they could only go a little way before she had to rest and adjust her grip. The track had almost disappeared in the driving snow. For a while they were in the shelter of the rocks and the big pines, but by the time they came across the main trail from the camp to the pond, the storm had begun to punish them, and it was hard to find their way. The sky had gone from white to yellow, and the wind was picking up. The snow stung their faces. Gregor Splah was oddly light, as if some part of him was gone already. When she stopped to catch her breath or to adjust the slipping lattice of boughs, Miranda put her ear to his lips. She could still hear the soft, relentless flow of information that was no doubt vital, that no doubt could help her make sense out of all this. They turned uphill toward the ridge. The camp was on the other side, she thought. Though it wasn't yet noon, Miranda guessed, you could scarcely see 5 yards ahead.
In some places, the snow was around her shins. The dog was out in front of them, and they followed her through the small trees. They climbed the slope, unable to talk, unable to do anything except keep some kind of rhythm with the stretcher as they stumbled forward into the driving snow. It was impossible. As time went on, Miranda found her elbows and fingers getting stiff and weak, found herself slipping and falling forward sometimes, while at the same time the stretcher of pine boughs was coming apart. Pieces were falling off of it, and now the bottom opened up, and Gregor's splaw fell into the snow. She sat down heavily beside him and listened to the thump of her heartbeat. This was a stupid idea, she said. Andromeda had come back for them and was sniffing at Splaw's face. "We can't stay here," Miranda went on. "No." Peter's shoulders and wool cap were white. "Is he?" he said, and paused while she bent down over Gregor's splaw. With the wind howling around her and her ear an inch from his lips, she could still hear him whispering, "There's a gun that you must get, and your aunt knows about it, which belonged to your father and his father. It's a bone-handled revolver, and—" On and on. She turned away. "He's still alive," she said. Peter stepped onto the discarded lattice and kicked it apart with his heavy boots. He kicked it away off the side of the path. Then he bent down and grabbed Splaw by his armpits and lifted him up. Made burly by his snow-covered coat, he looked like a man lifting a child. He took Splaw over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, then turned up the path again, where the yellow dog waited with her foreleg poised above the snow. And Miranda stumbled after him. Her sweatshirt was covered with snow, even though she'd tried to brush it off when she put on her coat again. Immediately she felt the snow begin to melt inside her coat. That frightened her, though she felt obscurely angry, too, frustrated by Peter's new strength and competence, though the stretcher, she thought, had been a bust. She tried to console herself with that because the rest, Peter going down and chasing the mammoth away, Peter carrying a grown man over his shoulder, for all the world as if he'd beaten the Turks at Adrianople, was scaring her. In her mind, she caught a glimpse of his distorted face as he stood on the sandbar. After one day, and she was afraid she was going to lose him again. So instead, she concentrated on Splaw's head swinging back and forth upside down against the middle of Peter's back. It bobbed as if his neck were made of rubber, and his eyes were closed. He's dying now, she thought. Right now. And as her mind formed those words, she saw his mouth was hanging open, and some object was coming out. If it hadn't been for the cold, the snow, the numbness of her cheeks, she might have been horrified. But now she watched in frozen fascination as a creature revealed itself, a long and disgusting snake or slug, whose black, oiled body was too hot for the snow, which melted immediately as it fell on it. The creature was shaken out in increments, a little at a time as Splaw's head bobbed and swung. First, the long tail. But now it was obvious, as two legs pulled loose, that the beast was not a snake at all, but rather some kind of lizard. A fat, soft body was shaken out, then stunted forelegs which were scratching at the man's lips as the lizard struggled to free its head out of Splaw's mouth. Splaw no longer seemed a man or even a child, so much as a puppet or a doll. Frozen, out of breath, Miranda looked down at the tops of Peter's boots where the snow was going in. She didn't see the lizard drop. When she raised her eyes, they stood on the ridge looking down, and there was no camp at the bottom of the bowl. An outcropping of rock was unfamiliar. They had lost their way. The storm had covered up their tracks. That night, though, the weather was clear in Bucharest, where the Elector sat again in his armchair in the Athénée Palace Hotel. During the day he had received a message from Hans Gräuben. The Baroness's house was empty. There was a secret passageway under the street, it had turned out. The Elector had eaten some crackers, drunk some soda water. Then he had prepared for Gräuben a detailed package of instructions. Among other things, he was to forward, by diplomatic courier to the steamship Carpathia, now docked at Bremerhaven, a letter for the German agent in New York, who was to make enquiries concerning the whereabouts of Miranda Popescu, etc., etc. There was also a letter to the director of the Institute for Mental Deviation in the Sosyawa Kiselev. Now he was looking for 2 women, the elector thought. A strange preoccupation for a grown man. Or rather, not the Baroness so much as the jewel she had stolen, and not the girl so much as what she represented. A fantasy of failure. The elector's hands trembled on the arms of his chair, and when he sank into his trance, he was again troubled by a dream of the white tiger. Again he was running through the woods, slipping in his patent leather shoes. Again he fell into the mud, his fingers locked around a glowing jewel. Lying on his back, his suit spattered and ruined, he felt something new overtake him, a new conjuring that uttered from his body through the casement window into the night air. At that moment, from Codfish Bay to the Hudson River, almost a meter of new snow had fallen, and the tallest trees had been blown down, but that was not enough. That was just an utterance of the elector's frustration. Again he was frustrated by the ghost of Egypta Schenk, an old woman who had spread her gray cloak, it seemed to him, over the entire breadth of New England. For this reason he had been obliged to send a message to the German agent, and for this reason he was now obliged to fall back on unsubtle and unspecific means. For a moment in the darkness of America he had seen a flicker of light, and he struck at it. All of this was an offense to his conception of the scientific process. But that old bungler, that superstitious fraud, Egypta Schenk, had made it necessary with her idiotic prayers and supplications. She was able to frustrate him from beyond the grave. She forced him to choose a weapon that did not require perfect aim. That night, the inhabitants of the spirit world, hovering in the air above the great hotel, might have seen a small disturbance in the form of a colored flare, the tail of a penny rocket as it rose from the 5th-floor balcony. But even they would not have guessed at its cargo. The single microbe conjured from the mud, now speeding on its silent way. It was a smallpox virus, recently isolated by a Viennese professor. The elector was immune to it, having suffered in his youth. He sent it now to New England as a gift, and it arrived when the storm was at its worst. Peter and Miranda stood together in the snow after hours of wandering. They had long since abandoned the body of Gregor Spla. Andromeda, the yellow dog, she had to think of her as Andromeda, was at her heels. "We need to find some place to wait it out," said Peter, his mouth close to Miranda's ear. "Let's keep going," she said. They'd retraced their footprints many times, each time silted up with snow. "You're no help," she said to the yellow dog. Not for the first time she wondered if the beast could really understand her. Andromeda had not left them for a moment, and as far as Miranda could tell, she had not even attempted to find the camp. Now she got up and shook the snow out of her coat. For a moment she stood on 3 legs, her nose pointing into the wind. Now the afternoon was closing in, and it was getting dark. And yes, there did seem to be some kind of glimmer of light over there, against the side of the unfamiliar cliff, which now bulged over them. "Can you see that?" Miranda cried. "No." Anyway, they would be better in the shelter of the cliff. There were some taller trees there, and the wind was less. Her face felt scorched and burned, her hands numb. "Come on," she said, and then they staggered forward. And maybe it was just a trick of the light, because she no longer saw what she'd imagined, a bright place in the trees as they came over the rise. Her hair was stiff with ice. It wasn't until half an hour later that she saw the fire burning up ahead. The sky was getting dark, and now in front of her she could see a fire at the entrance to a cave, some shapes moving around it. "There they are," she said, too relieved and exhausted to consider that the hunters' camp had not been pitched below these looming rocks, among these trees. It was the wild men. The fire burned so brightly as they approached, Miranda almost found she didn't care. She was not afraid. "They're not my enemies," she thought. She was being stupid and she knew it, but she couldn't stop her thoughts. In the boat they saw I was a prisoner. Maybe they were trying to rescue me. There was an overhanging ledge, and then a deeper cave, and the fire burned among some boulders. Miranda cried out, and the wild men came to help her and Peter into the shelter of the rocks out of the wind. They brought rags of cloth to wipe their faces. No one's a cannibal, Miranda thought. I read it in a magazine. That's nonsense. She took off her mittens, then pushed her frozen hair out of her eyes. Andromeda had disappeared. "You," someone said. The word was recognizable, and she recognized the man also, though now he wore a bearskin shirt. He was a big man with yellow hair. Now he did not have his club with its quartz head, but he was angry. He came toward her, and she raised her hands. An old man now shuffled forward out of the mouth of the cave. He stepped between the big man and Miranda. Reaching out his hand, he pulled the ice-clumped sweatshirt from her wrist, revealing the golden bracelet of Miranda Brankovinu. "Tiger," he mumbled toothlessly. He had a shock of white hair, and his face was thin. But that was all it took. Later, in the cave, Miranda found herself encouraged. The wild men brought food, roasted pieces of meat in wooden bowls, and a mush of pounded corn. They had built a small fire for her in a protected place. The cave was long and high, with a roof that disappeared into a blackened cleft. Somewhere there was open air, because the smoke flowed upward into the crack. Grimy snowflakes sifted down. The wild men left her and Peter more or less alone. They clustered around the larger fire at the cave's mouth, 10 yards or so away. Miranda sat in a litter of rocks the size of heads, cross-legged with her backpack in her lap. She put down her bowl of corn mush. Near her, rising up into the darkness, there was a flat rock wall. By the light of the fire, she could see painted pictures on its surface. "What now?" Peter said. She shrugged. "I mean, what do we do now?" She rubbed her nose. "I guess we go to Albany. We've got a name, Jan Dreyfus in the fish market. We've got some money now, that's good. Maybe we can buy food from these people." She stood up to examine the pictographs. Directly above her, the roof was low and she had to stoop. But when she came to the wall there, she could straighten up. In the crackling firelight, she could see the shapes of animals in black and ochre and red, painted on the uneven surface. Also human beings, simple and stylized, and she could see immediately there was a story to the pictures, though she couldn't make it out in the uncertain light. "Look," she said. She returned to the fire to select a burning stick. "No, don't touch it," said a voice, and she saw the old man hobbling toward her from the mouth of the cave. His back was bent from osteoporosis, and he carried a cane. It was a twisted stick, which he used to negotiate the uncertain ground, but now he raised it up and brandished it, striking the bulge of the roof. "Drop it now." "Have you seen the dog?" she asked him. "Keep your dog away." While everyone else she had met here, apart from Gregor Splaw, knew English, if at all, as a second or third language, these people were native speakers. They had no other tongue. And perhaps their way of talking had devolved here in the woods, or perhaps it always had been harsh and simple and difficult to understand. The old man brandished his stick, but his face wasn't angry. He seemed to smile out of a toothless mouth. His cheeks were fleshless, his eyes gleamed. And though he hadn't wanted her to profane the walls of pictographs with her stick, he had no compunction against hammering at it with his own cane, pointing at the masses of figures. "There, look," he said, and at the end of the stick she could see what now was unmistakable: the low beach and the city overwhelmed by waves as big as mountain ranges, and the people crushed and drowning. The land was split apart, and the sea entered in. Then, on the surface of the waves, a few small boats. "What's that place?" she asked, though she had guessed. The old man seemed angry now. He brandished his stick. "You were there," he said. "Brankovinu." His blue eyes glittered. He made a few sounds more, and she realized he was singing, or trying to sing, and realized also that she recognized the tune out of some movie or something, and the words. And did those feet in ancient times walk upon England's mountains green? And was the holy Lamb of God? The old man was dressed in sheepskins.
"People of the Lamb," he said. "That is why we fight against the dogmen."
In fact, he cleared up a couple of things as he stumbled back through the cave, rapping on the painted wall. One of them was what had happened to Captain Raevsky, whom Miranda discovered just a few dozen yards in back of where she'd been sitting with Peter. His hands were tied together, and his ankles, too. He was wedged among some boulders in the dark. When he raised his head and saw her, an expression of hope and hopelessness moved over his face. His right eye was swelled up and was almost closed. His cheek was bruised. Seeing him, she felt a mixture of apprehension and relief. He didn't speak to her. He stared at her for a minute or so, then looked down at his hands again, his face in shadow. There were shouts from the mouth of the cave, and the old man left her. Miranda returned to her little fire.
"Raevsky is back there."
"Who?"
And she found she had to describe to Peter who he was, the man who had attacked her on the ice, killed blind Rodica, kidnapped her, all that. "What's wrong with you?" Peter shrugged.
"I'm not feeling well."
Miranda thought he looked a little pasty, wrapped in a blanket and his wool cap pulled down. Her description of Raevsky had allowed her to remember all the bad things he had done. Even so, it was hard for her to sit unconcerned beside the fire, now that she knew he was tied up behind her like an animal. It was hard for her to eat her food, drink her water. Peter wasn't talking to her except in grunts or monosyllables, and Miranda found herself looking behind her all the time, trying to see some movement in the back of the cave, where Raevsky lay hidden in a dark recess. "Gregor Splah was wrong about a lot of things," she said. "He told me not to wear my bracelet, which was wrong."
"Sure, you're a celebrity," Peter said inconsequentially, "and Splah was obviously a moron."
Miranda stared at him, trying to decipher his tone of voice, which was sarcastic, she now decided. He must have come down with a cold or something, because his nose was wet and red. "How are you feeling?"
"I think I'm going to lie down."
All this trouble, she thought, was because of her. Thinking about Gregor Splah's inadequacies, she felt a stab of regret. She knew why he had challenged the mammoth with his torch. It was because of her. Apart from the money for the ivory, he'd been trying to show that he was not a coward. It was because of her that Raevsky was tied up behind her, that Rodica was gone. "I'm so sorry," she said.
"About what?"
"I'm sorry I brought us here. I'm sorry about the storm."
"I think I'm going to lie down. If you think the weather is your fault, this princess thing is going to your head."
Then, in a moment,
"Oh, life is a wonderful cycle of song."
She smiled. He had made a nest of blankets between the boulders. He drank some water from his bowl and lay down on the blankets. Miranda sat beside him, looking at the fire, thinking about Raevsky, thinking also about Kempf and the others. Where was Andromeda? How could Andromeda have left them? No, she hadn't left, but she couldn't have come into the cave. She'd led them to the cave, and then gone off to find some refuge from the storm. Miranda pictured a fallen tree with a bank of snow beneath it, a shelter she could excavate and lie in, and watch the light from the cave's mouth. The wind whistled in the opening, a giant with a stone flute. The wind stirred the smoke, shredded the flames of her small fire. Andromeda. What had her aunt called her? Sasha Prochenko. And that was disconcerting, as it was worse than disconcerting now to see Peter's big hairy hand playing with the edge of his blanket, and to think that hand had once belonged to someone else, someone she'd known. But the name de Gratz brought her nothing but a half-memory of a figure up above her on the terrace, telling her to come up off the beach. Her hair was dry finally, and she was warm, but every few minutes she looked over her shoulder to see if she could detect some movement from Captain Raevsky. When the white-haired old man clambered back from the cave's mouth over the rocks, she asked about him.
"He killed a man,"
he said, looking carefully into her face. He squatted down and poked at the fire with his stick. His beard grew high over his cheeks, which were hollow and without meat. He must have meant the man who was wading across the stream. That death had been for her sake also, and Raevsky had rescued her. Now the old man produced from inside his rags a bowl of liquid and held it out. It was quite pleasant, a watery honey beer. "Thank you," she said, and he smiled. His gums were pink. He was mumbling that song again.
"And did those feed in ancient times? Jerusalem, William Blake,"
whispered Peter from where he lay.
"Bring me my bow of burning gold,"
mumbled the old man.
"Bring me my arrows of desire."
Then he broke off, interrupted himself.
"Let me see it."
"What?"
"The bracelet. What you have."
She held up her wrist, and he poked at the bracelet with his forefinger, never touching it. "What does it mean to you?" she asked. The old man's eyes opened wide.
"The tiger fought the dragon at the beginning of the world," he said. "The dragon was the god of the dead, and the tiger chased him. When the flood came to London, she built her castle on the high ground. She took her boat over the water and saved the people who were drowning. She put her veil over the sun." "You asked for it,"
whispered Peter from where he lay among the rocks. Nothing was more depressing than to listen to the accomplishments of Miranda Brankovinu. But these stories were so exaggerated, they made Miranda want to laugh. Instead, she pressed her lips together, nodded sagely as the recitation of miracles went on. After a while, the old man got up and tottered away. When he was gone, Miranda heaped some more wood on the fire. Peter hadn't eaten much of his supper, and there was meat left in his bowl. She picked it up, and then she clambered back over the rocks to where Captain Raevsky sat by himself. She had taken a knife from the hunter's camp, and now she pulled it from its sheath. Raevsky held up his wrists. Miranda watched the tears run down his cheeks, from under the swollen lid of his right eye. He rocked back and forth.
"Multimisik,"
he said. "Thank you." She knew that much at least. Miranda bit her lips and said nothing. She would not talk to this man. She put the bowl down on the rocks.
"Multimisik,"
he said again, though she'd done nothing. He tried to wiggle his fingers. She stood above him with the knife, watching him fall over onto his side and crawl painfully to the bowl that she'd set down. She watched him grovel with his face in the bowl. Then finally he rolled away, rolled onto his back.
"So,"
he murmured,
"never have I failed so much."
She didn't want him to talk. She stood above him with the knife in her hand.
"Always I'm thinking of the Baroness Ceausescu," he said.
Miranda didn't want to hear about that. She clambered back over the rocks. She imagined she might bring a blanket for Captain Raevsky, perhaps one of the blankets that Peter had cast off. He was lying on his side, and there was sweat on his face. Miranda put the back of her hand against his forehead. "How are you feeling? Can I get you something?" In just a few minutes he looked worse. He grabbed at her with his right hand, and she sat with him, examining the strong fingers, the black hair on the back of his palm and wrist.
"What's happening to me?"
he murmured.
"Is it my hand? My dad once told me how a body can resist a transplant. Is that what's happening? And why is Andromeda a dog?"
It was as if this question was liberated by his fever. They had never spoken about it, because it was too large a subject, and because it led directly to his hand. "I think my aunt made a mistake," Miranda said. Peter murmured,
"Sure. No one could have asked for this."
Just because she hadn't spoken about it didn't mean she hadn't given it some thought. "Do you remember that first day, when blind Radika brought that little animal out of the soldier's mouth?" And then when Gregor's splaw was on your back." She hadn't told him this, but now she did, how she'd seen that lizard drop from the man's mouth. "I think Andromeda had a dog inside of her. Don't you think that's appropriate?" When she came into the hunter's camp, she'd told them all about Andromeda, how she had seen Andromeda. That was how the talk had gotten started about the Wendigo, or whatever it was. But she hadn't told Peter about the man with the tobacco smell and the cologne. She didn't want to think about some strange man growing inside Peter like a tumor, making him foreign among all these other foreigners, making him sick. No, he was the one who had said that. Anyone could have caught a cold in this cold storm. Now she stopped talking because he wasn't paying attention. She took off her sweatshirt and rolled it up into a pillow for him. It was warm beside the fire. Then she lay down beside him and listened to the wind roaring outside and watched the dirty snowflakes falling from the roof. Peter tossed and turned all night. Miranda lay beside him, but in the morning, when the gray light crept over the boulders from the entrance of the cave, she felt she had scarcely slept at all. Her thoughts had been so disordered, though. In retrospect, she understood they must have been dreams. For a moment, she lay wondering about Andromeda. Again, she pictured in her mind the shelter that Andromeda had found under some fallen branches. Then she opened her eyes to the sound of someone calling her name. Peter sat wiping his face. "I have a fever." His eyes were ringed with red. His cheeks were pale. Miranda gave him water from the bowl, then wet one of Rodica's handkerchiefs and washed his face. She couldn't think of what else to do, and so she sat holding his hand, talking to him about this and that, listening while he talked. "3 summers ago, my dad rented a cabin in North Carolina in the woods near Hot Springs. It was when my mom was still going to be okay. She was in remission, so my dad was teaching me how to shoot. He always said he was going to wait until I was strong enough to aim with one hand. He bought me a .22, and then he set up Coke cans on the fence. He had a brother in Greenville, so we used to go swimming in the river, the French Broad. I started to do all those things sort of late. I couldn't even swim until that year. The good thing about my cousins was you don't have to prove anything. My dad had lots of relatives in Greenville." Miranda didn't know what to do. She sat holding his hand, his big new hand with its heavy knuckles and black hair. She examined the birthmark in the shape of a bull's head. She was waiting for the old man to come, and finally he did, carrying a bucket of hot water and a burning stick, with which he built another fire. "Is it still snowing?" Miranda asked him, though she could tell the wind was less. He didn't answer because he was looking at Peter's face. "He has a fever," Miranda said. The old man glanced at her. Then he turned to Peter and was poking him with his stiff fingers, taking his pulse, then bending over him to smell his skin and his breath. "Open," he said. And when Peter opened his mouth, he peered inside, peered at his tongue and at the whites of his eyes, which were now pink. Then he tottered away without a word, leaving Miranda to wash Peter's face and hold his hands. He was lying down now, and Miranda had made as comfortable a bed for him as she could. "I met a girl that year," he said, "and she wrote me a letter when we got back home. Then the next summer we drove down that way." Miserable and sad, Miranda listened to him without listening. She was cold without her sweatshirt, but Peter didn't feel it, and at times he would throw off all his blankets. Parched, he would call for water, his face streaked with sweat. At other times he would complain of the cold and his teeth would chatter. Then she would wrap him in blankets and put her arms around him until he stopped shaking and could talk again. He told her about the time he'd been chosen for the soccer team. Later, though, he'd had to quit because his grades were poor. He told her one night he had broken into the college chapel and slept on the altar. At the same time he was reciting scraps of poetry, most of which she didn't recognize. "But since I am a dog, beware my fangs." I knew it all by heart, every line. Then I went in and failed the test,
though I knew it better than they did. Were they stupid? That they couldn't tell? It was my secret. I knew the entire play line by line. That was my diamond, cost me 2,000 ducats in Frankfurt. I worked on it all week. I had it in a box without a key.
She couldn't stand listening to him. She got up and left him, and walked back into the cave. She took the knife and threw it underhand into the shadows. She imagined Raevsky inching toward it over the rocks, groveling and struggling with his face in the dirt. She said nothing to him, but went back and sat near Peter with her arms around her knees. Later the old man brought soup, but Peter pushed the bowl away and spilled it. Some others of the wild men stood around, including the big man who seemed to be their leader. He watched but didn't come close. The old man had some kind of medicine, some bark or powder that he'd mixed in hot water in a tin cup, but Peter wouldn't drink it. He didn't seem to recognize where he was. His face was flushed and red, his eyes ringed with red. Patiently, the old man poked at him with his stiff fingers. Peter's shirt had come undone, and the old man pulled it back to reveal some sores on his side, a rash of hard red bumps. He grunted when he saw it, pursed his lips. After a while, he got up and tottered away. But Peter let Miranda hold his hands. He let her wash his face. The light in the cave grew stronger, and Miranda realized the storm was less. No more snowflakes came down. The wind no longer whispered in the rocks. Miranda lay down beside him with her arm around his neck, his head against her chest. After a while, he was still and seemed to sleep. Rocks dug into Miranda's back and side, but whenever she tried to shift her position, he stirred. She imagined if he could get some rest, then he would wake up and his fever would have broken. And so she lay without moving for as long as she could. She also must have dozed off for a little bit, for she imagined her aunt standing over her in the cave, dressed in her gray clothes, and saying, "It is time now. Come to meet me. Death can be defeated. Do not fear." But Miranda was sick of her damned aunt, and in her dream paid no attention, and her aunt bent down to poke her or shake her, and she woke up and saw a shadow was blocking the light, and it was Raevsky. Startled, she raised her hands. "They are gone," he said. She didn't know what he meant, but then she struggled up and saw the cave was empty. The fire was out. Sunlight came in through the rocks. She moved, and Peter stirred, but he wasn't better. There was blood in his face, and his skin was burning. Sunlight came in from the mouth of the cave, and she and Raevsky carried Peter forward into the light that shone over a landscape transformed by snow. They set Peter up in the entrance to the cave, lying against some rocks that had been put there for the purpose. This was where the wild men had stayed, and the sticks of their fire still glowed. Miranda held Peter's burning hand. He was talking again, but she didn't understand him. "It is Romanian," Raevsky said. Miranda didn't want to hear anything about that. She stood up in the entrance to the cave and called for Andromeda over and over. And then Andromeda came picking her way through the snow, along the track the wild men had left. She came to lick Miranda's hands. "Your father had 2 friends," Raevsky said, "and so they disappeared. People said were murdered." Miranda shook her head. "No, but is true. This is some kind of spell. At first I think this is the Graz's son, but is not so. I recognize this face. Is like a child now." He pointed to the mark on Peter's hand. "I recognize the Graz's mark. But that is 20 years before, the year your father died." Miranda dug her hands into the thickest fur of the dog's neck. 15 years, she murmured. Then she stood up, tears in her eyes. Raevsky was still talking, but she interrupted him. "Do you know where we are?" "I can find the river. When they took me, I was asleep like a fool." His right eye was blackened, swollen shut. He sat rubbing and chafing the welts on his ankles and his wrists. "We'll stay here today," she said. "If Peter is no better, then we'll go down. You'll take us to Albany." Will you take me there? You won't make any trouble?"
Raevsky bowed his head. "No boat."
So she told him about the boat she had hidden among the balsam trees. "There," she said. "Now you must promise."
"The Baroness Ceausescu will not hurt you," Raevsky grumbled. "She will be your friend. The Carpathia will wait. Also, this boy, the Graz, it is the variola, la petite verole, what you say, the small spots. Me, it will not hurt. But you have an immunity?"
"I don't think so." He jumped up, astonished.
"But you must not touch."
Later he built a fire and went out to find food. He staggered out from the cliff face, and in places the snow was around his shins. Peter sat with his eyes closed and fell asleep again. Miranda and Andromeda sat with him, watching the sun sink through the thin trees. "Don't leave me again," Miranda said. She had been cheered to see the sun, the shadows on the snow. Peter was resting, and she was happy about that, too. Andromeda sat with her, whimpering sometimes. She herself felt very tired. She sat cross-legged and fed the fire with chunks of birchwood, a quantity of which was stacked against the wall. She had a name and a place, Jan Dreyfus in Albany. But it was something to strive for. What had her aunt said? Death could be defeated? And then something else. Follow the cave to the end under the yawning wall. Raevsky didn't return at sunset. They had no food. Light-headed, exhausted, hungry, she made up a bed for Peter and then laid him down. She had melted some snow in a broken bucket, and she gave him water to drink. He didn't speak to her. His skin was flushed and burning. His eyes couldn't focus, and he couldn't speak. "It'll be all right," she said to him, an assurance she did not feel. It had been stupid to tell Raevsky about the boat. He'd never give up on his obsession. But she would force him to take Peter with them, that was all. And if he didn't come back, then in the morning they would follow his tracks. Why was he so stupid all the time? She lay back against a boulder by the fire, where she didn't have to look at Peter anymore. As darkness filled the world outside the circle of the fire, she closed her eyes. Immediately, it was as if she had fallen into the middle of a dream. But it was a dream that was like the waking world in every specific part. In the dream, she lay against the boulder with her eyes open, watching the yellow dog who had run back deep into the cave and now returned. The darkness was complete, and the fire had burned down, and the dog started to whimper more insistently. She took the cuff of Miranda's coat between her teeth and pulled. She let go and whimpered again, and took a few steps into the cave. With one foot poised over the ground, she looked back over her shoulder. Outside the dream, Miranda hoped Raevsky was mistaken, that the wild men were mistaken, and that Peter had a fever that would break. But in the dream she saw him gasping for breath, his face a mass of discolored spots, and she knew that he might die. "What is it?" she asked. She didn't want to leave him alone, but with part of her mind she imagined for a moment that the yellow dog had found something, some new cache of food, perhaps. She got up and allowed herself to be led into the back of the cave. The dog stopped there to scratch at her leather backpack where it lay. With the other part of her mind, Miranda was remembering her aunt's words, as clear now as if the old woman was whispering in her ear. "Follow the cave under the yawning wall. The gold is for the boatmen and the Sphinx. Meet me in Tara Mortilor." Miranda slung the pack over her shoulder. The dog led her on past where she had seen Raevsky, where the cave was narrow and black. The dog was barking softly, scratching at something in the dark, and Miranda reached into her bag to find the cigarette lighter with her father's initials on it, and which Stanley had put into good working order years before. She saw the sparks, and then it lit, and she could see a cleft in the rock where it was just possible to squeeze through. In the pack she also found the coins, which had been shaken from the box into the bottom seam. She pulled them out, examined them, slipped them into her pocket, where she felt also the rings from Andromeda's ears. "You've got to be kidding," she murmured. But Peter was sick, and the dog had already entered in. The flame from the cigarette lighter burned straight and blue, and perhaps there was a glint of some other light on the other side of the cleft, and perhaps the cleft was wider when she started to push through. In fact, none of this was real. She stood with her hand on the rock, and it was warm under her hand. The dog had disappeared up ahead, and she could hear it barking. In Bucharest, past midnight, the Baroness Ceausescu walked along the esplanade. A fog had drifted in along the river. In it, the street light seemed to glow at many times their size. The Baroness walked beside the iron railing, which she touched at intervals with her gloved hand. In Bucharest also, there was a warmth in the air, a wetness to the mist. The Baroness's hair was wet with beads of condensation. One hand was on the railing, and the other grasped the tourmaline inside her glove. That was where she kept it now, in the nest of her palm. Kevin Markasev followed at her heel. She walked through the warm mist, and around her the city seemed deserted. But in New England, as she came out of the cleft into the country of the dead, Miranda sensed immediately that she was not alone. There was the dog in front of her, barking at something. In her left hand she held her father's cigarette lighter, engraved with his initials and his family's coat of arms. In the mist, the small flame made a glow many times its size. Her wool cap was wet with condensation, and she pulled it off, stuffed it with her mittens in the top of her pack. She stood peering into the darkness, then stepped forward into the open air beyond the cave. She raised the lighter, and by its flame she saw she was in a forest of birch trees. At her feet she recognized a round stone in the shape of a skull, and farther on there was the body of a woodchuck nailed to a tree trunk, stuffed with money and photographs. Around her, here and there, she saw the gleaming eyes of animals, but she wasn't frightened. She knew they couldn't hurt her. She knew they were curious about the light, and as she stepped forward now, they moved around her legs, the spirits of the dead in their animal shapes. There were otters and rabbits and wolves and snakes, all together, because in this land there was no hunter and hunted, no predator and prey. Some of them blundered against her ankles, but then pulled back shyly, aware she was a stranger. Some whispered in sibilant voices to each other, and some spoke to her. One, a fat black lizard in the crux of a tree, recited to her the kings of Roumania. It was Gregor Spla. "Miss," he said, and his tongue flickered out. "Miss, what are you doing here?" "Peter's going to die," she said. "My aunt." She could hear the dog barking up ahead. She turned away, repulsed by the lizard's ugliness. But then a few steps farther into the wood, she saw it again in the same place. "I will go with you," it said. "Let me go with you." Without waiting for a response, it climbed onto her shoulder as she walked past, and climbed inside her open coat. It worked its claws into her sweater, and she could feel it in her armpit, whispering to her whenever she turned her ear. "You are in the White Wood. Go this way to the water. Sasha Prochenko knows the way." When the trees gave out, Miranda found herself at the top of a rise, and the ground under her boots was dry and sandy. The yellow dog came back, and Miranda could see her in the mist, prancing with happiness, tongue hanging out. "He was your father's man," whispered Gregor Spla. "There were 2 of them, and they were not friends. The Grudge was the hero of the army. Prochenko was cautious in that way. A coward, people said. Not to his face. It was not true. Not a coward like me. Your father loved him." "He's a girl," Miranda said. "A bitch now," agreed Gregor Spla. "You will depend on him because the Grudge is dying." Miranda felt the lizard's claws digging into the wool above her chest. This dream had begun to frighten her. She had to remind herself that that was all it was. The dog's tongue was hanging out. "Andromeda, her name is," said Miranda. "Call her." Miranda walked down through the tough, high grass onto the strand. A warm wind came off the water in front of her. A stork flew overhead. "Sasha," she whispered, and to her surprise the yellow dog came back to lick her hand, grab her by the cuff, drag her down the beach. She listened to the lizard's soft, insistent voice.
Once at the siege of Varna, Sasha Prochenko convinced the Turkish officers that the peace had already been signed, and the prince had decided to surrender the city for $1,000,000 and the crown of Constantine Brunkovenu, which the Turks had stolen many years before. The truth was the peace really had been signed, and Prince Frederick really had surrendered the city, but without compensation, because the defenders couldn't have held out another day. They settled for $500,000 and the crown, which was considered a victory.
Miranda slipped her cigarette lighter into her pocket. There was a greater light shining on the water, and Miranda could see the boat now coming toward her over the small waves. She could see the wide deck. The light was at the masthead, burning like St. Elmo's fire. A white path over the water that lapped at Miranda's boots. She stood in a scum of foam left by the waves, smelling the sweet water and watching the birds fly around the light as the flat boat came in. It grunted ashore on the coarse sand. The deck was empty, but then the animals were struggling through the water from the beach and climbing up the lines until the boat was full of them, and the dog led Miranda through the shallow water. She had heard nothing as the boat came in, but once she climbed the ladder and stood upon the deck, she could feel the shudder of some kind of engine. The door to the wheelhouse opened, and a woman came out. Impatiently, she kicked through the beasts which crowded around her legs. All of them, it seemed, were small and meek. There were rabbits, badgers, mice. They scuttled away from the woman's feet, clearing a space on the steel deck that rang under their claws, under the old woman's feet as she approached. Her face was thin and sharp. She was not tall. She peered up at Miranda through a single eye. The other one was squinted closed.
"What do you want?"
she said, then relented when Miranda proffered one of her gold coins.
"Make sure you have another for the trip back." "How many do you have?"
asked Gregor Splaw under her coat. 4, 3 now. And the silver one.
"That's not many. Listen to what she says."
But Miranda couldn't hear anything above the thrum of the motors. The steel plates of the deck vibrated under her feet. The old woman had already moved away from her, back to the wheelhouse. As soon as she disappeared through the door, the boat reversed its engines and pulled back. A wind stirred in Miranda's hair as she moved to the front of the boat. As it turned, she watched the fish leaping from the churned-up water. This lake was full of living things. The clouds were full of birds, and the boat behind her was full of small animals moving softly and without fear. Now the wind blew the hair from her face as she stood in the bow, leaning on the rail. The boat had turned, and they were heading back the way it had come, into a mist that hid the sky and shore. At intervals, she was aware of a soft sound above the trembling of the motors, a high hooting whistle up ahead, which grew louder and louder until she saw a blue light glowing in the fog. It was a buoy at the entrance to a long breakwater. The boat came into an empty harbor. Miranda could see a dock on wooden pilings and a row of blue lights on the shore. The engine stopped. The boat drifted forward, and the old woman was moving back and forth with great alacrity and spryness, setting the lines and the automatic winch, which pulled the boat up to the dock.
"Help me!"
she called out. Miranda went to her, and together they pulled down the gangway and set it in its slot. The dock was 3 feet or more above them, and the gangway sloped down at an angle. As soon as it was set, the animals streamed across it and up into the town. Miranda could see houses now, a row of shop fronts.
"You'll be last,"
said the old woman. So Miranda waited until all the beasts had gone, and then she climbed up with her lizard and her yellow dog and stood in the parking lot behind the dock. A slope of broken asphalt and gravel led to the front street of a dark and empty town. There were no people, no lights in any of the windows. The shop windows were empty. Where are the sphinxes? She thought, remembering now what her Aunt Egypta had told her. Then, as if conjured from these thoughts, she saw 2 women cross the street into the parking lot. Each carried one end of a leash, the other end of which was bound to the collar of an enormous beast. It snarled and slavered when it saw them. It pulled its lips back to reveal teeth that were grotesquely large, and it was scratching at the ground, straining at the double leash. The yellow dog whimpered and put her tail between her legs. The women, however, did not seem concerned. They laughed and chatted as they ambled down the street, not exerting any effort to keep their animal restrained. Now that they were closer, Miranda saw they weren't women at all, but rather girls. They looked to be twins about 10 years old, and they were innocently dressed in white patterned frocks. One wore a ponytail, the other had her hair cut short. As they sauntered toward her, Miranda could hear their high, trilling laughter, see their plump, bare arms. Their animal was full of urgency, which they didn't seem to feel. Her own yellow dog had yelped once and then disappeared among the piles of wooden boxes and pallets that covered one side of the lot. No help there, Miranda thought. "Welcome, welcome," laughed the girls, speaking in uneven unison, and in voices older than they had a right to. "Don't worry about him. He's all right." And in fact, their dog seemed a little more friendly now that the yellow dog was gone. He had stopped snarling. He sniffed insistently and obnoxiously at Miranda's crotch, which the twins found amusing. "He likes you," they said. "He's called Cerberus." Miranda reached down to push his head away. Her fingers sank into the coarse silver hair around his neck, and she wondered if it was possible that the creature was a wolf. She'd never seen a wolf, but she recognized from TV specials, or as if from dreams, the ferocious yellow eyes, the texture of its thick, coarse fur. She was wearing Blind Rodica's coat, though she'd unbuttoned it. Even so, in the mist, she'd been too warm, but now she looked up at the sky and saw that it was gray and clear. The mist had disappeared, and the air was colder. She looked up and saw there was a mountain behind the town, a snow-capped mountain that rose up many thousands of feet, and whose topmost spires of ice were touched with pink from the rising sun. The air was colder, and she could see gooseflesh on the twins' bare arms. The sea behind her was gray and silver. Cerberus yawned and looked up toward the mountains. "Tell me," Miranda said, "what I must do." The twins laughed. "You've been to school. It's like a test. You're good at tests. Aren't you good at tests?" The wolf, if that's what it was, had settled by her feet and was staring up at her. Now it opened its mouth to yawn, and the smell of its hot breath was so disgusting, Miranda felt a small door had been opened into hell. None of this was real, yet even so she was close to tears. "Aren't you good at tests? You are familiar with the theory of Pythagoras? You know the date of the 1848 rebellion?" "I think so." "You know who wrote Jerusalem by William Blake?" She found she couldn't swallow the lump in her throat. She stood looking at the wolf, breathing its breath, while the twins chuckled. "That's excellent. So answer me. What are you doing here?" Miranda looked up at their smiling, relentless faces. In the new light she could see color in their cheeks, stripes of yellow in their tawny hair. At first she'd thought they were identical, but one had a wider face and lighter eyes. She was the one with her hair cut short. And now she continued independently of her sister. "You've been led around from place to place, and what's to show? Your friend is dying. You could have gone with Raevsky from the beginning. That's why I'm asking you. What are you going to do now?" "I'm on my way to Albany," said Miranda. And at that moment the other girl, the one with the ponytail and the narrow face, opened her mouth to show a gold coin balanced on her tongue. Then she closed her mouth again, and Miranda knew that if she put her fingers into her pocket now, she would find 2 coins left beside the silver one, not 3. "If you had a chance to save de Gratz's life, how would you do it?" "I'm here to meet my aunt," Miranda said, and again the girl with the ponytail opened her mouth to show a gold coin. One more question, Miranda thought, and she wouldn't have enough money for the boat. She took a step backward, and immediately the wolf started to growl. She could smell its breath. "You've heard of Einstein's special theory of relativity?" asked the girl with the ponytail. Miranda nodded. And the Counter-Reformation? And then, immediately, if you could make one choice that would change history, what would it be? When Miranda didn't answer, the wide-faced girl smiled. 10 seconds, she said. Miranda wondered if at that moment, in the cave in the Husik Valley, the virus that had infected Peter was gathering itself to enter her. Or perhaps she was already delirious. Ignoring the beast at her feet, she turned toward the water, took a step back toward the boat. A man was walking toward her from the freight shed and the piles of boxes, a tall man smartly dressed in a tight cream-colored jacket.
Sasha Prochenko,
whispered the lizard inside her coat, and she recognized him. Andromeda turned into a man, his yellow hair, pale eyes, beautiful face. He was not as hairy as he'd been in the dark woods outside the hunter's camp, but Miranda remembered the smell, tobacco and cologne. His hands were in his pants pockets. His collar was turned up. He strolled toward them over the broken asphalt, a smile on his face, an unlit cigarette in his mouth.
Iron Kivrit? Got a match?
He said. Miranda imagined even the girls were struck by his good looks. They giggled a bit and did not object when he hiked up his trousers to squat next to the wolf.
Iron Kivrit,
he said again, and Miranda gave him her father's lighter. He flicked it to produce the flame and lit his cigarette while at the same time he was stroking the wolf's fur around its ears.
Nice animal,
he said in an accent so thick that Miranda scarcely understood him. He squinted at her through the smoke. The cigarette was in the corner of his mouth. He kept her father's lighter in his left hand, while with his right he dug his fingers into the thick fur. He smiled up at the two girls. The wolf was yawning happily. Sasha Prochenko's hands were quiet and slow. Holding the wolf's head with his right hand, he slid the lighter into its mouth. Blue flame erupted from the silver box, and the wolf leapt up and pulled itself loose. The wide-faced girl let go of her leash at once, but the other was pulled down onto the asphalt as the wolf turned tail. Miranda caught a scent of burning hair.
Go,
said Sasha Prochenko. He had not gotten up, not stopped smiling, even though the wide-faced girl had jumped onto his back and was scratching at his cheek. He took the cigarette from his mouth, blew on the tip, and pushed it into the back of her hand.
Go,
he said again, and Miranda went. And as she ran up the slope into the front street of the town, she saw someone coming toward her whom she recognized. It was the woman who had pushed the book into her hands at the train station, the woman who had warned her about Kevin Markosif, the woman who'd appeared to her the night before the hunt and predicted some of this. It was her Aunt Egypta, dressed in a fur coat with a collar of foxes, and their heads hung down. She wore a lamb's wool hat, with her gray hair pulled back under it. She wore long gloves and lipstick and powder on her big nose, and when she put her arms around Miranda's neck, she smelled of cinnamon and dust. Miranda was conscious of an enormous feeling of relief. She clung to her aunt's coat and wouldn't let go. She rubbed her face in the stiff fur, hiding her face from what was happening behind her. She was surprised to find the woman did not tower over her. Her aunt's face was level with her own. They stood embracing, while Miranda breathed in her aunt's smell and felt the fur prickle on her face. Egypta Shank was rocking her in her strong arms.
My darling, she said, you must not think that I would give you up. Oh, it has been so long.
She brought Miranda up into the street. They stood in a row of shop fronts and quaint Victorian buildings, a deserted tourist town in winter, and above them hung the slopes of the White Mountain.
Come,
said Egypta Shank, and she brought Miranda to a shop where there were lights inside. It was a restaurant or a cafe, and the old woman led her in and sat her down at a round marble-topped table where there were coffee and cakes.
Let me look at you, she said,
and she took Miranda's leather pack, then pushed back her coat and stripped it off. The lizard was gone.
Let me look at you,
repeated the woman, and she pushed Miranda's hair from her forehead.
Oh, my darling, we have been successful. You still have the silver coin?
Miranda slid it from her pocket and put it on the table, the coin stamped with the head of Alexander the Great.
Then we are free,
the old woman said.
Romania will be free. All my plans.
Tears glistened in her dark eyes. Above them, Miranda noticed her eyebrows had been penciled on. They were the only people in the restaurant. There was no one at the counter behind them where the register was. Behind that, there was a red velvet curtain that covered the back wall. "You planned this?" Miranda said, looking down at her croissant. It was made of papier-mâché.
Yes, of course. You did not think that I should let that fool Nicolae Ceausescu get the better of me. It was Rodica's mother who had the pawn shop in the old court. Rodica's mother who led her to the book. Perhaps I even misled you a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I must make others do these things, even if there should be risks. Do you understand?
No.
Oh, I will have time to tell you, and your mother will be glad, because you have grown into a wise girl to do what is right. This was a risk, but I must take it, because I was a prisoner in Romania. Everywhere I was constrained and watched. There was the Siguranta, the police, and also our great enemy in Ratisbon. I could do nothing to go with you, only these small warnings. I could do nothing where I was. An old woman in a hut in the woods, an old bird in a cage. But Jesus Christ came out of death. In Romania they will put an empty coffin in the ground.
Miranda didn't understand any of this. She was focused on one thing. "What about Peter?" she asked. When her aunt did not reply, Miranda told her the story of the past few days. She told her about Peter and Andromeda, and blind Rodica's death, and Gregor Spla's. She told her about Captain Raevsky, and the wild man, and Peter's sickness. Her aunt made little sympathetic clucks. But then at moments she would smile, as if none of this dire information could change her mood.
"We are in battle with an enemy," she said finally. "It is the one who holds your mother prisoner. And even he is just the servant of something worse. Oh, I am sorry about Spla and Rodica. They were my loyal friends. I am sorry you are all alone. The smallpox sickness is a coward's weapon, but our enemy would like the world to suffer as he suffered."
Miranda stared at the old woman.
"I am sorry," Princess Egypta said again. "The Grutz is a soldier, and this is not a soldier's death."
Miranda stared at her, searching for an answer in her proud, ugly face.
"My child, I can help you now. Use the coin to bring me from this place, and I will help you. Oh, but I am sorry for the Grutz. His mother is still alive, an old woman in Bucharest. There will be an empty place for him in the mausoleum of his ancestors."
"His mother died of cancer," Miranda said. "She was a secretary in the English department. She used to teach him poems." She watched a flicker of impatience pass over her aunt's face.
"Yes, of course. That is the story you were told. And it is hard to give it up, I know. These stories of your childhood. Now we wake up and we must not be frightened. There are sacrifices that must be made. These matters are more important than his life or my life or yours."
Miranda lifted her coffee cup and brought it to her lips. But though the full cup appeared, she smelled and tasted nothing. Egypta Shank put her hand out and put it over Miranda's hand, where it lay on the surface of the table.
"Girl, you must not think I would have given you up. You lived with me until the Empress destroyed me. Do you remember those days by the sea, or in the woods at Mogoshvoya? No, I took them away from you. I thought I'd spare you pain and confusion. Now it occurs to me that I've miscalculated. God forgive me, I have made mistakes. I've been working toward these things since before you were born, and I keep telling myself that this white tiger is more than what you want and what I want."
She smiled again, a false, constrained expression. It occurred to Miranda now.
"I know it is hard, and you are still a child, but I could not have given you more time inside the book. Our enemies are strong and getting stronger."
"I am not a child."
Indeed not. When was it? The last time we saw each other?
I don't know. Stanley told me I was 3.
Stanley? Yes, of course. So do you think that you were 3 years old when I stood on the platform of the Mogoshwaya station and put the book into your hands? I tell you, you were not yet 9.
Miranda shook her head.
12 years ago.
Her aunt went on, relentless.
Did I not say that something would be pulled away? Can you forgive me? Can you believe that this was for the best?
Miranda took her hand from her aunt's big hand. She couldn't think about this now. She had to think about Peter. I'm not going to let him die, she said. Don't make me choose between the 2 of you. You brought us out, and you can send us home. I'll take him to the hospital in Pittsfield, or maybe he won't even be sick. Give me some days at home, and I can say goodbye, and then I promise we'll come back, or I'll come back at least. Her aunt stared at her, and Miranda felt a chill. The old woman clucked her tongue sympathetically.
My poor child. It is true you do not understand. That book is gone. That is all finished, done.
At that moment, Miranda thought she might raise up her hand, put her hand over her aunt's mouth to keep the words from coming out, except she'd known it all along. We can't go home?
To what, child? This is your home. There is nothing there.
Miranda felt her eyes well up, and then some tears were on her face. Well, then you can cure him here, can't you? Can't you do that if I do everything you say? Egypta Shank looked at her.
Ah, well,
she said at last.
Perhaps it's for the best as it is. You must be brave and think of that. I seem to have made terrible mistakes with him and with Prochenko too, from what you say. First a female, and now his own spirit creature. These were proud men, and the calculations were so difficult.
After a moment, she went on.
They swore an oath to your father. I had not thought they'd be so loyal, especially Prochenko, but they grew to love you when you were a child. They were not my first choices, I should tell you. But when the Empress turned against me, there was no one else. The Gruds had a reputation, and they didn't like each other.
What are you saying? Miranda thought. And then aloud, You're saying it is best to let him die? The old woman shrugged.
The damage is already done.
She said nothing else about it, and when Miranda spoke again, she asked a question that was not quite to the point. Tell me if you love me. If all this was for the best, then why was it so cruel? Her aunt's dark eyes had a yellowish cast.
Child, I know it's difficult. All that is gone. You must not dwell on it.
Please, Miranda said, I want to know. This year in school, we read about the First World War. Egypta Shank wiped her red nose on the back of her hand, a coarse, unladylike gesture.
If you want to know, then you have already guessed.
Then, in a moment,
it was because of you.
Miranda shook her head. Her aunt went on.
Let me see. The First World War. We made historical projections. A European war was necessary, then and later, if there was to be no war in Massachusetts. That was all. These events made you secure. In the end, that was all I cared about.
Then she continued after a moment.
Please put it from your mind. When I first started work, I would have made that place into a paradise. It was in my mind to write a book of paradise, and we would all be characters and not just you. When the Empress turned against me, it was still half finished. After that, all I cared about was your protection. And don't you think, she continued, hurrying now, stumbling over her words, if that place had been like heaven, then you'd have been happy to come here?
It was cold in the restaurant. All this time her aunt had not taken off her coat. Now she slid it from her shoulders to reveal an evening dress, a diamond choker around her wrinkled neck. She took the lamb's wool hat from her head and laid it on the table. Her hair was carefully pinned back with tortoiseshell combs. Happy to come here, Miranda thought. Then she spoke. His father was Dan Gross. He lived on White Oak Road. Again there was that flicker of impatience.
Don't dwell on it. It is finished now.
But it wasn't finished. That place, Miranda said, is what I am. Rachel and Stanley, Christmas Hill, Andromeda and Peter. That is what I am.
Of course, and you will be something else. The White Tiger. All of us will leave our childhood behind. I am becoming something else. Do you think that I'm not terrified?
Then, in a little while,
Come, child,
she said. They had been sitting near the window. The sun had risen over a shoulder of the mountain, and the morning light had reached into the street. In the plate glass of the window was a fiery glow. You're not listening to me, Miranda said. You told me I had 2 friends, and I must have faith. One of them, you said, would show me a sign. He would show me something from my own country. Or was that just trying to trick me, mislead me like you said? The old woman rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand.
I do what I must do. These friends, you have no duty to them now, she murmured. You are the White Tiger.
They sat in silence for a few moments, and then her aunt went on.
You lived with me for 7 years at Mamaia Castle on the sea. Your mother was not there, but I made a promise to her in Ratisbon that I would keep you safe. Oh, and it made me happy to keep that promise. When I saw you playing with Juliana on the tiles and playing in the water, I would have kept you near my heart, except the Empress and Antonescu defeated me when you were just a child. Do not blame me for that. I cannot bear it. All the choices that I made, they were for you.
Miranda sat watching the sun come in the window. You're not listening to me, she said again. The old woman looked down into her empty cup. She pushed her chair suddenly backwards and clapped her hands.
Then you will explain it to me when we are safe. You are the White Tiger. You must do what you think best. Now we must meet the timekeeper.
She stood up, and Miranda stood up, and she led Miranda deeper into the restaurant until she found the side door. Opened, it revealed a dark alley between the wooden buildings, and the old woman led Miranda down it, away from the front street, and into a neighborhood of dilapidated sheds and greenhouses, long galleries hung with small cracked panes that were just now catching the sun's light. Above them, Miranda could see the white mountain, and for a moment she could glimpse a picture in her mind. It was both clear and evanescent, as if it had been momentarily inserted, then removed. She saw a building high up on the mountainside, a pavilion at the top of the glacier where the light was touching now. She imagined several old men and women, thin and stiff and pale, peering down from the parapet. Names for them came to her: Venus, Apollo, Artemis. Down below, she and her aunt walked through a courtyard of neglected grass and trampled earth. They walked beside a clapboard wall, its white paint peeling. Now Miranda could see in front of them an old man beckoning them on. He was dressed in spattered overalls, and when he reached the door of one of the glass galleries, he pushed it open. His face was thin and narrow, mottled black and pink. His hair was white and thick. He held the door for them, and they stepped into an enormous and untidy space, a greenhouse that went on forever, and whose glass roof was shining now in the sun's rays. And the greenhouse was packed with cages in long double rows, wooden wire cages in stacks 4 and 5 feet high.
"Here you go," said the old man. "You have your money? Come with me."
He led them over the duckboards, then down a cramped and narrow passage between 2 rows of piled cages, in each of which, as Miranda could make out, there was a small and silent animal.
Here you go, muttered the old man.
He led them past gerbils and rats, foxes, turtles, snakes, rabbits, birds, insects, all kinds, and some Miranda didn't recognize. In most of the cages there was a bed of cedar chips or straw. The animals watched her calmly through the netting or the bars. There was no movement or display.
Here you go, here you go.
And they were peering into a cage at eye level, where a small bird sat on a wire swing. It was a little bird whose iridescent feathers were tinged with dirty sunshine through the windows. A battered brass plaque was affixed to the bars of the cage. On it was engraved, A.S.B. Shank. Miranda turned, and in the cramped space behind her, she could see her aunt stare hungrily at the bird. The old man paid no attention to her.
You have your money, he said. Take what you like. She's a beauty.
Miranda hesitated. And is everybody here?
Most of them. Most of them. Here we have, many, many. You are rich?
No. She pulled the silver coin from her pants pocket and held it up.
I thought so,
muttered the old man.
I thought so. Yes, just the one. Anyone you like, maybe.
What about Peter de Gratz?
Yes, well, he should be just coming in.
And the old man took off down the duckboards. He pulled some spectacles from the breast pocket of his overalls and slipped them on. Then he was fingering the brass plaques on the cages until he found one at the bottom of a pile.
Here.
Miranda got down on her knees, then on her hands and knees. She could see the plaque, but it was dark inside the cage.
Here you go,
said the old man, slipping a brass flashlight from another pocket and then twisting the top. A small light came out of it. I don't see anything. But then she did. A red beetle, no larger than a dime, standing in a corner of the cage. Aren't there any larger animals? The old man squatted down.
A few. They're in a different place. This size here, it's more convenient. There are an awful lot of bugs.
She peered in at the beetle. How would I carry it?
Well, I suppose we can give you a little box. I don't see why not.
Egypta Shank had followed them down the passage. She stood behind them, shivering in her fur coat.
Please,
she said. The old man didn't hear her. He didn't turn around. Maybe I can't do this, Miranda said. You've been planning my whole life.
Child, this is not the time for infantile rebelliousness.
The princess spoke sharply, but her face was empty and fearful.
It was not my choice to give you up. Do not punish me, Miranda Popescu. Don't you see this is a terrible place?
Miranda felt her eyes fill with tears. Do you have a little container? She asked.
Well, yes, I think so. Let me see.
And the old man was going through his pockets until he found a small wooden box painted with a Chinese street scene. It was of a kind Miranda remembered from her childhood. Her fingers easily found the secret panel, the lever that held the spring.
If not me, then what about your father?
Said Egypta Shank.
He is here. Prince Frederick is here.
Well, no, muttered the old man, as if it had been Miranda who had spoken.
Butterfly, isn't he? Gone a long time. You'd need more money.
I am sorry, said Miranda. Don't you see? I can't. You've made it too difficult. And he's my friend.
She touched the lever, and the drawer to the box jumped out. She thought, this is not real. None of this was real. In the real world, she was lying with Peter in a cave in the woods, and this was all a dream. But in the dream, the old man reached to pat her hand.
It's a good choice, young lady. A good choice. Tell you the truth, that old bird's about done. This one's got some tread on it. Years of wear.
He slid open the wired door and reached in his hand. The beetle hopped onto his thumbnail.
That's the way of it. You see, he's happy to get out. Even a few minutes, that's too long."
He held out his hand, and for the first time she noticed how pretty the bug was, its shining red carapace. She studied it for a moment, the subtle geometric pattern on its wings. Then she forced herself to look up at Egyptoshank. She braced herself for an expression of anger, but didn't see it. Her aunt's face, which had been sullen, now was calm.
"So it is nothing. The future of Romania," she said, rubbing her nose on the back of her hand. "Is it nothing against Peter de Graz's life? But if you ask me, he will not thank you for saving him from his duty as a soldier. Nor will he love you for forgetting your own future. Perhaps you are a child after all."
Miranda couldn't look at her. She held out the silver coin, and the man took it. Then, with great care, he laid the beetle into the box along with some strands of grass.
"Should be all right for an hour or so," he said.
"Okay." But she made no motion to get up. Now the decision was made, she felt she could not bear to see the old woman's face again, or listen to her voice.
"Believe me,"
said Egyptoshank,
"I have suffered for this. Suffered and prayed. Please, Miranda, do not steal it from me." "You'd better get back,"
said the timekeeper. "Okay." Miranda bit her lips, forced herself to look up. How can you say goodbye to someone you've never met? She thought. Please don't hate me, she murmured, prepared for an expression of anger and contempt on her aunt's face. Instead, and maybe it was just a trick of the dirty light, but she was surprised to see a softer look, less pinched, less worried.
"God bless Romania,"
muttered Egyptoshank. What did she mean? Please, Miranda whispered. We all do what we can.
"I know. By Jesus Christ, I know. You will forgive me?"
What did she mean? There is nothing to forgive.
"Oh, but there is. God bless Romania and you."
Then she went on.
"I told you the white tiger had a choice. Now the hard way is best, and perhaps I was too proud when I thought that I could tell you this and this. So now I am made humble by the white tiger. Oh, but don't forget, I have left a message for you at the shrine of Venus."
Miranda shook her head, and her aunt continued.
"So, not even that. Forgive me. A hard lesson, an old habit, and you cannot now imagine how I planned. That was my book, too. Now it's gone. Now I must trust you, which is hard. And I must only hope that you could not have helped us if you'd followed every plan of mine. So, what will come now?"
Miranda shook her head. Thank God this was all a dream.
"Oh, my dear,"
said the old woman.
"Then is this goodbye? I hoped we'd have years in front of us, and then your mother, too. Oh, but it was worth the risk. But for God's sake," she continued, "do not leave me in that cage. For God's sake, you can get me out."
Miranda looked down. She slid the box into her leather backpack, empty now of all her Romanian things. Only the last gold coin in her pocket. Only the locket on her neck. Only the tiger's head bracelet that still glittered on her wrist. The sun was shining, and the air in the greenhouse was full of shining motes of dust. When she glanced up again, her aunt had disappeared among the narrow rows. On the way out of the greenhouse, Miranda and the old man passed the cage where the little bird swung back and forth. A brandywine bird. Miranda found she knew the name. She paused. "Can you open her up?" she said. "Can I see her?" The old man frowned and mumbled. "She was my aunt," Miranda said. The old man's eyebrows were heavy and dark, although his hair was white. He peered at her for a moment, and then undid the latch on the bird's cage. He reached in his big, battered hand.
"Come," he said. "Come on. Just for a minute now."
But as soon as the cage was open, the bird flew at him and pecked him on the knuckle. Then she was out the wire door. Cursing, he grabbed at her with his bleeding hand and managed to pull out one of the iridescent tail feathers. But then the bird was gone, beating at the glass roof until she found a broken pane. The old man danced a little angry dance. He raised his stiff hands to the ceiling, mumbling a string of curses and vulgarity. No longer interested in Miranda, he hurried to the door. When she followed him, she found he had grabbed up a battered, paint-stained ladder from a patch of weeds and was raising it against the greenhouse wall. Above him, on the ridgepole, the little bird sat in the sun, and above her rose the white mountain. When Miranda came to the harbor again, the boat was waiting, and when she came to the far shore, it was easy to retrace her steps. And when she woke up in the morning, bundled against the cold in the entrance to the cave, she found she was holding Peter's hand. And later, in the chapel of St. Simon the Fisherman, in the wooden church off of Elysian Fields, the priest and the sacristan gave up hope. They had been sitting with the body of Egyptus Schenk von Schenk until the body, quite suddenly, began to decompose. Toward noon, they rubbed her gray old flesh with perfume, and put her on a bed of flowers, and nailed her coffin shut. 3. The Invasion. 11. Transformations.
"Madam," said General Antonescu, "understand. The German army invaded Hungary after such a disturbance. They're looking for a pretext. They claim to be protecting lives and property. Now there are 5 regiments at the frontier."
For Antonescu, this was a long and complicated explanation. Enormous, gruff, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring out into the Piatta from the 3rd floor of the Winter Keep in Bucharest. Dressed in a uniform of midnight blue, a star on each shoulder and on his throat, he looked out of place in the jewel box of the Empress's study. Out of scale also, his shaved skull in uncomfortable proximity to the ceiling. Though the Empress's secretary had poured tea for him, he had not picked up his cup. Nor, since he entered the room, had he sat down, and the Empress imagined he was afraid he might break one of the delicate chairs, shatter the cup between his fingers. He was watching a procession of priests. Their hands were painted red, and they carried branches ripped from pine trees, along with trumpets and bells. It was the feast of Lupercalia.
"That is why," he continued without turning around, "this is important. I have been informed the Siguranta has questioned this man, Hans Gräuben, a German national and an embassy employee, about the jeweler's death. The Siguranta and the Metropolitan Police. I have a letter of protest from the German ambassador. It must not be allowed in this current atmosphere. You know there have been riots against the German minorities in Transylvania, doubtless instigated by provocateurs."
Again, this was a long speech for him. The Empress turned her body in her chair and examined the back of his head, the folds of skin where his head joined his neck. A fragrant breeze came from the open window.
"Do not bully me," she said. "Someone else. The servant has confessed to the crime. I believe if you are interested, in 1 month you will see the sentence carried out." "Why so long?" "Because there are people who think he is innocent. I myself. It is absurd. Why should he murder this man? It is clear he is protecting his mistress, who has disappeared." "You suspect her?" "All the world suspects her. I have spoken to the chief of police. She killed this man Spitz, without a doubt. Shot him, knocked him with a candlestick."
The Baron clasped his hands behind his back.
"Why should she do such a thing?"
he asked without turning around.
"Because she is an evil woman,"
said the Empress. Her teacup shook between her pudgy fingers. It clattered on the saucer as she replaced it on the table.
"You don't know her. She used to dance in the musicals before the newspapers discovered she was an artist. She seduced Ceausescu when he was deputy prime minister, though he was old enough to be her grandfather. God knows who was the father of her son, who never learned to speak. She was a cruel mother, I have no doubt, and because of her he was put into an institution where she never visits him. It is only the Elector of Ratisbon who has taken an interest. He tells me he will bring the boy to Germany, to a surgical clinic there."
The Empress was agitated. She patted her red cheeks with a handkerchief. She was horrified by any cruelty to children. The general stared out into the piazza where the priests were leading forward a white goat with ribbons in its horns. He was looking south over the rooftops of the old town. At the limit of his vision, scarcely a kilometer away, rose the boxy headquarters of the Metropolitan Police. There, in his prison cell, Jean-Baptiste sat playing chess. If at that moment he had been able to hear the Empress profess his innocence, he would have been more worried than consoled. Perhaps he would have made a careless blunder with his pawns, which in this endgame might have been fatal. He had made his decision. He had no desire to revisit it, nor hear it questioned by others. His dirty, peeling cell in the Cour d'Évêque was comfortable to him. Partly this was due to his state of mind, and partly to the efforts of his new friend, Radu Lukacs, who had taken an interest in his comfort. The policeman had brought him books, extra blankets, tobacco, newspapers. He kept the rooms well heated. Often he shared some of the pastries and meat pies that his wife packed for him. Or sometimes, when he was able, he sat down to a game of chess, as he had now. It was a good occupation for the two men, as it allowed them to be friendly without requiring them to speak. About Jean-Baptiste's situation there was nothing to discuss. He was an old man with no living relatives. His small property he had already disposed of. His legal affairs had been resolved out of his hands. They hadn't much in common, the Hungarian émigré and the old man from Cluj. The one crucial area where their tastes and interests overlapped could not easily be mentioned or admitted even to themselves. From time to time, Jean-Baptiste would break the comfortable silence with an anecdote about his former employer, the Baroness Ceausescu. These stories were not connected to each other or apropos of anything. Nevertheless, the policeman listened avidly, sucking on his pipe as he perused the pieces on the chessboard.
"I was the Baron's man for many years, and his first wife. After her death, we had a certain routine, and I remember when he told me he was to marry again. He told me the name. I was suspicious. I had seen the billboards at the ambassador's. She was a personality, and there were rumors of scandal. So on my night off I bought a ticket in the upper circle, just myself. Every seat was full. It was a performance of Ariadne at Naxos. You see, I didn't think much of it at the time. I thought the Baron was making a mistake. She was just a child. But now I find that I remember every movement she made on the stage. That's what real art is, I suppose. You can't get it out of your mind. I didn't know much about it, but I could tell she had a spirit. And it was quite a shock, I tell you, in the third act, to see her in her torn clothes, her hands dripping with blood. I remember wondering what kind of employer she would make. To tell the truth, it was difficult at first. She had a great deal to learn about being a lady. Or, I can tell you she found it difficult to entertain. The Baron lost most of his personal associates after Prince Frederick's death, but the house was full of people from the government, and sometimes I'd find her crying in a rage when she was asked to plan a menu for a dinner party. That was when we became closer, I think, because I was able to help her with the silver and so on.
Now the Baron's house on Saltpeter Street was empty, and the Baroness had disappeared. Unspoken also between the old servant and the policeman were any thoughts about where she might have gone. Domnul Lukacs, though he had made inquiries, had not seen her since the night he had taken Jean-Baptiste into custody. That had been 3 days ago, in winter-time. Now suddenly it was spring. The air was fragrant, soft. Lukacs sniffed at it appreciatively as he was walking home along the Strada Iuliu, his hands in the pockets of his green wool overcoat. He was eager to get home while there was still so much light in the streets. He was happy at the prospect of seeing his wife and daughter, but in front of him a young man hurried along the sidewalk. There was nothing about him to attract Lukacs' attention, not his dirty boots or baggy clothes, not his cap or ripped umbrella, or anything except the thrill that went through Lukacs' body and his teeth. It was a sensation he recognized, and so he turned aside at the corner of the road. Up ahead he saw a crowd, which was scattering and parting to allow 2 boys to come through. They were from the countryside, dressed as wolves, and carrying, as the traditions of Lupercalia demanded, whips made of goat-skin leather. They were hacking at the people as they passed. Seeking to avoid them, the young man in the baggy overcoat crept into one of the stone doorways of the houses that lined the street, and Lukacs caught a glimpse of his face. When the boys had passed, he followed him into the grounds of the temple. Its stone facade was decorated with pine branches splashed with red water to symbolize blood. Radu Lukacs was not religious. For him, as for most citizens, these celebrations had a civil function only. He was surprised, therefore, to see the young man in front of him pause in the temple vestibule, strip off his glove, and put his fingers into the bowl of holy water. In the church itself, which was full of incense smoke and soft music from the organ, he was surprised to see him slip into a pew, then go down on his knees in prayer. The church was dark and full of shadows. Domnul Lukacs sat immediately behind the praying figure. To distract himself, for a few minutes he studied the gold statue of the goddess on the altar, the snake feeding at her breast. Then he turned again to the young man in front of him. He had removed his cap, revealing a quantity of chestnut hair. On that first day of the springtime festival, most of the activity was in the streets. The church itself was quite empty. Presently, the young man rose from his knees and sat back in the pew. Domnul Lukacs slid forward. Breathing deeply, he tried to catch some scent from the glossy hair, but could not. "Ma'am," he whispered, and the Baroness stiffened, did not turn around. The policeman licked his mustache and his upper lip. He was aware suddenly of the sound of his own voice, of the officiousness and fussiness that he could not prevent.
"Ma'am, I came to your house with a notary to take your statement, at 12 o'clock as we had agreed. I was disappointed."
Above the music of the organ, Lukacs thought he could hear a soft, deflating hiss.
"Ma'am, it was impossible."
Dissatisfied, again he let his voice trail away.
"Have you come to arrest me?"
whispered the Baroness Ceausescu.
"By no means. The statement was not necessary, because the man confessed. Only I would have supposed—"
Again the soft hiss of air escaping.
"Is he well?" "Ma'am, you must have read about it in the newspapers. He is in good spirits, considering the circumstances. There is 1 month left. I confess I don't understand. I would have thought your statement might have prevented—"
This time she interrupted.
"What about Herr Gräuben? Did you question him?" "I did, under limitations. There was a question of diplomatic immunity."
Now the Baroness turned around. No trace of the young man remained.
"This was a murder charge." "Indeed it was, ma'am. Indeed it was. And it is my opinion that a statement from you would have saved— There were extenuating circumstances that were never brought forward." "You don't need extenuating circumstances. The man is innocent. Didn't you tell me Domnul Spitz died of a gunshot wound?" "I didn't tell you, but it is true."
Her eyes, as she glared at him, were almost purple in the half-light. He imagined his heart might swell and break, but he persevered.
"Ma'am, nevertheless, there was the matter of the candlestick. And as you know, he has confessed." "That was to protect me," she murmured fiercely.
Domnul Lukacs took out his pocket handkerchief to wipe his lips and wipe his cheek. He couldn't look her in the face.
"As you say. As for the German, we were not allowed to search his rooms. There was no evidence."
"What do you need?"
"Please, ma'am, there is no point. It is too late. My superiors—"
"What do you need?" she asked again.
He shrugged. "Please, it is useless. He has an alibi, which is supplied by the Elector of Ratisbon. There is no weapon, nor were we allowed to take his fingerprints, which might have been useful. As you may know, there was a chain made up of flattened silver links."
All this time they had been whispering in the back of the empty church. Smoke from the candles in the side chapels, smoke from the incense braziers hurt his eyes. He dabbed at them with his pocket handkerchief. The Baroness was clutching the back of her pew between her naked hands, and Lucas recognized her signet ring, the Pig of Cluj. Why did she continue to wear it? Altogether, she was full of mystery. Now he glanced up at her face that seemed to hang disembodied in front of him. Her high cheekbones, small nose, flawless skin.
In any case, he murmured, it is too late.
Candlelight gleamed in her hair. The light touched and made golden every hair of her brows and lashes.
What is important now?
He murmured, then broke off, cleared his throat.
I believe he might appreciate a conversation with you, an interview. He is attached to you.
These words were difficult for him to say. Again he felt a distance from himself. He listened to the sound of his harsh, ugly voice.
He is very attached to you.
Fierce as that of any goddess, her face drifted before him. He saw her clench her fists on the back of the pew, and he imagined she might strike him.
What good is that?
She said after a moment. She spoke out loud for the first time, and a young priest, hurrying down the aisle, paused to look at them.
The Germans pushed you out of your own country, she said, and you did nothing. Now they shoot us in the street and you do nothing. What do you need? Finger marks? Weapons? I can get you these things. The elector's alibi means nothing, as you know. These men, she said, watch for me everywhere. You ask me why I left my house? I was afraid of them. Hans Gräuben. I have seen him and his men watching for me in the streets. Everywhere I have seen them in their long coats. You must know this. Why do you allow these murderers to torment us?
Lucas kept his hat in his lap. He found he was kneading the brim between his fingers.
He would ask for a visit from you if it is possible. I also, yes. But if I come, maybe Herr Gräuben would find me there. Maybe you yourselves would find a reason to arrest me. Ma'am, I swear.
How could she doubt him? How could he earn her trust? But there was nothing to be done, because she was not afraid of being arrested. No, it was her guiltiness that prevented her from visiting the old man, her faithful servant Jean-Baptiste. No matter how she twisted and turned, the jeweler was dead because of her, and if she could not remember killing him, still she could not forget the feel of the soft white cord in her hands when she had pulled it tight around the neck of that old lady in Mogoshwaya. Sweet God, it was intolerable. Sitting backwards in her pew, grasping the dark wood, she stared up at the stained-glass window above the door. It took a moment for the pattern to come clear, a cat licking her paws, the spirit emblem of the church. She looked again at the policeman, his thick gray hair and black mustache. He seemed nervous, the way he looked around. Why was that? What was this to him? But for all she knew, there were others outside the church. For all she knew, others would meet him here. She jumped up, seized her umbrella and her cap. Then she was outside, squinting up into a sky that contained both sun and rain. No one was waiting. She put the cap on her head. Breathing deeply, she forced herself to walk slowly down the steps, out the iron gate into the street. She put her left hand into the pocket of her overcoat and swung her umbrella like a cane. Then, at the corner of the street, she forced herself to read the printed notice on the wall, announcing that the murderer of Claude Spitz, the jeweler, had already been arrested, thanks to the deft and ever-watchful Metropolitan Police. Swinging her umbrella, the Baroness turned the corner and strolled eastward away from the river, until she found the poorer streets behind the university. This quarter, previously unknown to her, was where she had stayed since the night Jean-Baptiste was arrested. It was full of rooming houses and cheap hotels. She had taken a room on the 5th floor of an ancient and dilapidated building. Her landlady, also ancient and dilapidated, seldom budged from the parlor on the 1st floor. Fat and weak-legged, she sat in the window soaking her feet all afternoon, peering anxiously at passers-by. It was intolerable. The Baroness would have to move. She had come here in search of anonymity, because the place was full of students who came and went at all hours. She had not expected to be studied and judged every time she came to the front door. Still, she put her finger to her cap and smiled, even waggled her umbrella familiarly while she squinted at the sky as if concerned that it might rain. An elaborate pantomime. She shrugged, even put her hand out, palm up, fingers splayed, before she reached for the doorknob. All the time the fat old woman glowered at her from under her gorilla-like eye ridges. What was the theory that Egyptus Shank had packed inside her book? That men and women were descended out of apes? An absurd notion, though one could see how it had occurred to her. Absurd because we still have animals inside of us, as Cleopatra kept her cat. We are not the end of some process. That was Egyptus Shank trying to make sense out of the world. Instead, we all have animals scratching to get out, which is why sometimes it is so hard to stay in our own skin, why our skin seethes and prickles, and we wake up desperate. The Baroness scuffed and banged her way upstairs. She kicked at the splintered banisters, the steps ground down. Each passage was lined with 4 or 5 doors. Each room contained some nameless striver. It was intolerable. Now finally she stood at the door of her miserable room under the roof. She knocked, and Markossev opened it, stepped aside. He had not gone out that day. He had spent his time cleaning and recleaning the one small room, waiting for her to return. He had washed the windows, which had been opaque with grime. She closed the door, hung up her overcoat and cap. She slid their supper from inside the breast of her jacket. A packet of cigarettes, a rasher of sliced ham. She put them on the table, which was covered with oilcloth. Markossev had already laid out 2 chipped scrubbed plates, a loaf of bread, a pot of mustard. From her pockets the Baroness produced 2 bottles of beer. Markossev found teacups, and they drank from them, sitting on either side of the oilcloth table, while Markossev made sandwiches. The meat parted between the Baroness's teeth. All this was bought with Egyptus Shank's money, which the Baroness had stolen from the shrine of Venus.
"Once when I was small," said Markossev, "I watched a calf being born. The cow was crying out, and my father held a lantern. Dionysus was there, and some other of my father's men, and they were worried because the calf was turned and wasn't coming out. In the lantern light, I could see the wet hoofs. I was just to go out for a moment to see before I went to bed. But my father was afraid for the cow, and he forgot about me. So I was there for hours until my mother came and got me. Dionysus had his arms inside the cow. There was some blood. Then from my window, all night I heard the cow crying out until I fell asleep. But in the morning I went out, and both were resting in a straw."
Lately Markossev had surprised her with these small recitations. They were more numerous as the days went by, but it was hard to imagine any of them were true. She knew this one was not. He'd learned this scene from a book she'd read to him. She'd bought him some books in the market stalls.
"What was your father's name?"
"He was a red pig," said Markossev, which made her laugh. The boy had regained some kind of a sense of humor. Whatever had happened at Cluj was now behind him. He never spoke of it. When she had first moved from the house on Saltpeter Street, she had imagined she would send him away. She had packed some clothes for him. She had pressed some of Jean-Baptiste's money into his hand, had taken him on 2 occasions to the Gare du Nord. Both times he had cried and begged until she had relented. She had not wanted to cause a scene in the crowded station. Now he was thriving in these new circumstances, though their diet was meager and unvaried. He had a new habit of cleanliness and washed himself every day in cold water from the tap. He was too tall for the Baron's clothes, so she had bought some trousers and second-hand dress shirts from the thieves' market. She had always had a gift for clothes. The blue-green and apricot and plum colors helped his pallor and his lustrous black hair. She had bought him a razor, though he scarcely needed it. She got a certain pleasure from seeing him in the light of day. It had been cruel, she decided, to keep him shut up for so long. Now she sat drinking her beer while he peered at her from under his single thick brow, his head cocked like a dog's. And as so often happened in his presence, she found herself thinking about her son Felix, shut up away from his mother in the Institute for Mental Deviation, and no one to fix him sandwiches in the middle of the afternoon. At the end of his life, because of his guilt, the Baron Ceausescu had become concerned with purity. In his laboratory, he had labored over the most difficult of alchemical tasks, to find a way of separating out the pure ingredients of matter. In his governmental work, he was responsible for a body of laws intended to purify and renew the country itself. Citizens with mental imperfections were resettled into government facilities. The Baron's only child was one of these, and though elsewhere the new laws were ignored, he'd felt it necessary to set an example. He himself had delivered the boy to the stone building on the Sosyawa Kiselev. The fees there were enormous, and sometimes the Baroness tormented herself with wondering what might happen to her son now that she could no longer pay. As if he'd read her mind, the boy said, "Let us see it." She slid the jewel from her pocket now and opened her hand. She laid her hand on the tabletop with the jewel in her palm, and they stared at it for a few minutes. Her house, the life she had left, had been full of beautiful things, of which only this remained. Since she'd possessed it, she imagined it had changed color and become more purple than green. Now it tingled in her palm, picking up light from the window and reflecting it back, glowing as if it itself were a source of light. She felt comforted by it and Markosov, glad to keep them with her. But when she looked at him, thoughts of her son clouded her mind. Now, as they finished their beer and cigarettes, she decided to go out again, to walk north along the Sosyawa Kiselev and stand outside the wrought iron gates of the Institute for Mental Deviation. Always, she had taken pleasure in walking the streets. The sun had now decided to stay out, so she discarded her umbrella, and she brought Markosov with her as one might take a dog on a walk. He was happy to be included. He rushed down the stairs ahead of her, but he stopped when he got to the hall on the ground floor. The door to their landlady's apartment was open, and the woman herself stood on the threshold, glowering suspiciously, the Baroness imagined. But no. She smiled. "Domnul Enescu," she said. It was the name the Baroness had given herself. A savory steam came from the room behind her. "I tried to get your attention just now as you came in. Please, you must know we are a family here. I have been making supper this afternoon. Sarmala and Claire Pana Kosunka. Have you eaten? We don't stand on ceremony." "No, but I see you and your—" Her eyes, small in her fat face, moved uncertainly to Markosov and stayed there. "Unfortunately," the Baroness began. No matter. I can see you are busy. But this evening, all right? We don't stand on ceremony. Two young men such as yourselves, I know you have an appetite." How strange, thought the Baroness. The woman seemed eager to continue speaking. The Baroness again found herself making a pantomime as she slid out the door, this one of friendly dismissal and heartfelt regret. They had been here 2 days, and already they had attracted attention, she thought. Soon they must move. They walked north past the Hill of Venus and the racetrack, and in among the grand houses. As they approached Floreasca Park, they discovered many familiar addresses, which she had visited with her husband when she was rich. Set back from the road, surrounded by walls, these mansions seemed as impregnable as fortresses now. Walking with Markosov, as she had instructed 5 paces behind, she was reminded how isolated she'd become in these past years. When she reached the corner of the Calia Dorobantilor, she saw Helena Lupescu walking her borzois, a woman she had once counted among her intimate friends. Now she scarcely glanced at the Baroness as she stalked past, dressed in a wolfskin coat. The Baroness felt her spirits rise. Herr Gräuben and the rest, they would not recognize her, though they were setting traps all over town. Doubtless she would see him that same afternoon, watching outside the Institute for Mental Deviation. How was it possible to extract her son? Or would they simply discharge him now that she no longer paid the bills? Or would they, terrible thought, remove him to some charity ward, maybe in some other building? Her mind, ordinarily so full of schemes, was helpless when she thought about it. In this context only, she felt she was a poor, weak woman, with all the world against her. How much easier to fall into a rage. These Germans who plagued and constrained her, she would find some method to defeat them. Herr Gräuben, she would find some method. What had Lukat said? He had found the silver band that had held Kepler's eye. He wanted a sample of Gräuben's fingerprints. That was no good. For all she knew, it had been the simulacrum that had pried the stone out of its setting. Fingerprints, weapons. Lukács thought like a policeman. That was not her way. She walked rapidly past a row of foreign embassies, and it was only when she saw the wrought iron walls surrounding the institute that she slowed her steps. She crossed the boulevard to stand under the linden trees opposite the gate. She imagined she blended in with the crowd. Markasev, as he'd been instructed, stayed 5 paces away. She stood for 20 minutes looking for Gräuben or one of his associates. The red-haired man, the dark man with spectacles. She had come to recognize several in his company as they waited at various addresses and houses. The morning she had left Saltpeter Street, she had crossed in her secret tunnel under the street in order to avoid the policeman Lukács had left at her door. That had been the first time she was aware of Gräuben waiting for her. He was reading a newspaper at the corner, not bothering to hide. That morning she had seen him from an upstairs window, and again from the shelter of the wall. And since then she had noticed him several times, walking along the esplanade or in the student neighborhoods. She hated and feared the sight of his dark mackintosh and fedora, his yellow hair and mustache. It was hard for her to remember she had ever found him charming or handsome. Whenever she saw him now, it was his animal nature she was most aware of, the prowling beast inside of him, which she imagined left a stench that she could smell. Often she could sense his presence before she saw him. That afternoon she could not. There seemed to be no one at the gate. She crossed the boulevard, forcing herself not to think, not to make a plan, and it was just as well. Because it was a trap after all, as she imagined when she had walked through the gates and down the gravel path toward the larch tree that obscured her son's window on the second floor. It was full of sparrows. There was no one at the window, she saw. It was barred, and the sash was open. She felt lightheaded, and a choking sensation made it hard to breathe. But then in front of her she saw Gräuben coming down the wide steps, and with him were both the red-haired man and the dark man with spectacles. A black carriage stood in the drive, marked with the colors of the German Republic. The horses were restive. The coachman sat on the box. Bareheaded, dressed in their mackintoshes, Gräuben and the others opened the doors. And now she saw a boy coming down the steps behind them. He was led by a nurse, a fair-haired boy just approaching his 10th birthday. She stopped and stood still. The men took no notice of her, she thought. They looked through her as if she were a pane of glass, she thought, gripping the tourmaline in her pants pocket. But the boy could not be fooled by any of her disguises or by any space or separation. He looked toward her, smiled, and waved. "Mother," he said, perfectly clearly, the first word she had ever heard from his lips. And when they heard it, the Germans turned to look. Gräuben pointed. But they could do nothing to her, the Baroness decided, in this public place. She was a Romanian citizen, after all. "What are you doing?" she said, coming forward now, holding out her hands. "Felix, please, where are you taking him?" Gräuben smiled. "The Elector has found a place for him in the new clinic in Ratisbon. You will see it as a lucky chance. Madam, I am pleased to see you. We have something to discuss." There was an animal inside of him, a small feral beast that peered out through his eyes. "But don't you see? There's nothing wrong with him. Felix, please, what have they done?" She held out her hands, and the boy would have come to her, she was certain. There was a happy innocence in his face, in which she now saw traces of her own mother's good looks, and traces of herself as well. He was so tall. These people had robbed her. "Madame," Gräuben said, "the papers have been signed." "Oh, you are monsters," she told him. "Please, for the love of God." Still, she tried to keep a pleasant voice and smile through her tears, because she didn't want to frighten the boy, whose small face was clouded now with doubt. They were pulling him to the door of the carriage, but he turned to look at her. Gräuben said, "The Elector did not expect us to be able to negotiate so soon. It is a simple transaction. You have something—" Beyond him, suddenly, she was aware of an officer of the Metropolitan Police in his midnight blue uniform and crimson cap. His glossy mustache and brass buttons made him look like someone playing a part, a policeman out of a musical comedy. His face was stern and grave, and he actually had a silver whistle in his mouth, out of which now came a little peep. Gräuben held out his hand, but she had taken a step backward. Who was this man with his ridiculous whistle? Had Gräuben summoned him? Obviously not. His face showed both displeasure and surprise. The jewel belonged to the Corelli family after all. No, this was the Empress's idea, thought Nicola Ceausescu as she stepped back and looked around. This was not the way to deliver her son, who was now shut up inside the black carriage. No, the Germans would take her jewel and leave her with nothing. She held it in her hand. She would not give it up. "You there! Stop!" shouted the policeman. She turned and strolled back toward the wrought iron gate, pretending not to hear. She imagined Gräuben with his arm on the policeman's sleeve, trying to restrain him while the Baroness looked for other uniforms in the crowd. There were a lot of people now around the gate. "You there!" shouted the policeman. "Are you deaf?" She could hear his boots on the gravel. Two other policemen, one in uniform and one in plain clothes, were coming toward her from the street. As she approached them, she said a prayer to Venus, goddess of love, and something else, a small charm that she'd learned from her mother's mother long before. She had never been a powerful conjurer like Ratisbon or Egypta Schenk. She had learned a few things from her husband's books, and remembered a few things also from her childhood in the mountains. This charm of misdirection was one of them, which she had learned with her uncle's goats in the mountain pastures, used again and again on the audiences in the theater, and now here. Murmuring a charm, she stepped into the crowd of people around the gate and disappeared. One of a dozen strolling young men or women who now looked momentarily alike in their baggy, cheap clothes. On the stage of the Ambassador's Theater, the Baroness had often seemed to appear and disappear out of knot of lesser performers. Now at the gate, the policeman lost sight of her for an instant, and it was only after their chief had blown his whistle, had seized hold of the elbow of a startled French tourist, that one of the others observed a young man in a linen jacket, his hat pulled down over his chestnut hair. He had already crossed the busy street, was already walking purposefully away, when the man in plain clothes raised the alarm and stepped off the curb. He waited for a gap in the flow of carriages and carts, all the while shouting and gesticulating, until a boy ran up behind him, thrust his hand between his shoulder blades, pushed him into the path of a man riding a bicycle, who knocked him flat. The two men in uniform chased after Markassev, but he lost them in the park. Then he returned to the route he had followed with the Baroness. He didn't know this city, but as darkness fell, he found himself once more in front of their student lodgings, and she was in the alcove waiting. She was the lady of comfort and tears, but that night she was angry. This was in spite of the kindness that she showed him. As soon as he appeared under the street lamp, she stepped down and put her arms around him. "I was worried. Are you hurt?" And she said many more small things like this, while at the same time pushing his hair back from his forehead. It was a gesture he imagined from his childhood, and his mother had sat with him when he had a fever. But when the Baroness embraced him and crushed his face against her neck, her skin felt cold compared to his, which surprised him. Mixed in with the smell of bitter herbs that always clung to her, that night he was aware of a more rancid smell. "Gräuben," she said. "Gräuben." Her eyes were red because she had been weeping, but they were dry now, as if her tears had all burned up. She grabbed him by the elbow and drew him inside the vestibule, which again was full of delicious smells. Their landlady's door was ajar, but the aroma no longer came from there. Instead, it seemed to lead them upstairs, where they found, next to their door, arranged in grease-stained paper bags, their dinner laid out for them, together with a note. "Dear Domnul Inescu, young men such as yourself, etc., etc." The Baroness unlocked the door, and after she had lit the lamp, they unwrapped a container of dumpling soup and another of sarmalas, stuffed cabbage leaves, which were a favorite of Markasev's. The Baroness was too angry to eat, but he sat down at the table and watched her pace the floor. He was breathing in the smell of the spiced meat, and after a while he served himself with trembling hands. She didn't notice. He ate and ate. The Baroness stood at the garret window looking down into the street. Then she turned, and he could tell she had come to a decision. Her beautiful face was smooth as always, free from grimaces or smiles, and because of this her expression was unreadable. Rather, it was in the language of the body, as always, that she was preternaturally articulate. He watched her strip off her jacket and roll up her sleeves. He watched her rub her wrists and forearms as if washing them. He watched her rub and worry each finger in turn, until she came to the middle finger of her left hand, which carried, with the band reversed, her husband's signet, the red pig of Cluj. This she drew off, slipped into her pocket, and then pulled out the tourmaline, which she held in her naked hand.
"Please, ma'am," he said, "there's food for you."
But she shook her head. Then she smiled, not with her lips, but with her shoulders and arms.
"No," she said, "but we'll invite one more."
Carelessly, she threw the stone onto the oilcloth surface of the table, where it lay next to the paper carton of Kreer Pana Kusunka, breaded brains with ham. Then she raised her fists to her face and stood without moving for a long time. Markasev chewed quietly and slowly so as not to disturb her. He knew enough about conjuring to recognize it. He sat stiffly in the chair, his mouth full of food. Then the spell was over, and he swallowed and took a drink of warm beer, left over from the afternoon. He watched her shoulders relax, watched a new lightness come into her step as she moved over to the door and opened it, peered outside.
"How lovely of that fat old woman," she said as she shut the door, stood for a moment with her back against it.
She seemed almost giddy.
"How kind. I like this place," she said.
Then she was on her knees pulling her old suitcase from underneath the bed, opening it, laying some shirts inside.
"That smells so good," she said.
"Yes, it is good."
"Well, good,"
she said, clapping her hands. She seemed like a girl almost, full of shy levity as she rolled up her pajamas.
"You know, there's really no reason to stay here anymore. I think it's time to take a trip."
"Where?"
"Oh, I don't know. The countryside, the mountains. Or we could go abroad, to Germany."
She told him stories of her travels for half an hour or more. When the street door opened, 4 flights below, they both heard it. They heard the footsteps coming up the splintered stairs. Or rather, she heard them and he watched her, watched a brittleness and artificiality overtake her gestures, though she was still gay.
"Once I was visiting Germany on the train. So many beautiful little houses and villages. I think even the country people are rich. It was in winter time, and in every little station people waited for me in the snow, and some child would pass me flowers, and I would wave from the coach door. There, you see, it is a lovely country, full of lovely people."
Crack, crack, crack. Markasev watched her, listening as she talked. He heard the steps on the landing, on another flight of stairs. Then there was a pause, and he imagined someone looking for the door, choosing theirs among the 3 on the top landing.
"Open it,"
said the Baroness. But when Markasev didn't move,
"Come in,"
she said. The room was warm and full of good smells. The door swung inward, revealing the outline of a man.
Come in,"
she repeated, her voice bright and hysterical.
"Ah, Monsieur Spitz."
This name was unfamiliar to Markasev. She said something more in a language he recognized to be French, but because of the eloquence of her hands and gestures, he had no difficulty understanding she was welcoming the man in, offering a place to sit.
"Please," he imagined her saying, "you are welcome here."
The stranger now took a few faltering steps inside the door. Markasov sat at the table with his greasy plate in front of him. He was astonished. Not since they left Saltpeter Street had he seen the Baroness speak to another person in this way, as if they had a prior acquaintance. He had gotten used to thinking she was friendless in the world. How had this man found them? Why was he out of bed, out of the hospital, when he was so obviously sick? His face was livid, and at every step he grimaced in pain. A bandage covered most of his head under his hat, which he labored to take off. He was beautifully dressed in old-fashioned, formal clothes. Velvet trousers, silk stockings to the knee, a woolen cap that now fell open, and Markasov could see the stranger's bloody hand pressed against his side. His waistcoat and jacket were stained with blood. But if the Baroness knew him, he gave no sign of recognizing her. He peered stupidly around the room. The Baroness said something else, and he looked at her, his face bewildered. Markasov turned also, because her voice had changed again. It was coarse and guttural and foreign as she pronounced the foreign words. She was standing in the shadow of the lamp, her face half obscured. Looking at her, Markasov saw no trace of the Lady of Comfort in tears, no trace of the young man in student clothes, no trace even of the artificial girl she had seemed just moments before. He knew she'd been an actress because she had told him, but he had never seen in her a transformation like this, of the kind that had delighted audiences across Europe. She stood with her hands on her hips, a menacing shadow. It was not possible to think of her as a woman. The stranger, Monsieur Spitz, choked out some painful words. "Who are you?" he said. No doubt speaking in French was too much effort, and the Baroness too switched to Romanian. "Let me help you," she said, in a coarse country accent. "Let me." Still keeping to the shadow, she came forward, made a gesture with her hands. The stranger grimaced, touched his head. "Don't touch, don't touch." "Where am I? Tell me that. Who are you?" "You're with friends. People who know what those men did to you." "What man?" "It was a woman, let me tell you. Beautiful, heartless bitch. God in heaven, let me find her. I went to her house, but she was gone. I will follow her. No! Let me tell you, she had such shoulders like the goddess. How could she have done this? Ah, it hurts. It was a silver candlestick, which she took from the mantel, and I did nothing at all. Nothing to—" Why was this man not in bed? He staggered forward and seized hold of the back of a chair, which he used to support his weight. He bent his body around the wound in his side, while he worked to recover his breathing. "That woman has already been punished," said the Baroness. "Would you believe it when you saw her so proud? Chased from her house, in the street without a penny, and the police. You'll never find her. She has sunk too low." For a moment no one spoke. Then, "Oh, I'm tired," confessed Monsieur Spitz. "This bullet in my ribs. If you know something, tell me. I woke in my carriage with a man robbing me. In my pocket as I lay helpless. I cried out, put my hand up. He shot me in the side, robbed me." Markasov wondered if the man was blind, or mostly blind. One eye was half covered by his bandage, and the other was dark with blood. He thrust his nose out, sniffing at the smells of cabbage and grease. His head lolled from side to side. "The thief, I barely saw him in the dark. Sweating face, yellow hair. Who are you? Do you know him?" "Yes." "Then tell me." And the Baroness told him. She gave him an address in the northern reaches of the city. "Oh, I will find him. Cruel, thieving bastard. Gräuben. That's a German name." He would not sit or be comforted. Now he seemed eager to be gone. He pulled himself upright and staggered back toward the door. "And when you speak to him," pursued the Baroness, "tell him to look for Radu Lukacs at the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police.
and tell him you were sent to him by a third party, by the Elector of Ratisbon. Will you say that for me? Will you do me that one favor?"
Monsieur Spitz glared at her out of his bloody eye. Then his face softened somewhat, and he wagged his big head. Where was he going? How was it possible for him to imagine he could get back down the stairs without collapsing? Surely a doctor was what he needed, and a place to rest. Yet they heard the crack, crack, crack of his feet kicking the stairs, and he was gone. Afterward, Markosif sat quiet in his chair. He listened to the sound of the Baroness's breathing, which was broken and forced. In a moment he decided she was weeping. She turned toward the window, then sat down on the bed and put her arms around her knees. Her face was turned away.
"Are you hungry?"
he asked after a little while. When she said nothing, he got up to clear the table. He wiped their dishes with a greasy rag and wrapped up the food she hadn't eaten. When he was finished, he saw her lying back against the pillows, and he imagined she had fallen asleep. He stood drinking his warm beer, then made a nest for himself on the round carpet and blew out the light. But the Baroness was not asleep, nor was she thinking about Spitz or Hans Gräuben. But in her mind's eye she was looking at her son's small, handsome face, his smile when he said her name, the first word she had ever heard him speak. Now it seemed obvious to her that there was nothing wrong with him, that nothing ever had been wrong. A slow learner, as she had said when she was pleading with her husband. She herself had scarcely spoken until she was 4 years old. Or had she pleaded really? She'd been 24 when he was born. Her husband had brought in doctor after doctor, and maybe she'd been cowed by the unanimous insistence of those old men. But now she had to admit she'd been relieved at first, and even glad to be rid of the whole sniveling, puking mess, the evidence that her husband had once lain with her. And more than once. No doubt it had been easy for her to believe the child was damaged in some way. Now she couldn't sleep. She put the jewel on her bedside table. She lay on her back, chewing her nails, listening to Markosif's even breath. And at first light she imagined she and Markosif would have to leave, perhaps even leave the city. But in the morning she woke after a strange dream, and found she was feeling none of the same urgency. She lay in bed, which was not her habit. She sent Markosif out to buy cigarettes and the newspapers, and then sat smoking and reading by the window. The story didn't appear until the afternoon, in a small box on the second page. It retold the story of the murder of Claude Spitz, the jeweler, how a servant of the Baroness Ceausescu, since absconded, had confessed to the crime. Then it added this new complication. Someone else had come forward to claim responsibility. A German national. He had begged to be locked up, had refused the protection of the German embassy. He had provided the police with evidence from the scene of the crime, as well as details never reported in the press. That day, the German ambassador protested, claiming that the man had been tortured by the Siguranta. Antonescu made a public apology, promised to intervene. But the ambassador took the night train to Berlin, and shortly before dawn, 5 regiments of German cavalry crossed the border near the town of Kapuschwar. 12. The Wendigo. And in North America, Peter and Miranda sat together at the entrance to the cave. They were hungry. Peter squatted among the boulders, rubbing his unequal hands together. "If he took the boat," said Miranda, "then he's already gone. Even so, we've got to follow him because there's nothing to eat. Andromeda has hurt her leg. How do you feel?"
"Better."
Peter scratched at the hair on the back of his big right hand.
"I feel better."
The previous morning, when he had first woken on his sweaty tangle of blankets in the entrance to the cave, he had lain quietly for many minutes, too exhausted to move. Miranda was there, and she had hugged him and kissed him on the forehead and the cheeks. He was surprised by this, by the way she touched him. At times, she was in tears. His fever had broken during the night. The spots on his chest and face were gone, but he was too weak to move. All day he was too weak. Miranda sat with him, talking, and she held his hand and washed his face. Sometimes she got up to call for Andromeda or Raevsky. Later the yellow dog came in, mauled and bitten on her neck and paws, because she'd met some larger animal that night. She limped over to put her head in Miranda's lap. Miranda had dug her hands in the thick fur, hugged the dog's head until she whimpered. Later, toward evening, when Peter had struggled to his feet and gone outside, he found Miranda standing among the rocks. And when she saw him, new tears came to her eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked her, and she shook her head. "What's wrong?" he said again, and she relented, smiled. "I dreamt I was 20 years old," she told him. She said she wanted to find Raevsky's footprints, and after 15 minutes he followed her a little way into the trees. Weak and exhausted, he stood next to a birch tree. He was surprised to see her at the bottom of an odd, small dell, taking her clothes off in the snow. She was only 50 feet away, but she didn't see him. He stood breathless, without moving, and watched her peering into a circle of ice between two trees, as if it were a mirror. The sun had not yet set. Then she took off the old gypsy's bulky coat and lifted her shirt up so her skin was bare. She was touching and pressing at her breasts. Her back was partly toward him, and he couldn't see. She was looking at her hands, and she undid the front of her pants and turned away from him completely. And he could see the arch of her back as she leaned to examine herself, as he imagined. Because her coat was off and he could see her body, he felt a new embarrassment. He looked down, and there was the yellow dog beside him. She had limped up through the snow to stand beside him on the edge of the small dell. The hair rose from her back, and Peter had listened to her low, soft growl. She'd turned her heavy head, pulled back her lips to reveal their pink underside. Peter had known that if he moved or spoke, the dog would have bitten him. Afterward, Miranda had built a fire, had lain down beside him in the cold. In the morning he had woken up alone. Now, squatting by the fire, he told the truth. "I feel better," he said, though he was hungry, of course. "I had such nightmares." Miranda's face took on a stricken look. "I dreamt I was 20 years old," she said again, as she had the day before. She stared at him for a long moment. The hugs and kisses were all gone. She stood up and rubbed her palms on her dirty black jeans. "We'll stay tonight," she said. "You rest up. We couldn't reach the river before nightfall anyway. If there's a storm, I don't want to get caught out in the open. The thing is, though, we've nothing to eat." "Which way is the river?" Peter asked. She shrugged. The jerk left a trail. But in the afternoon the jerk came back, lugging a canvas bag. When Miranda hid his boat, she'd kept some supplies in it, which the wild men hadn't found. These included some biscuits and a long gun for hunting. Raevsky had shot an animal on the way. He'd hung the body in a tree a few miles from the camp, and while Miranda put up the canvas tent, he and Peter went to look for it. The previous morning, Miranda had had to lift a bowl of melted snow for Peter to drink. But now he felt his strength returning, and, unwarrantably, his good spirits. For the whole time since he'd arrived in these woods, he'd been sick to his stomach. But maybe the fever had burned that sickness out of him. Now he felt stronger, purified by hunger as he slogged behind Raevsky in the afternoon light, through the small birches. His heart thudded in his chest, and the snow dragged at his boots. He stopped for a moment and breathed deep. Suddenly he felt like laughing, throwing snowballs at Raevsky's retreating back, and there was no reason for it. They were still lost. Spla and Rodica and the others were still dead. But he wasn't afraid of Raevsky anymore. He wasn't afraid of hunger or the future. He found himself mumbling part of a poem that his mother had taught him. "Away to the hills, to the caves, to the rocks. Ere I own a usurper, I'll couch with the fox. And tremble, false wigs, in the midst of your glee. You have not seen the last of my bonnet and me." As he chanted these words, he found his feet had picked up the rhythm, and he caught up to Raevsky in the wet snow. He was gratified to see the captain turn his head and pause. Was that a frightened expression on his swollen face? It was. The old man put up his hand to make a sign against the evil eye. How did Peter recognize the gesture, which he'd never seen? Raevsky stood panting, out of breath in the long light. "No closer," he said, putting out his hand. "So, you are what I cannot understand. 2 times you are a dead man." He swallowed his breathing down. Peter and he stood face to face. "I thought she was alone," Raevsky said. "I thought I will find your corpse. She was sick, that was my fear. What will I tell my lady?" His left eye was surrounded by a black ring. The eye itself was covered with a red, sticky film. Again, Peter found himself smiling. In his mind, he caught a glimpse of Miranda with her shirt hiked up, examining her slender waist and mottled ribcage, her skin covered with goosebumps, he imagined. The captain had shot some kind of big monkey and had hung it from a leather strap up in a tree. It was a shame. There was another smaller monkey that had climbed into the branches and was chattering at them as they slogged up. When Raevsky pulled out his long revolver, the little monkey started to scream and scurried down the far side of the tree. Peter saw it watching from a distance as they unstrapped the big hairy body and let it fall. "So," Raevsky said, "I know what this is. This is the Wendigo. Isha told me the story. So, my men are gone. Now I am cursed and damned." He seemed to share in Peter's giddiness. He clapped his hands together, and in the snow he made a capering little dance. Peter was the one who dragged the stiff body. In some places it glided over the snow. At other places where the undergrowth was thick, Peter had to hoist it up and carry it. Still, he felt happy to use his muscles. The old man went in front. They made good time, and in an hour they were back. The air was warmer, and Miranda had built a fire away from the rock face with a big pile of new wood that she had gathered in their absence. She had pitched Raevsky's tent. The yellow dog was snarling at the body of the ape, which Peter flung down in a bare place on the stones away from the fire. The old man was rummaging in the canvas bag, and now as darkness gathered, he came forward with a bottle and a knife. He took a drink of what smelled to Peter like good Turkish ouzo, but he didn't offer it around. Instead, he squatted down over the corpse and expertly, immediately began to butcher it. He skinned away the heavy pelt and cut big chunks of gray, greasy meat out of the chest and thighs. The black blood stained the snow. Peter went back to the fire. He didn't want to look, but the high spirits that had sustained him were flagging now, and he felt weak from hunger. He sat with Miranda, and they ate biscuits and stared at each other until Raevsky came back. He'd cut sticks of green wood to serve as skewers, and Peter and he roasted the meat and ate it. And Peter had never tasted anything so good. He burned his fingers, burned his mouth on the tough, sinewy, disgusting lumps of flesh. The dog wouldn't touch it, and neither would Miranda, so there was more for them. Andromeda curled up ostentatiously in the entrance to the cave. Peter could see her eyes shining in the darkness when he turned around. Miranda and the old man were arguing about Albany, but Peter found he didn't care much about that. It seemed a tired, stale old argument. After a while he wiped his fingers in the snow and on his pants, and drew from his pocket his harmonica, which his uncle had given him in Greenville. He could smell the ouzo across the fire, but he wasn't going to ask for it. Instead, he cooled his mouth with snow, then spat it out and began to play. Whisper music at first, but then a tune. And the tune suggested an old song that he'd learned so long ago he couldn't remember. His mother had been born in Quebec, and had taught him some French nursery songs by rote. He didn't speak any French, but after a few moments he lifted his mouth from the harmonica. "I don't want to discuss it," Miranda said. "I want you to get us to Albany. Will you do that one thing, finally, after all the harm you've caused? Don't you owe me that?" Raevsky said, "I have lost 5 men and my sister's son. I was beaten by those savages and did not tell the dark from light." He shrugged and muttered, "Do not talk to me." Miranda had cut a strip of birch bark and made a map, drawing on the white surface with a piece of charred wood. "That's right, isn't it?" she said after a moment, pointing toward the west where the sun had set.
"There is nothing you must fear," protested the old man. "She means not to harm you. I swear on my parole. She is—"
He looked up, his eyes bleary with drink. He looked across the fire at Peter, and then he started to clap his right hand against the bottle in his left, in rhythm to Peter's song. He knew the words too, and he started to sing. In a moment he grinned, and Peter could see where he was missing some of his back teeth. His face gleamed red in the firelight, and there was juice or liquor in his beard.
"So," he said, "gypsy singing from Baia Mare. So, I am eating meat from the Wendigo and drinking with a dead man. Truly my life is over. At first I thought you were too young, but now I see it in your face. I am drinking with the Chevalier de Gratz."
He raised the bottle. Peter felt a shudder in his chest. He bent again to the harmonica. The steel was cold against his teeth, but the instrument was more responsive now that he was playing it for the first time with his new hand. He could do a lot more things with it. Later, when the fire had burned down, he lay down in the tent with Miranda and couldn't sleep. She had gone to bed early, but he had walked into the darkness a short way and climbed up by the rocks onto the ridge to see if he could catch a glimpse of the new moon. When he came slipping down again, the old man had already passed out. He was curled in his feather bag, huddled among the rocks beside the fire. The bottle lay beside him, carefully corked, and Peter paused to open it and savor the well-remembered scent. He cleaned out his mouth with a big, burning swallow, then stoppered the bottle again and laid it down. The tent was an ordinary pup tent, rectangular, with a peaked roof supported by 2 poles. The flaps were untied. Peter crawled into the tent, then sat down to undo his boots. In the almost complete darkness, he was aware of Miranda's smell. In his mind, he pictured her as he had seen her the previous morning. Then he groped among the blankets so he could feel where she lay. She was asleep, he decided. He lay down without undressing and put his hands behind his head. He listened to the thumping of his heart. But he must have dozed off, because in the middle of the night he woke, disoriented, to find some more light in the small tent. He raised himself on one elbow, imagining the old man had built the fire up again. There was a glow outside that he could see through the canvas wall, and there were shadows of movement, too. He saw the shadow of the dog as it passed between the fire and the tent. Miranda was in a sleeping bag, her face uncovered in a nest of tangled hair. He examined her in the fire's filtered glow, her straight, narrow nose, her delicate black eyebrows, her small protruding ears. A lock of hair lay across her lips, trembling when she breathed. The shadow of the dog passed quickly over the canvas wall. The Baroness Ceausescu spent that day in the rooming house behind the university. In the evening, she sent Kevin Markasov into the streets to purchase groceries. He stood in the shadows when he returned, a paper bag in his hands.
"You know there's a crowd of people in the Strada Innocente," he said. "They were students giving speeches in the park. These things were hard to find."
The Baroness wore a sleeveless cashmere vest over a white shirt. Around her neck there was a tiny golden chain, just visible in the lamplight. She wore black trousers and leather boots, which left a mark on the bedsheets. She wasn't listening to Markasov. Instead, she was reading the agony column in the remaining Libera. "Stay away. The numbers are 7 and 17, M." And another, "Don't you see how you have broken my heart? I will always remember. Meet me at the clock tower at 5. All is not lost. Carlos." And a third, "Madame la Baronne, the boy is already in Germany, where he is cared for. I make no bargains with thieves, and in the current crisis you will find it impossible to hide. Give me what I want. The stations and the gates are watched. Every day I expect to hear of your surrender." Then there was a small coronet printed above the initials T.G.R. That morning the Baroness had sent a letter to the Elector of Ratisbon, at his suite in the Athénée Palace Hotel. In it she'd proposed a simple swap, and indicated how to reach her. This was his response. She threw the paper aside and leaned back against the iron bars of the bed. There was a package of cigarettes on the side table and a paper-covered book of one-act plays. In the ashtray was her husband's signet ring, the Pig of Cluj. Beside it, on the stained wood, lay the tourmaline, shining softly in the glow of the lamp. She laid her head back on the pillows and lit a cigarette. Holding it between her lips, she undid her gold cufflinks and rolled up her cuffs, exposing her small forearms and bony wrists. She was a beautiful woman, but her hands were not beautiful. She had big, raw knuckles and nails that were bitten till they bled.
"The university is closed," said Markosov.
Every day his speech was clearer and more complicated.
"The miners are on strike. Trifa and the others are all free. People are drinking and playing music. They've let your servant go. You know, that man who used to bring me food?"
The Baroness said nothing to this. She took another swallow of smoke and let it out in a slow stream. Abruptly she turned to him, and he could hear her soft, harsh voice.
"Did you get what I wanted?" "Yes, but it was hard to find. Give it to me."
He came to her bedside, and she moved her legs so he could sit. From the paper bag he drew a bottle of Egyptian whiskey. She put the cigarette into the metal ashtray and took the bottle from his hand. She uncorked it, and he could smell it. There was a wineglass on the table, and she poured some whiskey into it and put the bottle down. She did not drink. The whiskey in the glass was amber-colored, and the smell was sweet.
"What else?"
she said. He took out a box of 12 brass cartridges. The Baroness drew up her knee to show a revolver in a leather case under a fold of the quilt.
"Pick it up,"
she said. There was still a bottle of milk in the paper bag and some soft old apples. He put the bag down onto the floor beside the bed, but did not reach his hand out for the gun. He knew nothing about guns. This one was strapped into its leather case. He could see the drum was empty. The Baroness pushed it toward him with her boot.
"It was my husband's,"
she said. Still, he didn't pick it up. She had lifted her body from the pillows until her face was near his. He inhaled, and under the smell of whiskey and tobacco he could smell her bitter smell.
"We have enemies," she said.
He couldn't think of any. Their landlady was kind to them. People in the building and on the street, they smiled and waved.
"One enemy," she said.
In her husband's laboratory, sometimes she had sat this close. That was good, and he remembered. She was the lady of comfort in tears, and she had brought him things to eat and fed him with her own beautiful hands. Sometimes he had put his head onto her lap. Now, abruptly, she got up, pushed him away. She walked back and forth across the narrow floor, and then threw open the door onto the landing. Her coat hung from a hook. She seized it and her small student's cap.
"Come,"
she said, and led him down the stairs into the crowded street. And it was true. There were no enemies that he could see. It was a cold night, but people laughed and talked as if it were midsummer. They sat on the steps of their houses. The Baroness walked with her hands in her pockets, and she led him through the streets around the university, and then north through the Field of Mars into the Piazza Revolutier. They saw soldiers of the Metropolitan Police, and also German staff officers in uniform, particularly as they approached the Athénée Palace Hotel. All the lamps were lit, and in the portico of the restaurant stood 5 men smoking cigarettes, dressed in the black boots and the black raincoats of the German diplomatic corps.
"There," said the Baroness, pointing. "Potato eaters. They laugh at us in our own city."
Then on the tramway platform, she pointed out the undercover policeman slouching in the corner, a newspaper stuffed into the pocket of his coat.
"They are everywhere," she said. "I can do nothing. You know they will arrest me if they find me."
That was the end of it, and they went home. As usual, he walked behind her, and he could see the people turn aside to watch her as she passed. When he was back in their snug room, he watched her drink a glass of whiskey on the bed. It seemed to make her body hot, and she stripped off her cashmere vest, unbuttoned the buttons of her man's shirt, so that sometimes when she moved, he caught a glimpse of her small breasts. She held the tourmaline in her hand, and once she pressed it against her forehead as if to cool herself. She scarcely spoke, but left him standing in the middle of the room on the dirty rug, a small coiled circle of rags. While he stood there, she turned out the light, and he could hear her taking off her shirt in the dark. By the time his eyes became accustomed to the dim, reflected light, she had drawn up the sheet and turned away from him. The next day she took him to the Gare du Nord, and together they watched the first trainloads of German troops come in. They looked more like policemen than soldiers of the regular army. Their only weapons were the pistols underneath their long coats. They were bareheaded or wore soft-billed caps. Only the officers wore the ridiculous spiked helmets of the propaganda posters, which had lined the wooden fences of the railway yard until the week before.
"If he knew who I was, then he would have locked me away,"
murmured the Baroness, indicating an old officer on crutches. She took Markosov by the arm as they walked.
"These places are for Germans now, and not for us. If they weren't watching, we could leave the city. As it is, they have us trapped."
These were dark words, but Kevin Markosov felt nothing but happiness. All around him he could feel an energy and gaiety, as if the political crisis had resolved all private quarrels. Lovers embraced shamelessly on street corners, and old married couples walked hand in hand. The shops were open later, and they were crowded, as if everyone had money to spend. The coffee shops especially were packed and brightly lit. The billiard rooms and public houses overflowed. There was a curfew that was universally ignored. The streets were full of children, though it was past their bedtime. Provocatively dressed young women wandered through the crowd, offering smiles and kisses to strangers. That night the Baroness allowed him to walk beside her, and it was only when they turned into the Strada Iuliu that she let go his arm. Later, in their attic room, she again permitted him to sit beside her on the bed, as she showed him how to load the revolver, how to hold it in his hand.
"There is a man who has stolen my heart," she told him. "Kidnapped my son, stolen him from his bed. Oh, there is such cruelty in this world."
Tears glittered in her eyes. Swallowing his fears, he put down the gun. Her white shirt was unbuttoned, and she smelled of sweat. Her shoulders and her neck were damp with bitter sweat. She turned her mouth away.
"Hush, child, hush,"
she whispered. She had seized his wrist in her left hand, but her right fist against his chest pushed him away. He could see that she was weeping, and the quiet tears ran down her face, and she could not be comforted, at least by him. The tourmaline lay in the rumpled bedsheets, glinting like a glass eye. The Baroness released him, and he stood up. Wordlessly, she indicated the small nest of pillows and bolsters where he slept at the foot of her bed. Then she took off her boots. Then, as she had the night before, she extinguished the lamp and stood up suddenly to undress. He heard the shirt fall, the buttons of her trousers give way, and while he blinked in the darkness, he was sure that she was standing naked, or else in her underclothes. And as before, by the time his eyes adjusted, she had slipped into the bed and turned away from him. He stood for several minutes, and then lay down on his pillows with his head under the blanket. In time he wondered if she was asleep, but she was not. He uncovered his face and listened to her quiet, harsh voice.
"Theodore von Geiss und Ratisbon. You will know him by his face. He had the smallpox. Every morning after breakfast he stands in the entrance of the hotel, distributing 5-franc pieces to the prostitutes. It is a ritual. An event like the ringing of the bells in the Temple of Mars."
On the night of the German ambassador's ultimatum, the Elector of Ratisbon had gone to Târgu Mureș to meet with influential members of the German minority in Transylvania. But he was able to catch a train back to Bucharest, and in the German-language newspaper he had read the story of the crowds turning out to welcome the advancing troops, pelting them with pine cones and pieces of bread. At second hand he was able to witness the collapse of the Romanian army. Entire divisions surrendered to inferior forces or else refused to fight. He read about the demonstrations in the Piața Revoluției. Like everyone, he was thrilled to hear of the destruction of the Siguranta headquarters and the release of Zelia Codreanu, Valerian, Trifa, and other political prisoners. The rapidity of these events astounded Europe. A truce was declared in a few days, though in the mountains there were places of resistance. Trifa and the others were negotiating with the German government. They had promised to arrange the abdication of Valeria Dragonesti, which the Elector thought was a foolish idea. From his hotel balcony he could see into the square. All night the area around the Winter Keep was packed with people, and the atmosphere seemed oddly celebratory. There were no fights, no counter-demonstrations, for which the Elector was grateful. Since Kapuschvar, he had detested violence. Yet in his happiness, as always, there was a grain of discontent. These men negotiating with Trifa, he was not among them. Always his position in Romania had been unofficial, dependent on a network of relationships, and now he found himself excluded. The new ambassador was not his friend, nor were any of the people newly arrived from Berlin. As for the military officers, he had grown accustomed to their polite contempt. They had not forgiven him for his failure years before. Along with his message to the Baroness in the Libera, the Elector had written a letter of protest to the German Foreign Secretary, offering his continued service to his country. He expected a reply in a few days, but in the meantime he found himself with nothing to do. Muffled in a sheepskin coat, he stood before dawn on his hotel balcony, with a schnapps and soda in his gloved hand, and let his thoughts return into the darkness past Codfish Bay. It was an idle reflex at first, a trick of the mind, until he saw the fog had dissipated to the west. Whatever protection Schenk von Schenk had managed to provide her niece, now it was gone. The whole expanse of the dark forest lay before him, west to the Henry Hudson River. Eagerly he scanned it and saw nothing. His eye roamed back and forth, searching for a sign. The mist hung in clumps in the valleys until the wind blew it away, revealing the fold of the Hoosic River. South of the stream, below a rocky ridge, a single campfire burned. But it was ashes in the morning when Peter woke up. He crawled out through the tent flap and saw her standing by the ashes of the fire. The dog was with her. "He's not here," she said. She meant the old man, Raevsky. His sleeping bag was empty, and the bottle lay broken on the stones. "I've been waiting for an hour, and he hasn't come back." Miranda had brushed her hair and braided it. She stood with her boots on, but without her sweater or her coat, wearing instead a baggy short-sleeved shirt he hadn't seen before. She must have pilfered it from Raevsky's supplies. It was a cold morning, but her arms were wet, as if she had been washing in the snow. "Did he go hunting?" Peter asked. She pointed to the long gun leaning up among the boulders. Then she knelt down over the cinders of the fire, blowing them alive and feeding them with slivers of wood. Peter watched her for a moment. He rubbed his dirty teeth with his right forefinger, then turned aside to spit. The monkey meat, so delicious the night before, now felt queasy in his stomach. He looked up to where the corpse had lain. It, too, was gone. They made a breakfast of dry biscuits and hot water boiled in Raevsky's old tin pot. The dog's foot was better, and she had gone away into the trees. In time she appeared again among the birches and barked softly in her bizarre quasi-human way, a sound like a man clearing his throat. They got up to follow her. Miranda took the gun. The dog led them through the woods until they found an open patch of snow below the rocks. The snow had a crust, because it had hardened and softened several times. Peter could see where the old man's heavy boots had punctured it, making a series of dark holes. But there were other marks as well. Above the crust there was a layer of light, dry powdered snow. Perhaps a quarter of an inch had fallen during the night. In it, Peter could see the footprints of another creature, an animal not heavy enough to punch through the crust. The little hand-like marks were plain. It was another monkey. Peter bent down to examine the print of the small naked pads, the long toes and nails, which decorated the snow between Raevsky's boot marks. The trail was clear across a stretch of open ground, but in the conifers on the far side, under the tall trees where the snow was thinner, it vanished. In silence, Peter and Miranda spread out among the trees, while Andromeda ran around them in a circle, nose to the snow. They came together again, still without speaking, and trooped back to the fire. "Well," Miranda said, staring down into the low flames, "now it's just us." During these days, Peter had been drained of his capacity to feel astonished, and he imagined it was the same for Miranda. She stood with her hands in her pockets. The air was cold, and she had put on Blind Rodica's coat. "It's time to move," she said. "We've got some freedom now." "What do you mean?" She turned up the collar around her face and tucked her hair inside the coat. "I don't know," she said. "It feels weird. Maybe they're leaving us alone." Her hands, when she took them out of her coat pockets, were raw and chapped. She rubbed them together, then knelt down and warmed them at the fire. "I mean, we have to find a way to save ourselves. We can make choices for ourselves. We don't have to go to Albany. We don't have to show up in Romania at all. I'm not even sure they'll be so glad to see me anymore." "Doesn't your aunt live there?" "I don't think so. I don't know. Germany would make more sense. Ratisbon, maybe." "Where would you like to go?" "Florida," he said, and she smiled. "My grandparents have a condo in Palm Beach," she said. "What the heck?" They spoke with a mixture of lightness and seriousness, then and later as they made their plans. They would wait one day for Raevsky, and in the morning they would leave. They wouldn't try to find the hunters or the wild men. There was no reason to expect a good reception in either place. And with the number of biscuits they had, they couldn't waste time looking and risk getting lost. Raevsky's map was a simple one, and maybe he had left more food by the river. In the morning they would go and find the boat. "What do you know about the Wendigo?" Peter asked. But Miranda shook her head. These days, when she didn't want to talk about something, she just ignored him. "It's a ghost, isn't it? Is that what you saw? That night above the camp?" "We'll go someplace warm," she said. "I guess New York is a real town. Rachel used to take me to New York about once a year, when Dad was busy with his grading. We'd stay with her sister. We'd go to movies and musicals on Broadway." They sat side by side among the rocks. Whole subject seemed erased, blacked out, like the dark places on an ancient map. "When I was sick," he said, "I must have been a little crazy. There's a moment I thought I was going to die." She shrugged. He was venturing into a dark place on the map. "I remember how you were," he said, "when I was sick." She had given him water, washed his face, lain down with him. She had slept beside him and never left him. Still, there was a barrier between them, which maybe they had brought to this world from the other one. "If I had died," he said, "do you think I would have ended up at home?" She didn't answer. He let some time go by before he spoke. "I used to think if I were normal, if I just had two hands like other people, then there'd be nothing I couldn't do," he said. "Anything I wanted, I could have. It doesn't matter. I don't think you're telling me the truth." "About what?" He stopped, then started again. "Choices for ourselves. Is that what you think? That you're free from all this crap all of a sudden?" Miranda didn't look up. Finally, she spoke. "It's just I'm not sure they're going to welcome me now. Even if my aunt is still alive. Before it was like playing a game of chess. But no, you're right. Part of me still thinks I've got to go to Albany and find this man, Jan Dreyfus. And if I don't, then terrible things are going to happen." Peter stretched his right hand to the fire. "And what about me?" She looked at him now. "I'm hoping you'll come. I always hope you'll come." Why was she so stingy? She made him angry. Always from the beginning she had thought she was too good to be even his friend, let alone anything more. Or else he was the one who was convinced of that. He flexed his fingers, examined the dark hair on the back of his hand. He had a birthmark in the lap of muscle near his thumb, shaped like a rabbit with its long ears. "I think you're fooling yourself," he said at last.
And anyway, this princess thing has gotten out of hand."
She stared at him pugnaciously. Her jaw was set, her lips were closed. But in a moment she was smiling. She brushed a strand of hair back from her wide forehead, then rubbed her nose. "Whatever happens," she said, "I want you to be with me. You and Andromeda. Will you promise?" He didn't promise. He didn't have to. Instead, he stared into the flame.
"That old man Braevsky called me something more than once. De Gratz or something. Do you know anything about that?"
"I don't know anything about that," she said too carefully. Then she went on. "I know who you are. That's who I want you to be, because that's who I am too. This place has its hook in all of us. That doesn't mean we can't forget what's most important." Above them on the rocks, Andromeda started to whimper. She stood facing into the line of trees. Peter glanced that way and realized he was looking at Raevsky, who was standing between two birches perhaps 100 feet away. He was swaying on his feet. Then slowly he came forward. And Peter could see there was a small animal beside him that was holding his hand, pulling him into a crouch while it slid forward on its ass. Peter looked and looked again, and realized what he saw. It was the creature that had crossed in front of him and Miranda and Andromeda that night as they came down toward the fire on Christmas Hill. Yes, there it was, the same naked belly, round head, and lidless eyes. It led the old man for a few steps, then paused as he stumbled forward by himself. Peter got to his feet, Miranda got up. Andromeda stood above them on 3 legs. And none of them moved as they watched the old man shuffle through the broken crusts of snow. Barefoot, they could see that now. Behind him, the animal had climbed back into the shelter of the birches. It stood watching for a moment, and then disappeared. The sun was down behind the trees. Miranda put her hand out. The old man hobbled toward them step by step. He was mumbling and muttering. Peter could hear the words. The dog whimpered and snarled. It was the end of the afternoon, and the light was fading. Miranda took a step forward.
"Blestematele de picioare."
"My damned feet," whispered the old man. His feet looked burned, blackened and filthy, and covered with some kind of grease. His hands, too, were split and raw. His cheeks were bloody, and his face was chapped and windburned.
"Picioarele mele arzante," he said.
They sat him down on his own sleeping bag. He seemed scarcely to recognize them. But when they came close, he tried to seize hold of them with his still powerful hands, as if through touch and proximity he could remind himself.
"I mi pare rao,"
he said. "I'm so sorry for it." They wrapped his feet in blankets and gave him water to drink. He sat huddled by the fire, his hands clasped around a tin cup. Peter sat with him, while Miranda took the gun and went out with Andromeda into the woods. Peter didn't want to leave her alone with Raevsky. They were gone about half an hour, but they discovered nothing except Raevsky's boots, which Miranda laid out on the warm stones. In the meantime, the old man's head nodded. Peter helped him to the tent and laid him down, but he could not be left alone. He seized hold of Peter's hand and wouldn't let go until he fell asleep. In the morning, he had made a strange recovery. He shook Peter awake and whispered in his ear.
"We must leave,"
he said. He had recovered his English.
"Come, we must leave this place."
Peter smelled his stinking breath.
"So I will survive like you,"
said the old man.
"Nothing kills me. I can live beyond my time."
He climbed out of the tent into the dawn light, and when Peter followed, he was sitting by the ashes of the fire with his pant legs pulled up to his knees. He picked and rubbed at his feet, which were covered with scabs. With great care, he dabbed them with liquid from a small glass bottle. Then he drew on 2 pairs of socks, 1 cotton and 1 wool, and eased his feet into his stubborn boots.
"So, you see,"
he grunted, and then labored to stand up. Once on his feet, he moved with a combination of stiffness and spryness that was painful to watch. but he was anxious to be gone.
"So I take you to Albany. Albany first. Then we will talk about the rest. Today, tonight, tomorrow. In Albany we eat with human food."
Miranda's hair was tangled, and she was yawning and rubbing at her face. She had spent a cold night in the cave. She was moving slowly, and it was strange to see her standing in a patch of sunlight as the sun broke through the clouds, yawning stupidly while Raevsky struck camp. He hopped and capered as if every step hurt him, as if by arching his back and raising his shoulders he could put less weight on his sore feet. He ripped apart the tent and stowed it in the boat bag, along with the bedding and the tarpaulin, and everything he had brought up from the river. They were ready before Miranda had properly woken up. Peter hoisted the bag onto his back. It made a clumsy burden, a canvas duffel bag, and Peter put his arms through the loop handles as if they were the straps on a backpack. Miranda and Raevsky had an argument about the gun, but finally he allowed her to carry it. He went in front and led them with crazy swiftness through the woods. When they reached the place where he had shot the ape, he led them in a wide half-circle, Peter noticed, and down a rocky ravine on the far side. They passed between two bald hillsides. Then there was a long slog to the valley. In the afternoon they reached the bend in the river where Miranda and Raevsky had camped. The flat-bottomed boat was waiting for them, drawn up on a black layer of pine needles under the tall trees. Miranda was tired, and so they sat down for a meal of biscuits and water while the old man unlaced his boots. He drew his feet out and rewrapped them in cloth strips soaked from his little bottle, all the time crooning and mumbling in Romanian. His battered fingers trembled not so much from fatigue as from suppressed excitement, and his voice was gasping and high. Altogether, the change in him was astonishing, when Peter remembered the grim soldier who had surprised them at the ice house with his men. Now he was like a madman. His face and hands were never still, and he picked at his lips and beard. Nor could he rest until he'd loaded up the boat again and loaded them aboard, and stepped gingerly from the overhanging bank into the stern, and pushed them away. The pirogue was heavily loaded with the three of them and the dog. The current was swift, and divided often between low sandbanks lined with the trunks of broken trees. They went on for an hour or so. "Stop," said Miranda as the light grew dim. "There's a place." She was in the bow, and she paddled them to shore beside a beach of sand and stones, ignoring the entreaties of the old man to go faster, farther. "We'll camp here," she said. "It'll be too dark to see." The decision was the only sensible one, as in places the water was shallow enough to rip the bottom from their boat. In other places there were hidden snags. Abruptly the old man finished arguing, and as the boat came to the bank, he leapt ashore and started to build camp with the same frantic and unhealthy energy. They had stopped on a wide, curving strand of pebbles and small stones, and immediately he started to clear a place in the bare sand, flinging the stones into the water. Then he and Peter pitched the tent, while Miranda gathered wood and lit a fire. Andromeda had a rabbit to eat, but the rest of them had biscuits for supper, biscuits Raevsky had bought for his men in Bremerhaven. They were flat, hard, and indestructible, each baked with the image of the German lion. Peter and Miranda soaked them in hot water. But for their hunger, they would not have been able to swallow them down, and even so, Peter's gorge and stomach seemed to resist every mouthful. But Raevsky sat cross-legged on the sand, cracking the hard strips between his teeth. Later, he heated water in a biscuit tin to wash his face and neck and beard. He laid out a bar of soap on a flat rock. He rubbed his hair with a ragged towel. All the time he was humming a song, the same song Peter had played on his harmonica 2 nights before. Peter's mother had taught it to him. "Bradu mami nu mai bea, uite potera colea, in sauradu in asculta, potera I conjura." After the old man had scoured his face red, he sat down on the rocks with them and rubbed his hands together. "So," he said, "I must not go to sleep." When Peter asked him why, he shook his head. "The Wendigo. I saw the Wendigo. I shot the big one, but there was the small one, and I saw it run away. But I was hunting with a dead man, drinking with a dead man. Degrats, tell me what you see."
I saw a fire shining, and a wind blowing, and my lady. No, I did not see her, but I heard her voice. It's strange I came awake to follow. It's strange, so I am waiting for this night. Why did she run from me in the cold snow? I did not see. My lady has bright hair that is red and brown. Eyes are blue and dark. Skin so clean, body so clean, thin like a boy. Now I see her so, as she was when I said goodbye at the Gare du Nord. I kissed her hand. She wore no gloves. I could smell something on her wrist. She wore no coat, but a small coat and trousers like a boy. I would die for her, I think. But so I am the last who did not die. All they died for her except for me. So I was like a ghost who can feel nothing, and I was walking in the snow without my shoes. I thought I heard her voice. Maybe she will come again tonight.
He talked like this for quite a long time. Miranda rolled her eyes. She had put up a second tent not far away, and she stood beside it, brushing her hair while the old man talked. Then she was making a small pantomime of tiredness. She yawned, tilted her head, closed her eyes, and put her folded hands together next to her cheek. She mimicked a snoring noise, then waved and crawled inside her tent. 2 nights before, with Raevsky passed out by the fire, it had seemed natural for her and Peter to sleep in the one tent. The next night, Raevsky had been injured. It was just as natural to put him under shelter, and he hadn't let go of Peter's hand. Trudging to the river, Peter had been hoping they could go back to the first arrangement. But when they reached the boat, among the supplies they had found there, Miranda had picked out a second tent. Now he found himself wondering if he should try to follow her inside, or even if her snoring noise and little wave had been an invitation. How could you know these things for sure? He sat up for a while longer, listening to the old man sing.
Stop drinking, my dear son. I feared the soldiers would come for you. But Radu wasn't listening.
13. Dr. Theodore. Later that night, the Baroness Ceausescu sat on her bed, looking out the window into the dark street. Beside her on the coverlet lay 2 of the afternoon newspapers, Roumania Libera and the Evenimentul Zilei. Both presented on their second page a description of the same event. According to one, an unknown anarchist had made a reckless and murderous attack on a German officer. According to the other, a nameless patriot had struck a blow for freedom. Yet the details were the same. At first light, a young man had approached a group of soldiers near the Athénée Palace Hotel. Without provocation, he had shot and killed Herr Sergeant Colonel Boris Blum, liaison to the Second Army. The Zilei gave some biographical information. He was a native of Danzig, 2 years from retirement, and the father of 8 boys, 4 from each of his 2 wives. He was well loved and admired by subordinates and superiors. The Baroness put her thumb over the sketch of a fat-faced officer with a handlebar mustache. The paper trembled in her hands as she reread the description of the young man's arrest. He was being held in one of the station houses of the Metropolitan Police. He had not revealed the names of his accomplices. There was no letter in his pocket, no identity card, nothing to suggest who he was or why he did what he had done. That day, waiting for Markasev to return, the Baroness had spent her time in bed, chewing her fingers and smoking cigarettes. She had not dared to go into the street. In the evening she had borrowed the newspapers from her landlady, who had knocked upon her door. Now she lay back against the pillows, holding the Roumania Libera folded into thirds in her left hand, while with her right she fumbled for the tourmaline inside the dirty bedsheets. She was conscious of a sudden feeling of relief. If the papers had lied, if the boy had given her up, surely the police would have found her by now. All evening she had waited for the sound of their footsteps on the stairs. Now she grasped the jewel and touched it to her forehead and her eyes. As if the power of the stone had opened some inner gate, she felt a current of emotion. Her eyes itched, though she did not weep. Her skin was hot. A shudder of dry sobs passed through her. Fear and rage no longer could protect her from herself. In disgust, she threw the paper to the floor. Everything she loved, everything she valued in the world was gone. Her clothes, her name, her son, her reputation, her position in society. All was gone. The Elector of Ratisbon had chased her from her house, chased her out into the streets, chased her into anonymous and disgusting lodgings where she lived hidden from the world, ashamed and afraid to show herself. The Elector of Ratisbon had threatened her with arrest, exposure, death, and sent his hired thugs to search for her. And now the one thing she had found and kept, the boy whose life she'd saved, who had loved her and followed her and kept her from loneliness, and whom she too had loved in her own way. The Elector had destroyed him as well. There was no limit to his malice or his efforts to humiliate her. And there was no limit, finally, to her unhappiness. She, whose talents had been praised by connoisseurs all over Europe, whose palm had been kissed by the Turkish Sultan of Byzantium, was reduced now to poverty in a single squalid room. Yes, it was true she'd made mistakes. Yes, it was true she'd been improvident and rash. Oh, she had many regrets, for which she punished herself daily. Surely that was enough, more than enough, and there was no reason to accept more punishment at the small, sexless hands of this monstrous and potato-eating man. Sobbing, she leaned forward over her knees, holding the tourmaline in the pit of her stomach. Still, she had no tears. But that was because she was not like these other women, who would weep and cry and beg for mercy. No, she had resources of her own. Perhaps she could not match the skills of her great enemy. Perhaps she could not match his cold and devious mind. The symbol of his house was a banded serpent, and that was how she imagined him, crushing, relentless, slippery, and cold. But she herself had powers no one could match, an artist's passion and an artist's soul. What was it the French newspapers had said? There is a conflagration burning on the stage of the Rivoli, fed out of a beautiful young woman's heart. She had not lit the lamps, and the room was dark, illuminated only by reflections from the street. She held the tourmaline to her stomach. Slowly, all day and night, she had been making up her mind. It was a risk, but she would take it. She would not live here like an animal in a hole until her money ran out and she went begging in the streets. No, she would return to her husband's laboratory. She would find a way to break the serpent's grip. She rose to her feet. She would take nothing, she decided. If she didn't come back, her landlady could accept her clothes and Markosev's in place of rent. She threw open the hall door, and in the same slanting gaslight, she saw his shirt hung on a hook. It was a red shirt that she had bought for him in the Lipscani market. And it hurt her to see it hanging there empty. Where was the boy now? If he were to die during his interrogation, no one would claim his body unless she did. Oh, but it would hurt her to see his body mauled and strangled, if that was what was going to happen, by the Metropolitan Police, in that greasy station in the 3rd Ward. Once she herself had spent a day there, arrested for soliciting when she was 12 years old. She left the door unlocked. Quietly, carefully, in the hours before dawn, she tiptoed down the splintered stairs into the street. In the middle of the night, Peter started awake inside his tent. Raevsky was beside him, curled up in his sleeping bag. Peter had laid down blankets over the cold sand, and at first he thought it was the cold that had woken him, along with the light from the campfire. Or was it the moon that cast a soft gray light through the canvas walls? No, the moon was still new. Peter lay on his back. Finally, he had not dared to try Miranda's tent, not after Andromeda had gone in. But now someone was standing next to the fire. Peter saw the shadow on the wall. Who could it be besides Miranda? Maybe she'd expected him after all. He slipped his boots on, then got up to his knees and pushed open the tent flaps. Miranda had gathered together some big pine cones. Once Peter had gone car camping in California with his mother and father in the old truck, and they had built fires with pine cones like this, 6 or 8 inches long. Miranda had thrown a pile of them onto the embers, where they burned up suddenly and spat. They cast a short-lived, garish brightness that was like a flare, and by its light Peter could see her standing with her hands behind her back. She was across the fire from him, and the outline of her body was distorted by a wavering curtain of heat. But he wondered if she'd left her hair loose around her head, or braided it, or tied it back. He wondered if she wore a coat, or just a shirt like him. The temperature had dropped during the night. On the rocky strand, crusts of ice glittered like jewels. Then she stepped forward, and Peter saw he was mistaken. What had Raevsky said? Hair both red and brown. Peter couldn't see. Skinny as a boy. He supposed so. She was an older woman, though not old. Her face was still unlined. What had Raevsky said? Skin so clean. The Wendigo had led Raevsky out into the snow in his bare feet, but Peter had his boots on, though they were unlaced. Now he stood up, stepped out of the tent. The woman's arms were bare. Was she a ghost who would fade and disappear? No, she had built the fire up with pine cones. And now she spoke. Ambazut focul tal printra copaci. I saw your fire through the trees. You've about reached our house. So he must be dreaming, and this was not Raevsky's Wendigo. There was nothing boyish about this woman. She wore a sleeveless embroidered vest, a long skirt, boots. Her hair was long and braided. Her skin was a greenish color in the light from the pine cones, which was fading now. You must be freezing, Peter said. Yes, I am cold. She continued in a language that wasn't English, but he understood. It's all right, she said. We're just around the bend. The fire was leaving them in darkness. The woman gave a helpless little smile. She was looking right at him, not flinching away. He didn't know much about these things because of his arm, but at that moment he understood he could step forward and embrace her, and whatever he wanted he could ask, and she'd submit to it, to anything at all. But he didn't move, and in a few seconds he knew something had changed, and that if he stepped forward now, then she would laugh and resist, push him away without any conviction, and end up by submitting just the same. Still, he did nothing, only stood there as the fire died, and in a few more seconds he knew that she had changed again, and she would laugh and smile and pull away and disappear and leave him. I will expect you, she said. I will see you tomorrow. There'll be Belgian waffles. She clasped her hands over her naked arms and started to move away. It's the temple of Aesculapius, she said. Then she was gone. The air was dry and still. Beside him the water sucked at the icy stones. When Miranda woke, she lay for a few minutes in her sleeping bag, looking into the peaked roof of the tent. She felt thin-skinned and brittle-boned. She lay on her back with her hands crossed behind her head. She listened to a shuddering in her stomach, a sensation that had passed beyond hunger, while at the same time she was thanking God that they had found the river and the boat. Soon at least they'd be out of these woods. They'd be away from this landscape of snow and trees and dead men. They would find a way. They had money, the purse of silver grains that she had taken from Gregor Splah. They had the rings from Andromeda's ears. Maybe they were worth something. Or if worst came to worst, she could sell her bracelet. She imagined sitting down with Peter for a talk. What would she say? What did she feel? How did it affect your feelings to have given something up for someone, if that's really what she'd done? Did it make you resentful? Or did you hold on to someone because you felt you had nothing else? The previous night she had lain awake, wondering if he'd try to come into her tent, wondering what she'd feel if he did try. It was too hard to think about, and she wondered if her hunger was a distraction or a relief. She imagined in detail the food she was going to eat. There were numerous courses, especially if you counted candy bars, which probably wouldn't be available. Then she was interrupted by the sound of Peter drumming on the taut canvas above her head. "Come out! Come out! Waffles this morning!" He was already up, already dressed. He was in a good mood, and while they pulled down her tent and broke camp, he told her about a dream he'd had about his mother. She was always a crappy cook, he said, grinning, rubbing his chapped lips. But she had roast turkey and pie and Belgian waffles. It was like Thanksgiving. Belgian waffles? I'm telling you, you'll see. Rousing Captain Raevsky proved more difficult. He had slept in his boots, and now he couldn't take them off. He cursed and muttered in Romanian. He couldn't walk. He crawled out of the tent on his hands and knees. "Shall we cut the laces?" Miranda asked him.
"No, not so yet."
He was useless when they were packing up, stowing their bags aboard the pirogue. He put his arms around their shoulders, and they almost had to carry him down to the water. They laid him in the middle of the boat and took their places at the bow and stern. Andromeda curled up under Miranda's feet. There were crusts of ice along the shore. "Are there rapids lower down?" Miranda asked. "Or is it flat like this?" They couldn't carry the boat and the bags and Raevsky, too. Miranda also was astonished at the change in him. He lay curled up in the bottom of the boat. Nor was it possible to think he was still a threat, that he could do anything but entreat her to go with him to Roumania, to his lady's house. It wasn't until an hour or so later that they came around a long, slow curve. On the left side, the gorge fell to the river in a rack of broken trees. On the right, the land opened out, and the trees gave way to scrubby undergrowth. There was a sandbar and shallow water on the right-hand side. A man was on the shore. "Stop," Miranda said. She was in the stern. She turned the boat out of the current. There, among the pines, about 100 feet from the water, she saw a house. Just a moment before, when she had glanced that way, there had been nothing. "What?" Raevsky said. He propped himself up on the canvas bags and raised his hand as if to push away a blow. The man on the shore also lifted his arm, a slow, awkward gesture. Miranda said nothing, because she was looking at the house. It was a small bark-covered cottage with black rough sides and protruding eaves. "What's wrong?" Peter said. "Why are we stopping?" Miranda took her paddle from the water and let the boat drift. Couldn't he see? The cottage had a metal roof that caught the sun. Chopped wood was piled under the eaves. Then it was all hidden for a moment as the bank rose beside them. They came to the shallow water. The man stood above them on the bank.
"Welcome," he called out, "to Aesculapius's house."
Miranda had 3 memories from Roumania. One was the train station at Mogoșoaia. One was the castle on the beach, and one was this cottage in the pine trees with the metal roof. "Oh," she said. Raevsky reached for her paddle, but she held it up. Again, as she brought the boat in, the man raised his hand. She looked up into his face as the boat slid along the bank. His hair was yellow. He was dressed in a baggy canvas overcoat. "What's wrong with him?" Peter said. "Is he sick?" He was talking about Raevsky, and had turned around in the bow and put his paddle down. Raevsky was muttering in Romanian. He lifted up his hands. Now he was shifting his weight, rocking in the boat as if he meant to upset it. They were so low in the water it wouldn't take much. Andromeda was curled up with her tail between her legs. "Hey, stop that," said Peter, and when Raevsky struggled to stand up, Peter pulled him down. When Miranda looked again, the man on the shore was gone. "Did you see that house?" she said. "Stay here." The beach was easy and gradual where she had brought the boat in. "I'll be back," she said, and stepped into the cold water which seeped through her boots. She ran up the beach, away from the pirogue, then up the riverbank. Where was the cottage now? Where was the man? The forest had closed in. She walked upstream along what seemed to be a path. Where it turned into the woods, she hesitated. "I'll be right back," she shouted. She put her hands in her pockets and stepped under the trees. Up ahead, she saw the outline of a building. In a minute or so, she stood at the edge of a clearing. Smoke rose from the chimney of the bark-covered cottage, and she stood looking at it, rubbing her arms and waiting for Peter. Now she wanted and expected him to follow her. Should she go back? Where was the man she had seen? While she asked herself these questions, she was moving forward over the crests of snow until she came onto the porch among the piles of chopped wood. The door was ajar, and she stepped through it, remembering as she did so the way the heavy blackened wood felt against her hand, remembering also the wrought iron latch, the dark wooden plaster interior. A single room, heated with a big blue ceramic stove. Along one wall there was a battered wooden table, battered wooden chairs. The man stood next to the stove. When she crossed to him, he held out his hand, but he didn't touch her. He bent over her fingers and brushed them with his lips, which was ridiculous. His hair was yellow and thick. He had taken off his canvas coat. Under it he wore creased formal trousers and a white formal shirt.
"Princess," he said, "we are honored."
She didn't look at him. Instead, she looked around the room. There was the burned place on the floor where a coal had leapt out of the fire. There was the iron candelabrum, smaller and shrunken now. Once it had been twice her size. There was the yellow bowl on the table. It was filled with bread, but Juliana had used it for potatoes sprinkled with salt. There was the place on the table leg the borzoi puppies used to chew.
"My name is Theodore,"
said the man.
"I have a clinic here. There are some smallpox patients now who tell me they have seen a great sight in the mountains, but I did not expect you'd be so beautiful."
Miranda interrupted him. "I used to live here." Dr. Theodore scratched his chin.
"Often when we are in danger," he said, "there is a feeling of remembrance. In fact, these buildings are quite new."
Dr. Theodore smiled, and in his hotel suite on the 5th floor of the Athénée Palace Hotel, the Elector of Ratisbon also smiled. He was the one who had produced this great illusion, and who now sustained it by an exercise of will. Only in his mind could it continue to exist, this cottage on the banks of the Hoosic River in the empty wilderness. He had known Miranda Popescu would recognize it. Her father's gardener had lived there. The Elector had thought the sight of the cottage would lure her from the river. He had thought to make an image that would welcome her and call her home. The white tiger. She was easy to fool. After everything, she was a stupid girl. He lay on the sofa in his suite, propped up on cushions, a glass of water on the floor beside him. It required stupendous energy and precision to hold all those objects in his mind, to give them density and substance on the banks of that wild river, thousands of kilometers away. His brain was stuffed and full. His temples throbbed. There was the food he had provided on the long peasant's table, luncheon rolls, a bowl of apples, a pitcher of cold water, a rasher of ham. All quite tasteless, he was sure. Years before, after Egyptus Shank's disgrace, he had journeyed to Constanta as a tourist. He'd been looking for some trace of this same girl. He had wanted to see the laboratory of Egyptus Shank, and had been disappointed to find nothing. He had walked through Prince Frederick's abandoned castle on the beach. He had walked through the gardener's abandoned cottage. And perhaps it was not necessary to recreate it so perfectly. But a skilled craftsman does not easily disown his skill. He was confident that out of all the conjurers and scientists in the history of the world, only he was capable of this mnemonic display. Out of nothing, he'd made hundreds of inanimate objects that you could pick up and hold in your hand. And more than that, he had been able to send someone who could carry on an actual conversation with the girl. Others, the miserable Nicolas Ceausescu, for example, could dispatch a lifeless version of themselves over a limited range. But he had sent an incubus and succubus across half the world. The incubus was Dr. Theodore, an idealized image of himself, but the succubus he had created from a painting on the wall of his hotel suite. He could see it from where he lay. It was a full-length portrait of the Countess Inés de Rougemont, painted according to the style of a previous generation, à la campagne. She was dressed as a Romanian peasant, in a long skirt and an embroidered vest that left her arms naked. Her thick hair was twisted behind her head in a peasant's braid, and in the portrait her face was frozen at the moment of vulnerability, of sexual consent. Not considering himself a connoisseur of female beauty, he had chosen her image more or less at random. On the walls of his suite hung several paintings of society women from 20 years before, but the Countess had been famous for her sultry and exotic looks, and the Elector thought that he could use them to ensnare the boy. Already he had sent her, the dead Countess, the succubus, into the camp to lead the boy away into the woods. That had failed, and so the Elector had added a refinement. Like the mythical Wendigo of the North American woods, the Countess at moments would show glimpses of another face, another person that the boy had loved. At least that was the Elector's plan, and for that purpose he had left a soft blank region in the Countess's face, on which could be superimposed another image of the boy's own choosing. All that was intended to disarm him, draw him away, and the dog, and the broken old soldier. The Elector had seen them all around the fire, now that Egypta Shank's protective cloak had been withdrawn. He desired to be alone with the girl, who was meant for him, or else for Dr. Theodore. Lying on his sofa, with a movement of his hand he made Dr. Theodore move. How beautiful he was, his second self, who appeared to him sometimes in dreams. If in his youth he had not been afflicted with disease, perhaps he would have grown into this man, who now rubbed his smooth cheek with his forefinger, who now opened his red lips and said, "Will you join me? Please sit." The Elector could be clever and charming, and he was aware now of the doctor's clumsiness. No doubt it would be prudent to end this quickly, but the Elector had searched and wondered for so long. Miranda Popescu was a helpless girl. He was distracted by a knock on the door, and in America the doctor's mouth sagged open. The knocking would not stop. "Come in," said the Elector, sitting upright on the cushions. Oh, his head was aching. His heart pounded, his blood throbbed. But with the pride and arrogance of a great athlete in the middle of a race, he pulled himself erect, slid his feet off the sofa onto the floor. It was his new agent at the embassy since Herr Gräuben's arrest. He had a ridiculous name. What was it? Ganz? Franz Ganz? Was that possible? The Elector's head was reeling. Half the world away, Dr. Theodore stood with his hand in his pocket where he kept his knife. "Excuse me, Your Grace," said Franz Ganz. "I would not have disturbed you, but you instructed me to tell you under any circumstances. You know we have been watching the Saltpeter house. I am here to tell you that the subject has returned." What was the man talking about? Momentarily the Elector closed his eyes. "The subject, Nicolae Ceausescu," Ganz continued. "She has returned home. Before dawn we saw a light and we investigated. I believe there is a secret entrance under the street." So that was it. The Elector brought his fist to his forehead, which was burning. "We are not involved in this," he said. "The Metropolitan Police have an outstanding warrant. They should be notified. I'm asking for a piece of German property, which I'm sure—" "Yes, Your Grace. I spoke to a Herr Lukatz at the precinct. I had the impression there would be no action taken. With the change in government, you understand." The Elector stared down at his small black shoes, which seemed abnormally far away. On the toe of the right shoe there was a cut in the shiny leather. He would have to search for another pair. What an intolerable waste of effort that would be. "She stole something that belongs to Germany," he said. "Yes, Your Grace." "She is a criminal, complicit in the murder of a Jew. Please tell the ambassador. Tell him to provide a detachment of 4 soldiers. It is important to clear Gräuben's name." "Yes, Your Grace." "The ambassador has taken residence in this hotel, on the 1st floor." Franz Ganz was a bald man, dressed in a black overcoat and a fedora, which he now placed on his head. "I know where the ambassador lives," he said, obviously aggrieved. What did it matter? Only the tiniest fragment of the Elector's cerebrum was available for conversation. It was remarkable that he made any sense at all, that he didn't babble like a monkey. If Ganz had been aware of what the Elector was doing, he would have been amazed. But he wouldn't leave. He stood in his hat and overcoat, shuffling his big feet. "Your Grace," he said, "it is possible the ambassador will be occupied.
He is inquiring into the death of Sergeant Colonel Bloom, you understand. He will allow himself to be interrupted if you say you come from me."
The Elector turned his head, and in a moment he heard the door close. But this bald man had already hurt him, wounded him, distracted him, and not more so than by mentioning that name, Boris Bloom. The previous morning he'd been standing in the portico of the hotel under the Minerva statue, looking at the ugly, pitted face of Colonel Bloom as he stumbled drunkenly to the revolving door. As always, the square was full of beggars, and the Elector saw a woman grab the colonel's arm. He saw the man smile, saw him pulling at the end of his absurd mustache, digging into the pocket of his military cloak. Then, in a moment, someone had appeared out of the crowd, had pushed a revolver into the colonel's fat stomach. But that was not the end of it. That was not what had disturbed him. He had stood in the portico while men rushed to overpower the boy. As they were leading him away, they passed quite close. Under his heavy single brow, the boy's eyes were clouded. Idly curious, the Elector had searched for the 5 signs of hypnotic suggestion. Idly appreciative, he had admired the boy's pale, handsome face, preternaturally still in the middle of the uproar. But when he saw the Elector, it was as if he suddenly awoke, and an expression of such violence had come into his eyes that the Elector was astonished. He understood the bullet had been meant for him.
"You must go. Go now to help her." Captain Raevsky lay in the bottom of the boat.
Peter thought he had gone crazy. Miranda and Peter had pulled him down before he capsized the boat and ruined everything. But where was Miranda now? Peter had seen neither the man nor the house. They were in shallow water, and Andromeda was whimpering. Peter sat back on his knees in the flat bottom of the pirogue and looked away from Raevsky for a moment. Where had Miranda gone? Why had she left him with this lunatic, who, when he looked back, had actually drawn his revolver, and Andromeda was barking now? The old man had a wild expression on his face, and he gestured with the gun.
"Go now, help her."
What was he talking about? But Peter couldn't see Miranda on the shore, and now the old man heaved himself over the side into the freezing, shallow water. He splashed up the beach, then stumbled, and continued on his hands and knees. He had a revolver in his right hand, and from time to time he raised it up.
"Oh, God, don't you smell? Do not eat the food," he said. "Oh, it is poison."
Whining, the dog jumped over Peter's legs and scrambled up the bank. Peter brought the boat in about 20 yards downstream, then stepped onto the stones and pulled it up onto the sand. Then he followed as quickly as he could, although he didn't understand why. What was the danger? And if there was danger, why had they left the boat? When he got to the top of the bank, there was a woman walking toward him from the line of trees. It was the woman from the night before, and now he could see her more clearly. Her dark hair was pinned back from her face, which was expressionless. As before, she was underdressed, and her arms were bare. She wore a long black skirt over heavy boots, and she was walking toward him over the crusts of snow and through the stubble of frozen grass. In one hand she held a long, heavy bone. Gobbets of meat hung from its smooth, white ball. It looked like the leg bone of a deer or even a cow. In her other hand she carried a waffle on a plate.
"No prestate,"
shouted Captain Raevsky from the edge of the woods, and he brought his gun up to fire. But he must have gotten it wet. Nothing happened. The woman didn't pause, and there was nothing in her face to suggest she saw him or the dog that now ran barking and snarling toward her through the tough golden grass. No, she was for him alone. And maybe it was the waffles, and maybe it was some other bitter and unwelcome illusion, but she seemed older now, more maternal, and in her beautiful face he now saw a resemblance to his own mother, though the cowbone, of course, was all wrong. Nevertheless, he paused as she came toward him, and for a moment he forgot about Miranda. Raevsky was shouting like a crazy man, and the dog was barking, and he scarcely heard them. He felt nothing but anger at what he knew was a trick. "I want to show my friends," Miranda said. She turned her back on the doctor and walked to the door. There were long diamond-paned windows on either side of it. On her way, she stepped over the place on the floorboards where the burning piece of charcoal had left a mark. It was gone now. But she had seen it just a moment ago, and seeing it had made her remember. What? Yes, Juliana had snatched her up when she was playing on the floor with the wooden wagon. Miranda had sat staring at the red coal as it sank into the floor, until Juliana had brought a cup of water. Where was Juliana now? Where was the puppy, Rex? Where were Andromeda and Peter? The sun must have sunk behind a cloud because it was darker in the cottage. She felt the presence of Dr. Theodore behind her, and she turned. The long table was gone. The bowl had broken on the floor, the dish of ham, the plate of croissants, though she had not heard a noise. One of the apples was still rolling toward her. Dr. Theodore was smiling, and his red lips were moving, but no sound came out. And the far end of the room was shrouded in darkness as if night had fallen, though she imagined it was scarcely 9 o'clock. Behind her, as she turned again, she saw the iron latch of the door had gone, but there was still the hole where it had been. She thrust her fingers into it and pulled the door open. The river was out of sight behind the trees, but she heard shouting down there and the dog barking. In Bucharest, it was the end of the afternoon. In Saltpeter Street, in her husband's laboratory, Nicola Ceausescu stood at her husband's table. There, in the small glass, the Baroness could see the battle as it first emerged. Yes, that was it. Under the pyramid's dark surface, she could see the serpent coiled to strike. The glass was clouded, but she was not wrong. She saw the serpent curling back on itself, pale as a fish's belly. It was the Elector of Ratisbon. And in the darkness at the bottom of the pyramid, now as she decided to challenge him, she saw her own spirit animal take shape. And it was a cat, as she'd predicted, a stinking, baggy-kneed old alley cat. Or no, maybe not. She could see more clearly now. In her right hand she held the tourmaline, and she brought it to the surface of the glass. All day she had been reading in her husband's books, preparing for this confrontation. Now she was ready. She was willing to take a desperate chance against a strong opponent. She was in her own familiar house again, in the cold, hidden, quilted room under the eaves. In front of her stood the ironwood table, the tall crystal pyramid. The tourmaline seemed to light a flame inside of it. Through Markasev she'd struck at the Elector, and she'd failed. But in the Baron's papers she had found other ways to fight. Every human being has a spirit creature, and sometimes those animals will bite each other, scratch each other, overwhelm each other, even when the people they inhabit are far apart. In this case, she thought, on opposite sides of the same city. A trained alchemist can manipulate that fight, though there is always an element of chance. Until the sport had been banned by her husband in the year before his death, bear baiting had been popular in the lower wards of the city. Often when she was young, she had picked pockets and solicited among the crowds. One place she remembered especially, an abandoned warehouse in the Nerva Road. Inside was the arena with the cloud of tobacco smoke, and the smell of liquor and vomit, and the rows of shouting men and the money-changing hands. Dogs, wolves, and bears all fought, and in the intervals, smaller animals fought in cages or aquariums. The Baroness's crystal pyramid was like one of those small cages. Once she had seen a snake and a rat. The furry, enraged creature was dropped in. The snake was taken by surprise, though it was stronger and faster, and the rat was its natural prey. Surprise was essential, which was why, as the darkness inside the crystal dissipated, the Baroness was horrified to see the fight already joined, as if instead of choosing her moment, she had broken into an ongoing struggle. Nevertheless, the little cat seemed to be holding her own. Always the Baroness underestimated herself. She could see the small, peering head of the reptile, the outline of the cat. It seemed for a moment to exist in 2 dimensions only, drawn on the inside of the pyramid's black base, drawn in white ink for a moment, and then it took shape as if from its own image, not a seedy, scratched-up creature as she had anticipated. But it was something more elegant. Its long striped tail curved back and forth, back and forth. For a moment the Baroness stood astonished, as the little creature struck out with its paw, then jumped back out of range. In its corner the serpent coiled and writhed. Yes, she would attack him. She would attack him as he sat in his hotel room in the Athénée, or as he walked the streets. She would crush him with her paw, and he would die of an aneurysm or a heart attack, or she would seize him behind his thin white neck. All night she had pored over her husband's life of Zosimus, searching for a charm. She had sent a message to her husband on the Ansible, but he had not responded. That was good. She was relieved. She had no need of him. This was her fight now. Always she had simultaneously imagined herself as something greater and more miserable than she was. With the split parts of her mind she was now watching the white cat and the snake, and in one part she was doubtful and astonished, but in the other part she felt a growing sense of triumph. It was true. She recognized this little beast from paintings and embroidered images, the delicate head, the unimaginably rich fur. So rare it was, not seen in generations, feared extinct. But now she knew, and she'd been a fool not to suspect before. In all the legends, the white tiger had first appeared in the Carpathian Mountains, near the town of Pietrosul, where she, Nicola Ceausescu, had been born. She could not be mistaken. She was staring down at her own spirit animal, fighting her own enemy. Still, how could it be possible? A criminal like her. Had Kepler's eye transformed her, changed a ragged-eared old cat into this perfect, small, and vicious beast, who now pulled back her paw? Her husband had suggested something of the kind. But if so, what about the Popescu girl? Everyone had made such a fuss over her, the Baroness included. That was all wasted labor now, and wasted money. Nothing mattered but the outcome of this fight. Oh, she had taken a chance, but if the Baroness prevailed here, as the white tiger had prevailed against the Turks long before, then tomorrow and the next day, what else could be attained? The Baroness Ceausescu was mistaken about all this. One thing was true. The Elector of Ratisbon was poised to strike, but the battle was not yet in Bucharest, but on an empty stretch of river far away. "Stop! What are you doing?" Miranda said. She stood in the doorway of the little cottage, and she could no longer see the path she had followed from the water. It had disappeared. The trees blocked out the light. Andromeda was barking, and Dr. Theodore had come up suddenly behind her, and when she turned from the door, she had the impression that the room had gotten smaller, had closed in. The details were lost in new shadows, out of which loomed the doctor's handsome and immobile face. One hand was in his pocket, while the other reached out toward her. And without any expression or intonation he was saying, "I have a smallpox clinic. I was able to import the vaccine from Europe to save lives. I had not thought you were so beautiful. Will you join me for an apple?" Frightened, she fell back toward the open door, but it had disappeared. In its place there was a dark, rough, plastered wall. "Now you see you are my guest," murmured Dr. Theodore, though in Bucharest the Elector found himself gasping for breath. His hand trembled on the coverlet. Prostrate on his sofa, he felt the weight of these masked illusions, and it was too much of a burden. But if he was worthy of the position he had coveted for so long, then there was nothing he must not attempt. The more difficult the challenge, the sweeter the triumph. Who else but he was capable of carrying out these separate struggles across half the world? In one part of his mind the succubus flung down her bone and dish, and in another part the clear-eyed Theodore flattered and scraped, while at the same time he was gripping in his trousers pocket the knife that would end this crushing headache once for all. Was it time yet? Was it time? On the Husik riverbank, the doctor pulled out his hooked blade. But in Bucharest, the Elector found himself staring once again at the fat face of Herr Guntz, the attaché. How had the man come in? What was he doing here? The Elector sat up on the sofa, his hand shaking. "Forgive me, Your Grace. I wouldn't have disturbed you except for a matter of urgency. The ambassador requires your presence." "What?" "Immediately, sir. He has a matter to discuss. General Stoessel is there." The Elector had not expected such a quick response to his letter to the foreign minister. Now he slid his legs from the sofa and stood up. Perhaps out of a premonition, that morning he had dressed in formal clothes. It required only the addition of his dinner jacket to make himself complete. But what should he do with his pain in his temples? The succubus had grabbed hold of the boy, while at the same time the incubus held out his knife. Was it possible for the Elector to break away and allow everything to disappear? No, the trap for Miranda Popescu had been too laborious for him to end it now. And surely it would be a mark of greatness to achieve these triumphs simultaneously, the thanks and plaudits of his country, and the death of the white tiger. He would put in the hooked knife just at the moment he was shaking the general's hand. With modesty and humility, he would receive the appointment or commendation or whatever it was, and no one would be aware of anything at all. Like all great men, he had secrets he could never reveal. Now, with a new and frantic energy, he put on his dinner jacket, which was hanging from the back of a chair. He made fists out of his hands. Staring straight ahead, he followed Herr Ganz out of the door and down the hall toward the elevator. He didn't glance at the long patterns on the carpet, which threatened to nauseate him. As he rode down in the cage, he found himself suppressing a little smile. He had heard Stoessel was an old-fashioned fellow, the kind of man who had no understanding of the complicated world. Like most of the military officers, he had no appreciation of the enemies that must be conquered on all fronts, no conception of the dangers that threatened Germany. No doubt he was galled and irritated by the Prime Minister's new appointment, if that was what it was. No doubt for him and the other generals it suggested a change of power, a new ascendancy of modern, younger, scientific men, no longer hampered by old prejudices and laws. No doubt that was why he had given the electors so peremptory a summons. Out of a lingering sense of spite, which in the future he would not be able to indulge. The Elector sifted gradually and slowly through these thoughts, with 1/100th of his consciousness. Elsewhere, on the riverbank, he had managed to divide the succubus into 3 parts. One was a cloud of darkness that had settled on the man with the gun, blinding him as he knelt crippled in the frozen grass. The other was a white-headed eagle that was stooping from the clouds onto the back of the dog. And one was the woman, Inés de Rougemont, struggling with the boy. The Elector found as he came out of the elevator cage on the first floor above the lobby that he had lost most of his peripheral vision. Up ahead, Herr Ganz was holding open the door to the drawing room, which had been taken over by the German General Staff. It was a small room, over-decorated and overheated. The Elector stood on the threshold. Another man sat in an armchair next to the stove. The ambassador was at the windows, looking out over the square.
"Come in,"
said General Stoessel. He was standing at the doorway of an inner cloakroom. He was in full uniform, with epaulettes and black boots. Once again the Elector suppressed a smile. Stoessel was grotesquely small. The top of his head, as he came forward, was at the level of the Elector's cravat, and the Elector himself was not a tall man. The general's voice was high and thin.
"I want to thank you for your information about the presence of the Baroness Ceausescu in her home, and to tell you that I have sent a detachment of military police. It is important to keep the rule of law in this country, and to resolve once and for all this matter of the Herr Spitz's murder. Now, here is your train ticket to Berlin. It's 7 o'clock this evening. I must ask you to surrender your passports."
In the cottage on the riverbank, where there were no longer any doors, for many minutes now the incubus had shifted back and forth and up and down inside the little room, trying to trap Miranda Popescu against the walls or behind the furniture, while at the same time he engaged her in conversation.
"Please, have one of these rolls."
The symbol of his family was the banded serpent, and it occurred now to the Elector that Dr. Theodore was like a serpent in a cage, weaving back and forth, threatening a helpless creature until— Where had she gone? The corner where he trapped her was now empty.
"Excuse me?"
he said. With the small part of consciousness at his disposal, he went over what Stoessel had said. Why did they need his passport? But then he thought he understood. If the foreign minister was going to offer him a new appointment, doubtless he would need new diplomatic papers.
"Because of our position as guests in this country,"
said General Stoessel in his absurd high voice,
I do not feel I have the authority to order your arrest. I have conferred with the ambassador on this subject. Nevertheless, it is my duty to request you to return to Germany to answer charges there. Herr Gräuben will travel with you under guard." The Elector found this difficult to follow. His head was aching. The evening sun shone through the long windows, and many of the details of the room were now lost to him, swallowed up in shadow. The new ambassador, a white-haired man with a white goatee, had turned toward him. He was wearing a boiled shirt with gold studs. He walked over to the desk and sat down. The general was speaking. "You are acquainted with Ambassador Behrens, are you not?" Ratisbon had taken a few steps into the room. "What?" he murmured. "What?" "Charges, that is all," said Stoessel. Was that actually a monocle hanging from his buttonhole? How was it possible that there were men like him still living? When the Elector was welcomed into government, all these fossils would be put in a museum. On the riverbank, the boy had slipped out of the succubus's grasp. Using the Four Kings defense, he had turned her wrist around. "Charges," the general repeated. "We have been listening to Herr Gräuben's story. We are glad we have been able to save his life. Tarifa has been quite cooperative. But I must say I am disheartened by your role in this, because I knew your father. He was a fine man, an officer and a statesman from a great and noble family. In his name I now ask you, is it true what this man says? Are you guilty of these crimes?" "What?" said the Elector of Ratisbon. In the cottage on the Husik riverbank, the incubus struck and missed, struck and missed. All pretense was abandoned now. The knife was in his hand. Outside, the succubus roared and threatened in the cold grass, but the boy had seized her in his hands. How could he be so strong? Was there a man alive who could accomplish what the Elector was trying to accomplish? No, not one. "Do not pretend you are a fool," said Stoessel. "Whatever you are, I know you are not that. And don't imagine I'm so old and stupid that I could not recognize what is obvious. That you have engaged in witchcraft here under our noses, perhaps even in this hotel. Herr Gräuben has sworn to it and signed the paper. Let me say this is a sad day for Germany, when the Elector of Ratisbon is revealed as a common conjurer." The Elector turned toward the third man, slouched in his armchair by the stove. And now for the first time he recognized Hans Gräuben, his face covered with half-healed bruises, and his expression open, vacant, terrified. "He sent a corpse into my room," he murmured now. What was the fellow talking about? He felt he should explain, and yet all explanations were beneath him. These old troglodytes. Ratisbon turned and stumbled out the door. His head was throbbing and he needed air. He ran his hand along the marble balustrade. He stood above the lobby at the top of the marble staircase, then stepped insecurely down. At the midway point he tripped and almost fell. His heart staggered, and he grabbed hold of the banister to catch his breath. Injustice and ingratitude had wounded him, that much was sure. It could not be, for example, that the girl had hurt him. Below him on the tile floor, soldiers and civilians walked back and forth. Gathering his strength, he closed his eyes. "Please don't be alarmed," said Dr. Theodore. He stood blinking in the middle of the imaginary room, in the cottage on the riverbank, a smile on his face. In his hand was a small pruning knife with a hooked blade. "I had not thought you were so beautiful," he said. "I am grateful for the opportunity. Let me say it is an honor to meet a princess of the old blood, a Princess of Roumania." He stumbled toward Miranda with his arm outstretched. He made a few weak gestures with the blade. He was easy to avoid, but the room had no doors or windows. As Miranda backed into a corner, the objects and contours of the room seemed simultaneously to fade and darken. Moment by moment the light dimmed. It had no source. Now Dr. Theodore appeared as a dark silhouette, and now she couldn't see him.
and it was dark. But she could hear his voice, which changed. The murmured platitudes were gone, replaced in a moment by new language, in a tone that was louder and more resonant. "Now it is time for what your family has done." All at once the light came surging back from the tall windows. Miranda stood again in Juliana's cottage, and every detail was in place. There were the scuff marks on the banister to the upper room, and the place where the rail had been broken and repaired. There were the scratches on the newel post where Juliana had measured her as she grew. And in the middle of the room, Dr. Theodore had been replaced someone else. Dressed in a black suit, the new man was smaller and more delicate. His hair was dark and glossy over a bald spot. He was looking at the floor, his chin sunk on his cravat, his face partly obscured by his high-winged collar. But when he raised his head, Miranda was astonished by his ugliness, his ruined, cratered face, out of which peered two lustrous brown eyes. His hands were clasped behind his back. There were some medals and ribbons pinned to his lapel. Now he removed his hands from beneath the tails of his coat and showed them to Miranda. They were small and manicured and empty. "Help," Miranda murmured. The man smiled. His teeth were small and white. "It is time to pay a bill," he said. "After 20 years I will be able to tell your mother of your death." All this time he had been moving closer. "You are just a girl, but our future does not add up to the sum of our abilities, as I learn every day. Perhaps one day you might bring help to your country. In this way I can compare you to a pawn that has struggled down its track. In one more move it will become a queen and dominate the board. But at the moment of transition, you are vulnerable. Yes, you did me harm long ago, but I am fighting for my country. At the moment I am most despised, then I must fight the hardest. And because I have a deeper knowledge than the imbeciles who run my government, I can see what they don't see. You are a threat to us." He had been moving closer, but Miranda had not moved. She found it hard to listen because of the man's pitted cheeks and twisted nose. She watched his red lips open and close over his teeth, while at the same time she looked past him and around the room. Everywhere she touched and grasped at objects in her mind. Even in this moment of danger, she could not prevent herself from noticing the one starred window pane, or the place where the cat, Alphonse, had clawed the upholstery, or the painted photograph of the Santa Sofia that Umar had brought back from Constantinople. Every detail brought with it a small story that she now remembered, and she imagined if she searched these stories, she might find something to help her as the ugly man came toward her step by step. Yes, there was something, a brass ring set into the floor. One day, when no one was home, Juliana's niece had showed her how you could lift up the edge of the Turkish carpet, which was no longer there, and you could twist the ring just so and pull it up. And there was a compartment where Umar kept a gun in an oiled cloth, a pistoleta left over from the Spanish campaign. Yes, and she remembered crouching on the stairs to the upper room, listening to Umar as the lamps were lit. As in his harsh voice he was saying that the Empress had turned against the Brancovenus, but they would find some secrets if they came for the little girl. The next day her aunt took her to Bucharest in the carriage. "Now you see," said the ugly man. "There was a chance for great Romania, but it is past. Your father and your aunt are among the martyred dead. Your mother is my guest in Ratisbon. You are the last, and after you there will be none. Please, I see the bracelet on your wrist. Bring it to me. Put it in my hand." The door was behind him, and now she found herself maneuvered into a corner of the room as he came toward her on his little feet. Beside her was a window made of diamond-shaped panes, and she turned toward it now and hammered at it with her forearms until some of the glass broke. She was protected by Rodica's quilt, and even though the glass fell down around her, she couldn't push it out through the leads, supported, as she now remembered, on the outside by a layer of black chicken wire. She could never get out that way, and so she turned just as the ugly man came up behind her. As he reached for her, she ducked under his arms and scrambled over the litter of glass shards. On her hands and knees, she searched for the little ring, but she couldn't find it. The ugly man grabbed hold of her and pulled her up. When he put his hands under her coat, she could feel their coldness. He clutched her firmly in his small hands, and she was shuddering and twisting, and she couldn't pull away. So then she pushed against him suddenly with all her strength, and thrust the heel of her left palm against his chin, while with her right fist she was thumping on his chest. And all the time she was shouting and crying, "You shit! You shit! You shit! You piece of shit!" The kind of language she'd picked up from Andromeda and used only self-consciously. It had never seemed completely appropriate until now. And she must have caught the man by surprise, because he swayed on his feet and then tumbled to the floor with her on top of him. One of her hands was around his wrist, holding the knife away, and the other was thumping on his chest. And in her heart she felt a surge of triumph as she felt his body subside into helplessness, and she beat on his chest as if by striking him she could be rid of all the accumulated suffering of the past week, all the angers and frustrations. She didn't need Umar's gun, or any directions from her aunt. She didn't even need Raevsky or Andromeda or Peter. But with her own hands she could defeat this creature, who now writhed and slipped away from her. And under her hands he seemed diminished, smaller every second, as the light dimmed and the room flickered around her, and the objects in it lost their solidity. Before the darkness was complete, she staggered up. The door was open, and she could see the trees outside. And at that moment, in Saltpeter Street, in her husband's laboratory, the Baroness Ceausescu looked into her crystal pyramid. In the district police headquarters, 6 German soldiers received their orders. But even if she'd known of their approach, she would not have been able to break away from what she saw. The pyramid was oriented to the points of the compass. If she looked into the south and north sides, she saw the fight, as she imagined falsely, between herself and the Elector of Ratisbon, the serpent and the tiger. But in the east and west sides, she saw a simpler and cleaner image, the Elector on the stone staircase of the Athénée Palace Hotel. He was standing by himself, one hand on the banister, one hand pressed against his heart. It was difficult to read the emotions on his damaged face, but the Baroness imagined a turmoil of distress. She placed her bitten, bleeding, tobacco-stained fingers on the crystal surface, while at the same time she looked down at the pages of one of her husband's manuscripts, held open by the tourmaline. Frightened, she had watched the snake command the center of the pyramid and push the tiger back. She'd watched it strike and miss, strike and miss. What would happen to her if those fangs struck home? But she could not watch and do nothing while the destiny of the white tiger, her own destiny, the destiny of great Roumania, was decided. She thought if she could force the Elector to relax his grip on consciousness, just for a moment, then the tiger would have a chance. She had seen the little beast pushed and harried against the walls of the pyramid, but the snake was losing strength, and she could see that too. So intent she was, in her moment of anxiety and triumph, that she could not feel the presence of her husband's ghost behind her. She could not feel the proximity of his cold hands, which he held out as if to touch her on the shoulders. Nor could she hear the whisper of his voice, as he spoke with her the old spell, copied in his handwriting years before. It was a witch's curse, a fainting spell, uncertain in its efficiency, especially now as his wife mispronounced the words. But the Baron wished its speed, and saw it taking momentary shape above the point of the pyramid, just a trick of the light, really, or an evanescent shadow of the red pig of Cluj. The Baroness didn't see it. She was peering at the tiny figure of her enemy, standing by himself on the marble staircase. One hand was pressed against his heart, and as she watched, she saw him pitch suddenly downstairs. With his arms over his face, he rolled and slid. Then he lay crumpled at the bottom of the stairs, and her view was obscured by the men who rushed to help him. On the Husik River bank, the woman gave a screeching yell. Peter had his arms around her. Now there was no longer any hint in her of Miranda or his mother, or any frailty or helplessness. The braid had come loose, and her coarse hair was wild around her head. Her lips were pulled back to reveal her teeth, and she was trying to bite him, trying to scratch him with her long nails as the yellow dog barked, and Raevsky stumbled and staggered, blind, waving his saturated gun. On the top of the bank, he lost his balance and then slid down suddenly onto the strand, where he sprawled by the water's edge. The yellow dog was in the high frozen grass at the edge of the pines. Again, the bird that had tormented her came stooping from the sun and sank its talons into her back, but the dog jumped away into the undergrowth, and the eagle couldn't follow her among the brambles. In a moment, it rose up to the sky, disappeared among the clouds. Peter saw it rise, saw the light catch its feathers. He had the woman's head in the crook of his right arm, and he sank the fingers of his left hand into her scalp and pulled her head around until he was staring at her violent and distorted face. And once again he caught a glimpse of something familiar, the black eyes and flashing teeth of a proud lady he'd seen several times when he was young, but once especially, dancing with an old man in uniform in a high-ceilinged, high-windowed room. She'd thrown her head back, laughed aloud from the pleasure of dancing, or else some whispered joke. And in this fantasy or memory, he himself was in a sky-blue cadet's uniform, standing shyly by the wall. Even a name came back to him, La Comtesse de Rougemont, and then the name was gone, and the memory was gone, disappearing like a fragrance or a wisp of music. Captain Raevsky stumbled to his knees beside the river. As the blindness cleared out of his eyes, he saw Peter de Gratz above him on the bank, with his right hand around a woman's neck. All around there was the sweet stench of witchcraft. De Gratz was behind her with his right arm locked around her neck, his left arm against her stomach. He was trying to crush the breath out of her, though she was not a breathing creature, as Raevsky knew. Then suddenly he released her and fell back, but at the same time the yellow dog came jumping and snarling out of the undergrowth and grabbed hold of the woman's long skirt and shook the tattered cloth from side to side. The dog was searching for something to bite, but there was nothing inside the skirt now, no flesh or bone, just a few rags in the dog's teeth. Raevsky let his gun fall to the stones. Sore and crippled, he staggered to his feet and staggered up the bank. But de Gratz and the dog hadn't waited. The dog was barking, running upstream along the top of the bank where there had been a path. De Gratz ran after her, and then Raevsky followed as best he could, limping and swearing. They hadn't far to go. The dog was barking, and de Gratz was calling out Miranda's name. The river made a turn, and now they plunged into a belt of pine trees. Raevsky was behind them, and, as always, if you could just get your feet moving, then they wouldn't betray you, and he was running now. He kicked through the frozen stubble, and then through the trees, and was in time to see Miranda Popescu on the far side of an empty clearing. She turned around toward them, and he saw her face. She didn't see them, couldn't hear the barking and the shouts. Then she stepped into the trees, and she was lost. In Romania, the elector had suffered a small heart attack. For a single second he lost consciousness when the back of his head struck one of the long marble steps. And in that one dazed moment, all of his stupendous mental work was lost. Unsupported by his power of concentration, the incubus, the succubus, the cottage itself, and everything in it, all of it collapsed and disappeared, leaving only the pine trees and the empty riverbank. And, of course, the boy, the dog, the man, but not the girl. Where had she gone? As he lay waiting for the doctors, he watched them search among the tall trees without results. He looked again when he was on the train to Germany. He saw the boy and his dog and the soldier. They had built a fire on the bank above the boat, and they huddled around it in the dark. They had found Miranda Popescu's quilted coat, but the girl herself was not with them. At the moment of collapse, she'd been in the cottage itself, just another object out of hundreds there. Perhaps with the other objects she'd been transported back. It was only later that he thought to turn his gaze eastward, after it was too late to find her. Too late and too early. Frightened now, Miranda ran down through the trees. She must have gone the wrong way. She must have gotten turned around. How was it possible she couldn't find the river? Even the trees were wrong. The tall pines had disappeared, and she found herself in a forest of oak saplings, and the dirt was sandy and smelled of salt. "Peter!" she called out. "Andromeda!" Where were they? Almost she felt angry that they couldn't find her. She wanted to share what had happened with the ugly man. And though she couldn't understand it, she knew it was significant. She knew something had changed. The victory had left her flushed and burning. It took her several minutes to realize she was hot. The light that spilled in through the trees was hot and yellow. She could smell dirt and green grass. She could hear the chattering of birds. She paused to catch her breath. "Peter!" she called. Where could he be? She'd climbed up through here from the boat, but now the path had disappeared, and she must have come around in a circle because in front of her she saw the roof of Umar's house again. She saw it again, and yet as if for the first time, because everything was different. The dark eaves and shining roof were different now, more solid and more real, and in their proper place among these little trees. And how hot she was! She was conscious of the smells of her own body and her clotted, tangled hair which itched. After a moment she stepped forward. She broke through a clump of juniper bushes and then stopped again. In front of her was Umar's formal garden, much overgrown. Paths of soft grass made their way among the brambles that had covered Umar's roses and poppies. A thicket had grown up around the statue of Athena, and the stone bench was visible. Briars grew over the Magdalena fountain. Irises were in bloom. Time had gone by since she'd last been here, ruinous time. Maybe the false house along the Hoosick had been closer to her memory, insubstantial, insufficient, changeable. But this was the real thing, and even if some small details were unfamiliar, still it all stank of home, every rock and tree and bush. Home. And it was she who had brought them there, Peter and Andromeda, wherever they were now. She'd find them soon enough. Right now she preferred to be alone, at least for a few minutes more. She wanted to savor these small feelings, as well as something else that maybe she'd find awkward or impossible to explain. Again, it was because of her own strength that she was here. Her aunt had not helped her, nor Raevsky, nor Peter. She took off her sweatshirt, then bent to unlace her heavy boots. She stripped off her wool socks and rubbed the dirt out of her toes. She pulled up the sleeve of Blind Rodika's shirt. There was the golden bracelet on her forearm, and for the first time since she'd put it on, she didn't feel entirely like a fraud, like someone half pretending to be herself. And maybe this white tiger thing was going to work out after all. Through the long-needled trees, she could just see the corner of her father's house. Barefoot, she followed the path toward it over the big slate slabs, almost hidden in the soft grass. She was conscious now of the sea air, the murmuring of the water. Near her, a brandywine bird perched on a strand of briar. It cocked its head and sang its cheap little song, then fluttered off down the path. She followed it until she came to the high bank. There were the steps that led up to the terrace, guarded by the stone lion. Beyond, there would be octagonal red tiles, French windows, and the stone tower above her head. Part of her wanted to climb up that way at once, but part of her resisted. There'd be time to explore the castle room by room. There'd be time to find her own turret window. Maybe it would be more fun with Peter anyway. In the meantime, Miranda followed the path away from the stone building. The wind was off the water, which she could glimpse now through the hillocks of tough grass. The rocky shore, the flat, murmuring water of the Black Sea. End of A Princess of Roumania by Paul Park. Paulpark. Read by Jill Fox in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, June 2007. A tour book published by Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. www.tor.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.